training and certification, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, we haven't seen it fixed. With our rental cars inside and out.
Nathan, that was beautiful.
Yeah. Check engine light on? You'll check it for free. The How Much Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life. Well, the number one rule to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali
Hey, Stevie. How you doing? Oh, you fuck.
Underlying exhaustion that I could not shake. These are a gift. My mood has been incredible and absolutely lovely. Well, I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I would take it in. It would last until I took the accelerate. So before I started taking the elevate and the accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety or mood swings. Since taking the product, I haven't taken any over-the-counter medication or prescription, just generally 100%.
I probably have an anxiety attack every 4 or 5 days, and I have not had one depressive thought. I have not been anxious. I have not been jittery. First time I took this pill, I didn't know what to do with myself. It just felt good, clear-headed. I felt focused. There was like a drive inside of me all of a sudden. I was just excited. I was like, is this for real?
Definitely know that the elevate not only gives you energy, gives you the vitamins and from my body, but that helps me with my mood, and you know what? It is not over here.
George's Power Pack. Order now and receive free gift B-Slim. Refreshing weight loss tablets. Accelerate, elevate, and B-Slim. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or healthylooking.com. If you want to improve your marksmanship, you need a Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve your abilities dramatically and is a must-have for every responsible gun owner. The Mantis X is a high-tech, easy-to-use system used extensively, for example, by the military to improve their aim quickly, giving them the confidence in their abilities. You attach the Mantis X to your firearm, connect it to an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth, and it gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct your technique. The Mantis X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket. And 94% improve within 20 minutes using Mantis X. That's amazing.
That's sick.
Best
Shit
part
is so
you can
sick.
use it at home. The best in the world do what is called dry fire practice at home. And the Mantis X is the best
What's
way
going
to
on?
train it. No driving to the range.
Yeah.
Spending money on range fees and ammo. You simply save a ton of money and improve your
Okay, let me
abilities.
keep saying about
Start improving
Oh,
today.
man.
Get yours at mantisx.com. That's Mantis. MANTIS. MantisX.com. When banks fail, when bonds are devalued, and the stock market is in turmoil, you'll be glad you own gold. But now you can own gold in a retirement account. That's right. Birch Gold will help you convert an old IRA or 401k into an IRA in physical gold. Just text the word COAST to 989898 and get a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, just valuable insights. Protect your savings with gold from Birch Gold. Text COAST to 989898. Execution's 11 p.m., but he's trying to convince us he's gone insane. Therefore, incapable of being executed. Edward? Don't forget Edward. I am a people. No people.
Damn, mate. Anyway. She could get it big time. That movie. With fucking all kinds of public places. I love fucking public. Are you an exhibitionist? Heck yes, baby. Have you
Hi,
done?
welcome back to Coast. George Dory back with Eldon Taylor. Eldon, where do people get your book, Questioning Spirituality?
Well, you can get it online anywhere. It was released on April 1st. You should be able to get it in the brick and mortar bookstore as well. But it just shipped on April 1, so probably the best bet is
I love that.
to get it online, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, or go to your bookstore. And if they haven't got it on the shelf, order it. They'll get it in. It's in all the warehouses.
Great. Let's go to the phone. Cheryl,
You remember that last time when we went to a bookstore and we're like, hey,
Hi,
dog.
Hi, Alvin. Hi, Cheryl.
Yeah, you say you're like the same. Sure. But you talk. You were just quiet. Like, people. I might have like gotten distracted and started being like, hey, dude, you want to go to Fortune? But I wouldn't be like, oh, but yo,
spirituality and God.
Oh my God, you're so stupid. Why?
What-
I'm over here like clicking on fucking.
Okay, in regards to
Oh
the
God.
fund on that, all
Oh God.
beautiful,
Oh,
wonderful,
thanks, man. Dude, first word on with it. That's a big thing.
awareness.
Sydney Claus and all that shit.
Is that creates also a negating experience
That's simple.
of the same, but loving becomes hating, forgiving becomes judgment, and you took the matter of everything to create universally.
Like,
I don't think it cancels that out.
Like
Does
she'd
it?
be good.
No, it doesn't cancel it out, but
Server muted.
it creates problems. Whenever we define something shithole, to say that the conference table I'm sitting at right this minute is oval, that presupposes that it's not also square or round.
Oh, crap.
So we put a definition, and we say all loving. And
Talk about stuff.
all loving conjures up all sorts of ideas about what love is. And then we're disappointed. Something happens. There's a natural tragedy. We lose someone close to us that was really important. Or we're betrayed. And that problem of evil comes rushing up. And many people leave spirituality, religion, those practices because they're disappointed, because they're hurt, because they invest too much in this definition. So, you kind of have to look at however we describe the unmover, that's what Aristotle referred to as God. However we describe this grand organizing designer, I prefer that, G-O-D, grand organizing designer. How do we describe this higher power?
This guy's tight.
We are limiting it at the same time. And I don't think we can do that. I don't think our language has the ability to comprehend it. Indeed, I think that experience, one-to-one, as Plotinus referred to as the great philosopher, it's ineffable.
Oh, so what a kid.
It's totally linguistically incapable of being communicated. So, I don't want to parse words, Cheryl, but I would be really careful with how fast I try to define something that is so beyond the scope of our ability to understand, even sometimes think about it, that we do it in injustice. We do ourselves an injustice with many of these definitions. Does that make any sense to you, Cheryl?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I hope it did.
Let's go to Rocky. Jay's with us in Seattle. Hey, Jay, go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, George, no good guy.
Not bad.
Oh, your guest is broad, solid.
He sure is.
Thinking these other people and other people here and there, and this, that, and the other. Just, I like to look at things on a problem, question, study, examination, whatever you have. Carbohydrate. Fundamentals first.
What about fundamentals, Silver?
Well, I guess I look at fundamentals maybe differently than you are, Jay. I get what you're talking about. If I understood you, you're talking to the carburetor, combustion engine, and the relationship, and that's fundamental.
It all works together, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay. To me, the first fundamental about spirituality is, does it make any sense? Do you get any benefit out of it? Are you a better human being as a result of it? Does it provide advantages? So I'm very much a practical person in that sense. But then I also find myself compelled to believe because of the independent evidence that consciousness is not a local event. We have so much research now, demonstrating that you know, your thinking processes, it's stuff we think of as electrical impulses going on in this 3-pound universe, the brain, operates independently and outside of the brain, interacts at levels of physics. We can influence random generators. We have mind-to-mind communication. There is so much data showing that consciousness is not a local event. There is so much data. In fact, one of the areas that I really got interested in years ago was reincarnation research. And I had the good fortune to speak with Orlando Harold. He's a leading pioneer in this work, and he ran a study that involved over 100 young people, and it was a very tight study. He looked at the instances and the data that came out of these young children who were able to identify prior lives and name people and pick out frauds. They would try, some of them tried to be tricked. Oh, this is Uncle Joe. Oh, no, that's not Uncle Joe. No, you see, the data is so overwhelming for afterlife research, reincarnation, psychic. This is a phenomenon. And I've had mathematicians that I've talked to talk about the probability
You are
of things
amazing,
like,
period. You can't worry about the other people, as they will have their opinions.
The word slipped out.
Thank you so much, Smokey.
Yeah, but there's a term for that. But whatever, all right.
You are amazing.
I'll just leave it at time travel. I've talked to Dean Ray at Wayne. Dean has done some great research.
Talk to the giants.
Yeah, paranormal activities and, my studies in this area actually go back to Jeffrey Mitchell. He was the first student to ever be awarded a PhD in parapsychology.
Look at this one,
He got it from Stanford University in their psychology department. And Jeff did everything from look at, Korean photography to investigate mediums. In fact, Gary Schwartz has done some decent work there. And there is work that you just can't. I cite a lot of it in the book. I mean, you get the propositions, and you can't walk away from some of these things because they're so well documented. You get two sisters, they move into a home. They're tapping on the wall. Sooner or later, they kind of figure out what the tapping is. They get it to go yes or no based on the number of taps. And that leads to, well, there's a dead person in the wall. They were buried in the wall. And so, in some law enforcement, they tear up and sure enough, there's a corpse. And, these are well-documented kinds of cases. And you say, any physician that would argue that we are meat machines, that's that word in quotation marks, because if you're an evolutionary, psychologist, biologist, you have to look at human being as just, from that single cell we've evolved. We came from those monkeys and up through that process with Homo erectus, Homo epithecus, Homo magnum mortis, etc. And here we are, and when it's all over with, well, we're just temporal beings. Of course, we go back into the universe as little atoms and whatnot. Maybe, our next lifetime as an atom is in a tree in the forest of Washington State, and another atom is in the tree, in the landscape. To me, that's nonsense. How can you hold that view when you have all this other evidence?
Next up, let's go to Steve in Casa Grande, Arizona. Welcome to the show. Hey, Steven, go ahead.
Yo,
how you doing, George? Remember I'm the Elvis?
My Elvis buddy, that's right. That's one of my favorite songs are inspirational Elvis. And well, my question was,
Must be the
what if
fucking dog thing.
God has a higher power
Yo,
to look
dog.
up to?
I don't even fucking know I'm using Twitter.
What if God had a higher
Don't
power?
make
I
it
don't
that
think there's
fast.
anything higher than for you.
Why? I gotta see your fucking bird.
You know, I'm going to be careful how I respond.
What is this bullshit? What is better than that? Dude, I'm in the app, yo.
There are religious
Oh my Christ.
among some that argue for something like
Yes.
eternal progression. Meaning, you know, in one case, maybe what we're looking for is escape from the wheel of rebirth, escape from moksha. And that's immersion, one in the one. One in the one, that means that we all become a part of
That
what
was
we
really
think of
good.
as God.
That website.
Protestant theologians
Yoshi.
compare themselves as a body to us as individuals and then our whole being as being a God. Panentheism is that it's called, not to be confused with pantheism. That process theology.
Where's the fucking button to go live, dog?
Analytically, we could
Log
say,
in.
well, every cell of our body has the total clonal
It's like-
capacity.
I swear to God, they don't make this shit very
So
easy.
that we can
Huh?
turn
I
and
don't
turn
know.
your fish, dolly the sheep, and so on.
Yo, log in.
I don't know. The
Okay.
answer to that is, yeah, I would not want to put a definition. I would not
No
want
one's
to
watching
say
this.
there is or there isn't. I kind of
You can
find a
definitely
comfort
watch.
level speed in thinking there is a grand organizing
I
designer,
know when you click this and it's like, oh,
and I'm not going to
yeah,
go
no.
beyond that.
that's not
Although, do
something.
you feel sorry for people who do not have spirituality?
Oh, no, internet works.
It depends on the person, George. It comes back to that conversation. I know
These
atheists and
people,
agnostics.
yeah,
And I
these
won't say
dumb
atheists. I
motherfuckers
don't know
who are
any
fucking
atheists
networking like a
because I don't
motherfucker. These people
personally know
suck.
any.
And
This
folks who
system
don't know
was
what an
designed by
agnostic is, they
assholes.
want proof.
God damn it,
Yeah, but
fucking God.
see, the agnostics I know were those people that have
No,
told me
no.
they were atheists and then passed
Better
away
not fast, all right?
after we had prime
Oh.
conversation like you and I are having. Those people,
Yo.
for the most
Oh,
part,
no. Oh, you wanted to. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Shichak Brathy. Oh, I'm sorry. You wanted to. Oh, okay.
But you live
Okay.
a spiritual life.
No.
You care about the people around you.
Are you done?
Go
You're
to
done.
doing the kinds of
Are you
things
done?
that qualify you
That's
as
the most racist thing that you do.
a human being, the best you
That'll be
can
racist.
be. Well,
Really?
I'm not going to condemn
No,
that either.
I
I think atheism, scientism, these are religions. And so we have to just recognize that, it doesn't matter whether they are a religion or they're not a religion. What matters is the people.
Exactly. Eldon, thank you again. The name of the book, Questioning Spirituality. Come back again. You've got a
I
blank
want
check.
him to go downstairs.
Up next, Sally
and try
Cole
to
joins
fucking
us.
enjoy it.
Spirit Speaker, a medium's guide to death and dying.
The Coast website is now conveniently optimized for mobile
Yep.
devices. If you're a Coast
Oh, no.
insider, you can listen to live and past shows right on your phone. Just visit coasttocoastam.com, your iPhone or Android browser.
Famed legal professor Alan Dershowitz tells Newsmax that America is now a banana republic. An American president has been indicted. It's never happened before. Now Newsmax Rob Schmidt is exposing the political attack on Donald Trump and America's laws. Tonight, Rob Schmidt looks at secret players, including billionaire George Soros, who's been targeting Trump. Meanwhile, he says new documents prove the Biden family got cash from China. But the big media, he says, is ignoring this scandal. Watch Rob Schmidt tonight at 4 p.m. Pacific.
Y'all know who
It's the
fucking
hottest show on
Million is?
cable. Find Newsmax on major cable systems, even back on DirecTV and Uverse. Plus, get Newsmax on Roku, Samsung, Vizio, Pluto, Zumo, and more. Download the Newsmax
Why isn't there just a
app for
button
free
that
on
says
your
go
iPhone
live?
or Android and start watching anytime, anywhere.
Listen to this motherfucker with all his fucking
Your
ideas.
friends and family to tune in today and
Updates.
watch Rob Schmidt Tonight.
I've tried a lot of language learning apps lately, and Rosetta Stone is hands down my favorite. I love that it teaches you phrases you can use in real-life conversations, and it has the best speech recognition tool.
Well,
It tells you how accurate your pronunciation is, so you can
you're like
really nail
fucking
your
expert.
accent in almost any language you love, like Spanish, Italian, Chinese, and Korean. Or get access to all 25 languages for life with Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Check it out at rosettastone.com. The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle
Don't
the
make
money
it
you
at all
have
very
in a more
organized or
purposeful way.
make it look
Join
like
host
I'm just
Joel
a
and Matt
fucking
for
drunk
personal
here. Just
finance
someone
nuggets that
who's drunk
actually
at the
make a
key.
difference
And
in your
you're
life.
like, how did that someone's like, you're like, look,
The deal drive the destination.
whatever that
It might
motherfucker
not
was
be on
saying,
your
it
radar,
fucking
but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah. When you take this tactic,
Andy
it allows you
Griffin,
to travel
who's
more.
the fuck is
You're
gonna
doing
type
it
out your
for
fucking
money.
description?
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio
That's
app.
how
or
funny
wherever you get your
alcoholism used to be.
podcasts.
Kids would be like, oh yeah, that's the town drunk. He gets the keys and locks himself in and it's really nice. That's how they used to be. Fucking
AM 640.
Alright, dog.
Stimulating
What
talk.
is it? It's called YouTube?
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Well, you didn't talk. We
Black
like
box
you
recovered.
didn't talk.
I
But
repent.
you
And the KFI
were like,
24-hour newsroom. The black boxes have been
But-
recovered from two Army Black
Now
Box
we know what's going
helicopters
on.
that crashed in Kentucky last month, killing 9 soldiers. Isaac John Dale of Los Angeles was among those. The helicopters crashed during a night training mission near Fort Campbell, Kentucky on March 29th. The Army also announced that 3 of the 9 soldiers who died have been posthumously promoted to the next higher grade. A woman and a 9-year-old boy stabbed by a homeless man at an LA Target store last November are now suing the store. The stabbing happened when a homeless man walked into the store and grabbed a 9-inch butcher-style knife off
I'll
the
give you a
shelf.
9-inch
Randomly
butcher style
started
knife.
stabbing the victim. The lawsuit also lists Brookfield Properties and Watermark Security Group as defendants. Target says they now lock knives behind its display case. Johnson & Johnson is attempting to file for bankruptcy to pay out a $9 billion settlement. This will settle all current and future claims that their health-based products cause cancer. They tried to file for bankruptcy in 2019 to settle, but an appeals court ruled the company was not in financial distress. Metrolink is offering free train rides for Earth Day. That's April 22nd. Head to their app and get the pass. Former President Donald Trump has pleaded not guilty to 34 felony counts related to alleged hush money payments prior to the 2016 election.
And I never thought anything like this could happen in America. Never thought it could happen.
No.
The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it.
And SpaghettiOs has released a new flavor. It's all for millennials. It's called SpaghettiOs Spicy Original, and it's loaded with Frank's Red Hot sauce. South
I
Weather
swear to
KFI is sunny today. High for reaching
That's going to be a phenomenon, and I'm going to hate everyone. Really? Frank's Red Hot?
48 for
Shit,
Manhattan
it's going
Beach
to be
and
a
42
fucking phenomenon.
2008.
Why?
Really local from the KFI 24-hour
Are you
newsroom.
done?
I'm Bree Tennant.
Yo, dog, my friend. Listen, you know? We'd be like, oh, there's IRL. Dog, just as Can't IRL. Oh, okay. Hey, Raisin.
Before Gary Avenue. We're going to report the potholes of the 2x3 there. He's on the way. Watch for the
About
late.
5 or like
Ended Montebello. There
just
works on. It's on the 16 South and Finley to Brookfield Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to
There
be
you go.
shut down for those
Oh,
working.
was it easy to find? Oh, yo, it's one of the easiest fucking things I've ever seen in my
Your
entire
air
life.
purifier, like
Safe.
your life depends on it because, well, you just might. The recent
That was great.
biochemical disaster showed us
Slow mo.
toxic air threatens our health.
Yoshi.
EnviroCleanse is the next
No.
generation in
7.
home air
No,
purification.
Yoshi sucks.
It's specifically designed to
Stream
wipe out
key.
airborne
Oh, let's
viruses,
stream it.
germs,
Whoa.
and chemicals known to cause allergies,
Oh,
illness, and difficulty breathing. Even toxic
bet, yo,
fumes
I'm
from a
so good
recent
at this
train
shit.
derailment were no match for EnviroCleanse. A single EnviroCleanse unit removes
What?
99% of the dangerous compounds that were found in the homes near the chemical disaster. If it can clear the air after a toxic spill, imagine how it can help keep your family healthy. Only EnviroCleanse comes with a free air quality monitor monitor. Visit
What is this motherfucking thing called?
and use the promo code
Lots of
Conway for
cans.
10% off
Hey,
your
yeah,
environmental home
like,
purification
dude,
unit.
don't put
Plus,
my
you get the
kid
free
in
air
there.
quality
Kid,
monitor
Kid's
and
not available.
free
So it's gotta be
shipping.
custom
That's
euro.
$150
Custom euro.
savings.
Where'd you make custom euro?
TKPure.com, promo
Custom.
code Conway. TKPure.com, promo code
Shoot.
Conway.
Shoot.
Hello, Morongo. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
Especially then, usually then out of nowhere, might be streaming,
Number
stream.
4.
Not that shit.
Three.
Not
And the number
I
2.
stream. You must set your. I did that for 2 minutes. So off that for 2 minutes.
And the number 1 reason.
Right, well, it says like,
Morongo
dude, you're gonna show you offline for 2 minutes, and I didn't need that. And they got this
aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but
Yeah.
are just outright fun to own?
Yo,
Have you ever wanted a Rolex but never thought you could afford one?
no, she.
Well, let me suggest Bob's watches.
Okay.
Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more.
Okay, are you done?
Buy, sell,
Is
or
it
trade.
hard?
They
Oh,
have
yeah,
huge
done.
inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on
Bob's
all
on.
orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex
Besides the
watches
watch.
too. Bob's Watches
Yo,
is a trusted
yo,
online
oh, this
store to
fucking
buy
thing
or
is
sell
coming.
modern
Where
and
is it?
vintage
It used to have
luxury
a
pre-owned watches,
skip, isn't it?
and all watches are
Oh, wow,
100%
wow.
authentic and
Drop
independently
frames.
certified. Now you get $200 off
99.5%.
Google Bob's Watches and my name, Bill Handel. Click the link at the top
Well, that
and the
means
discount
that
automatically applies to your order.
0.6%.
Looking to sell your luxury watch? Get a fast and easy quote online.
I like how it
Experts
says
Google
zero drop
Bob's
frame.
Watches and Bill Handel. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident,
Yo,
call
it's been going for
24 Jacob.
Only iHeartRadio gives
No.
you access to all your favorite radio stations.
It's early in the morning, over 24.
Offline.
Striker,
Was this your
all the
favorite
ones
thing?
who
Did you say offline? Yeah. Why? Just be like, oh, God. That guy down me, bitch. God damn it. 2 minutes, man. This motherfucking thing had 2. Profile. Yeah, that. Oh. That's good, though. Yeah. Oh, no, this is good. Oh. Oh, it's too small. And like they couldn't make that big. Yeah. It's like you assholes. Are you done later? Huh? I'm gonna do
You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. We have a special guest for you, Sally Crow. Her work is called Spirit Speaker.
Yeah, this guy has
Guide to
2,000
Death and Dying, and that's next on Coast to
Oh,
Coast
yeah.
AM.
There's
Well, when the
some
banks
banner.
fail, when bonds are devalued,
Oh,
when the
you
stock
want-
market
you wanna
is
see all
in
this shit?
turmoil, you'll
Oh.
be glad you own gold, especially now,
Oh.
something you can hold
How
physically
about this?
at your home, at your house, and now you can also hold it in a retirement account. That's right. In fact, if you have an old IRA or 401k that's tied to a risky stock market,
I like
you
how
can
it
roll
says
that
Twitter's
over
face.
without spending
Like
an
you
additional
fucking-
penny to a
What
physical
in the
IRA in
fuck,
precious
dog?
metals. And Birch Gold can help you own physical gold at a tax shelter
Pay
account.
TV is so
I've known
fucking
Birch Gold
slow.
for a long time. Great people. They've been on the show several times. Simply text the word Coast if you would to 989898. Use that as the phone number.
I hope I
And
get
a free
I
info
get
kit on gold.
mixed.
No obligation to educate yourself on how to diversify in this highly volatile market.
Yo,
With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of happy customers and countless 5-star reviews, you can trust Coach Gold to give you honest advice on protecting your
So
savings
then
with gold.
that's
Simply
perfect.
text Coast to 98
Yo.
98 98 and find peace of mind with gold.
What is this? Twitter? Energy.
Execution will lend to, but he's trying to convince us he's
Damn
gone.
it. Fuck.
Therefore, incapable of being scared.
Yeah, watch this post. They told. What is this? Oh, it's good. Go, she's a thing like this.
Maxwell uses scratches and bruises and hair.
This
Find
is
that
actually a little shit.
must be allergic to
Confirmed, dog.
another vet that eats the brain. Third vet says he's
Channel is
allergic.
currently
Then somebody says
off.
it took 2 weeks, and the dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out.
All that shit's
The
tight.
diet is a big part of
And
Maxwell's diet.
what the fuck? Yo, she's banner free. Oh, well, oh my Christ. Yo,
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Sally Crow is a natural psychic medium who's been aware of her gifts since
I like the
childhood.
banner
We'll
free.
talk about that. And for more than
That
30
is
years,
great.
she has worked as a seer, using
Hey,
the tarot and runes as her tools. With her ability to divine the future and revisit the past, she advises her clients with compassion and a straightforward approach. As a medium, she helps people to connect with their beloved dead, family, friends, and loved ones who have passed, as well as making connections with the guiding spirits who watch over them. As an intuitive healer, Sally Crow is dedicated to helping the beings of our planet and the Earth itself. And she is a Reiki master in 6 schools of Reiki. That's amazing. A sound healer, druid, and practitioner of runes, elder, and sound.
Okay.
Sally Crow, welcome to Coast.
Stream?
Thank you, George. I'm really happy to be
Okay,
here.
okay. You must set your stream info before going live.
People hear me
Once you set
mention
your
name,
channel,
they
it'll
think
be
it's
live
Sally,
or quick.
S-A-L-L-Y,
Once you
your
stop,
last
your
name is
stream
Crow.
will show
Tell me
up.
about the combination.
Oh, so it says
Right. Well, my name is Sally Crow, but it's spelled SALICROW. And Sally is my birth name, and Crow is a spiritual name that I've worked with for probably the last 30 years. And
profile channel.
it is also something that is
I mean, that's all
connected
cool.
to my family. So more than one person in my family uses the word crow in connection to themselves on a spiritual level, or
Wow, I have one
both
problem.
my sister and I, who
Time
are
live. What
professional
the fuck is
psychics,
this
also
shit?
use it in our
Channel is
work
totally
life.
offline.
How
What
did
the
you
fuck
know
is
you
this
had
shit?
this gift as a little girl?
Well, I was very fortunate, George,
It's
in
a
that
stream.
my great-grandmother was my first teacher. My father was raised by his grandmother, so I'll just call her Granny Brown from this point forward because it makes it a lot easier. So my parents were really young. My dad was a Vietnam vet. My
What the
mom
fuck is going
was
on?
actually a teenager. And so my grandmother was a key part of raising me, and she was a medicine woman. People used to come to see her for her to look into their lives and their problems, to talk to their dead, to have medicine or herbal concoctions. And so I was being guided from the time I was like 3 or 4 years old.
Since this has happened to you, you've gotten more and more pronounced and better as the years go by. What have you learned?
Well, I think that one of the big things that I've learned is that I personally believe we are going through a psychic evolution, and that more and more people are becoming more empathic. They are having more intuitive and psychic moments themselves. And so the biggest thing that I have really seen is that this, in my opinion, is what we need to do in order to be able to
make it through the changes that are coming to our planet is we have to become more conscious.
Alright, chat,
And I see that psychic ability is a natural ability. So I like to tell people
you must
that,
set your stream info
remember
before.
that
Okay,
the
I
word
get that. I
supernatural
understand that. I'm not
is
fucking
still
stupid.
natural.
Start
It's like,
streaming.
if you go to McDonald's and you
Channels
get a
currently
super
alpha.
size or a
Live
fries,
on
it's
I
still
stream my
eating
info.
fries. It's
Just
eating
chat.
a bigger version of that.
Now it says stream.
Exactly. And so psychic ability
Channels
is
currently
an
alpha.
enhanced natural ability.
No,
Sally,
bitch.
what
What the fuck?
is it?
You know,
Can I just call you Sally?
Sure, that
No.
works.
No.
What is?
What's your
What
name?
would you say
Sally.
is your special?
Call me Ted.
Oh,
Just chatting.
I've done this for a long time.
No.
I think that when
Yoshi.
people ask me what do people
Yoshi.
come to me for the most, I would say spirit communication. In particular, I am because I'm also a healer, I'm a deep level counselor around spirit communication. So I don't do any entertainment spirit communication. I'm not going to go to a haunted house. I'm not going to go to a haunted house. I'm going to help the family, not have some kind of entertainment value. So spirit communication is definitely the thing that I think people seek out for the most. But I've been a healer for the last 20 years, and I work a lot with people with trauma, particularly sexual trauma, and with addiction. Anything that comes with the end of life and grieving. So, I have a lot of
Oh, that was
that
really
I
good.
do. I actually get,
Really?
like, my local area within counselors
You
and
have to allow
therapists come
notifications
to
to
teach
use
themselves as
Oh,
well
okay.
as send their
Another
clients
option.
to me because I am a pretty practical person as well.
I bet that's
Being
you.
a book spirit speaker, you deal with a lot of sensitive areas as well, such as suicide. So
Yeah.
what goes through somebody's
Are you
mind
done?
contemplating suicide?
Oh,
Well, I don't know what goes through each individual mind, but what I can say that's common is
the one I
that
want. Yeah.
the person
Cool. What's
is
this do?
drowning in their emotions.
Oh,
So I have learned this from working with the dead that
Holy fuck.
I like to describe our emotions on a volume dial of 0 to 10, like if you're turning up the stereo. And most people go through life with their emotions set at about a 3 or a 4. People who are suffering from high-level anxiety, depression, and mental illness can be experiencing their emotions at as high as an 8 or a 9. And if we were to imagine ourselves having to live every moment of our life with our stereo blaring it out at its top volume, you can understand how exhausting and overwhelming that can be. So I think that the thing that's going through everybody's mind when they reach that point is they're exhausted. They feel like they've been in hell.
Then what?
And
Next in the output.
I don't think anybody does such a thing as a choice, really. I feel like it's something that is in many ways
Oh, there you go. Here,
an
settings,
overwhelming
output.
experience.
Oh, you didn't know about
Get to the
output?
person before they kill themselves or after they have killed themselves?
What is this?
Well, I've worked with people with severe depression, anxiety, and trauma, so I'd like to think that I'd help some people before they get to that point. But most of the people who I deal with around suicide, which I do prefer to call it died from suicide instead of committed suicide. I think this is an important thing for us to think of because committed makes it sound like it is an act of crime, when in truth it's really something that comes out of deep suffering. So when, in my experience, it's mostly families who have lost somebody to suicide who come to me and I am communicating with the spirit. That being said, like I said, I have helped a lot of people who are struggling with very deep depression, anxiety, addiction. So both things.
In chapter 3, you talk about the gray. What is the gray?
So the gray is a term that Spirit gave me a long time ago that refers to the space that we enter when we may It's usually when we're dying and whatever is going on for us, we think it better. So when they talk about a person being in the gray, most of the time they have reached in their physical decline in which whatever they're doing for treatment isn't going to work. They're on their way out. And sometimes people can be in the gray when they have recently crossed the spirit and don't know quite yet or understand that they have passed. So they refer to it as the gray. I talk about it a lot like pregnancy. So the death and birth is the end of the same circle or the same, passage that we go through.
Cool.
And when somebody is pregnant, you obviously see physical signs that a child is coming, with the mother's belly growing, and when somebody is dying, the days start to become more tangible in the spirit world.
That's all the help
So
you're going to give me?
that means that they are likely to have more experiences with their dead. So a lot of times this will happen when people are, either in hospice or in nursing home, or even passing in their own home. But when they've reached that state of their illness shortly before death, they're more likely to talk about having visitations from loved ones who crossed into spirit. And this is because they
do you think you can't see the street
in some ways almost creating that portal between
because it's not just going,
realms themselves with their process of dying.
Interesting take on all of this. And
this is really great.
dying meaning to most people? Just the end of the physical existence, but there's much more active. Tell us about that.
Yeah. Well, I do think that dying is the big one, right? We all have questions. We all wonder what's going to happen.
We're all going to get there eventually.
Yes, we are. And for some people, there's a tremendous amount of fear, mostly because they don't have tangible proof that there's an afterlife.
Now this was probably...
It's one of the things that I've often said that if you're a person who is spirit sensitive, you don't have to rely on faith because you're having a personal experience. But most people are relying on faith. And that doesn't necessarily mean religious faith, but it means faith. So for most people, they have to be able to believe and count on that. I personally believe in reincarnation. I've never met spirits that's been to heaven or hell, but I do believe there's likely a higher realm of existence, but I do not believe that you get there in one shot. I don't believe it. I have a lot of, my mind, even as a child, used the idea that, if it is one shot, how is it even close to fair? You should be born into this loving, caring family with lots of opportunities, or if you're born into war-torn, world in which you're starving and your parents are dead and you are given a gun at 6 years old, that doesn't seem fair. So, and in my own experience, I, have talked to many spirits that when they die, they talk about becoming all that they ever were.
Did you ever meet a spirit, Sally, that you didn't like?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I met spirits that weren't healed. That's a good way of putting it. And most of the time, I personally work with beloved dead, so I'm usually working with spirits that are being sought out by their loved ones. But I've also been put in situations in which people came to me to confront a spirit that had hurt them in life. So the unfinished business being more on the end of that confrontation, than the healing. That was difficult. I never really liked it, but I don't know until I get into that situation and handle it with grace, I think. I've also helped people to remove spirits from their homes and that those spirits were harmful. Even though most of the time I prefer to negotiate and just give the spirit house rules, I have had a few that were very, unpleasant. I had a house, a family called me actually during the pandemic, and they had their daughter was having out upstairs, and when they called, one of the first things I saw, I was like, okay, so I'm looking out the middle bedroom upstairs, and I look out, I can see that there's a farm out kitty corner from where you are. And long story short, I was able to describe the fact that they had found something in a wall when they took apart their porch. The man who was living in their house was a really, really unpleasant human being who had hurt a lot of people and had a lot of problems with alcoholism, and he was probably one of the least pleasant people that I have encountered on a personal level, because most of the time I like to negotiate in his case it was just me as removing from the home.
Did he die in the house?
He did not. And that's kind of a, a myth that a lot of people believe, is that we have to die in a place in order to, haunt it, if you will. But it's really more that we have to die and we'll go to a place that we're very familiar with. If we're not ready to cross over, and a lot of times that comes out of the living person's fear of death, and that doesn't mean everybody who's afraid of death is going to get stuck. There's a lot of unfinished business, and like this person's case, there was a lot of misdeeds that they would not want to have to look at. So yeah, you don't have to die in a place in order for a spirit to take up residency there. It's just more likely.
Is there any regret selling from some of these spirits that have committed such heinous acts?
Oh yeah.
They do have regrets.
Yeah, a lot. Especially because I'm sure that this isn't surprising to anybody that, we have an opioid crisis in our country and the world, but it's something that I've noticed tremendously from, the last 5-6 years, the amount of spirits I'm coming into contact with who have passed due to their own, partially responsible for their own passing, whether it was, potential overdose or not. And one of the things I try to tell families is that you almost, when you have a loved one who has mental illness of some kind, whether it's, diagnosed or not, that you almost have to look at them like two different people when they pass. There is the addiction and the things that happen through that, and then there is this clarity from the person you love, because they're no longer dealing with that, that first of all, the addiction, but second of all, remembering that when we die, our emotions get turned down. If we go back to that volume dial I was talking about, that most people have the volume set at about a 3 or a 4. People who have a lot of anxiety or depression do. And that allows us to analytically review our life, to look at it, to see not only our experience of it, but what happened with other people and what their take on it was, or what was actually going on for them. I think of it as like making it more like watching something on television and then having to be in that deep emotional state. So when we watch something that's hard on television or a movie, we feel it, but it's not as overwhelming. And so, the spirits get that clarity. So that's why, when we have somebody who has so much hardship around them, in most cases, we are going to find that there is remorse, that there is, that you get to really almost communicate with that part of that person that you really love and hope to be able to find their way back to the surface. And while they at the same time are able to communicate about the things that they also did, they don't suddenly become nothing bad ever happened. They still have to deal with those things, but they have more clarity because their mind isn't fogged by their emotions. Their mind isn't fogged by, the drugs that they may have been taking.
There's a lot more clarity.
Sally's website, linked up to coasttocoastam.com. The book we're talking about is called Spirit Speakers. She also has one called The Path of the Elemental Witchcraft. We'll talk a little bit about that, Sally, as well. And when did you realize, the psychic stuff happened when you were a young girl? When did you realize you were a medium?
Well, I knew I was a medium as a young girl, too, because I had experiences with spirits since I was a child. But I started working professionally as a psychic reader when I was 18.
Okay, stay with us. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and chat more, then we'll take calls with you next hour. She will do reading us next hour.
She will not
You
talk
can ask
about
her a specific question. We will not talk about the dead
it's like she has
or
some
the departed for her. You don't do that at this point.
Feeling lost? Not close to your radio? Grab your smartphone or computer and listen to iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio app in the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com.
Before you can stream on King.com, you have to have OBS or Streamlabs downloaded. I'll link both of the links in the description below. You cannot download, you cannot stream on console yet, so you cannot stream on PlayStation or Xbox. This is PC only thing. You can't stream on mobile. And King app will be coming out pretty soon. As you can see right here, I have OBS downloaded. I have all my scenes, my sources.
Nearby 24-hour newsroom. A woman and a 9-year-old boy stand by a homeless man at an LA Target store last November are now suing the store. The stabbing happened when a homeless man walked into the store, grabbed a 9-inch butcher-style knife off his shelf, and randomly stabbed the two victims. The lawsuit also lists Brookfield Properties and Watermark Security Group as defendants. Target says they now lock knives behind the display case. A 25-year-old TikTok influencer in Orange County has her sights set on Congress. Cheyenne Hunt is a student at UC Irvine and has announced her candidacy for California's 45th congressional district. She has over 60,000 followers and 3 million likes on her TikTok account. And former President Donald Trump has pleaded not guilty to 34 felony counts. South on weather from KFI. Sunny today with highs in the mid to upper 60s. Right now it's 46 in Aliso Viejo. Yorba Linda has 45. 44 from Valencia and 43 in San Diego. We leave local. On the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kennedy.
In Costa Rica, there is a full freeway closure 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. Long Beach, we have good news. Earlier crash that was on the 710 northbound right before the 405 has been cleared from lanes. You guys got the full speed in that area. Grand Terrace, there is a work zone 215 northbound from Mount Vernon to the 10. 3 left lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. KFI in the sky, let's get you there faster. I'm Brian Dan. Here in Southern California, energy prices aren't just going through the roof, they are going through your windows. Hey, Neil Stavaker, if you have old wood, aluminum, or even vinyl windows, now is the perfect time to have American Vision windows installed. Dual pane, energy-efficient windows custom made for you. 20 years ago, the owners, Bill Gaffney, started American Vision windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows. They won't let that happen to you. They use some matrix technology to prevent dust, mold, moisture, bacteria, and excessive sound from getting into your home. Until April 30th, they'll pay your tax or give you free expert installation. CFLB number 778-326. That's the window company that I use and I trust. My family and friends trust American Vision Windows. Call today, get that free estimate, 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or go to AmericanVisionWindows.com.
Seriously, my dealership just fixed the transmission.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fix. AA, MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Hey, it's me. Get what you always wanted from your home. Safe and delicious drinking water from every tap. A light source whole house water system removes 99% of chlorine and other contaminants for delicious water and softer skin and hair. No maintenance, no soap. And now on approved credit, own a light source system for as low as $75 a month. Call Light Source today at 800-803-2696, 800-803-2696, or visit lightsourcewater.com. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Full Sleep Like a Baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Format. 47. I haven't seen that. That's fucking stupid. Alright. Let's see what you have over here. Let's go, baby.
From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Story.
As I mentioned, we'll take calls with you next hour with Sally Crow. She will do readings for you. Just need a specific question for her. We will not talk about dearly departed.
Lady, tell me about the afterlife.
So she wants to handle it.
Lady, if I want to see something.
ParanormalDate.com went over the mark. 9 people now to go to get 159,000 signed up members at ParanormalDate.com.
No, dog.
ParanormalDate.com. You meet the most fantastic people. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer.
Have you ever been heard of them.com or Accent? How you been, baby? Come on.
The paranormal. It's that kind of stuff. But you can
Remember when this sucks?
Oh, well,
No,
nice
she-
to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay. Guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Jerry, good luck with that.
No,
You can find a website for my unique interest. What is one it do? Have you thought about ParanormalDate.com? Oh, what the? What? Well, who are you? I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalDate.com. It's a website for people looking for people like you. Remember?
remember when everybody used to play?
I'll give it a try. Well, let's try this again. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on
Yeah, you are fucking
ParanormalDate.com
simple as
is
that.
very
Yes,
interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Well,
Yeah.
It
Did you
was
report to
so
Mufon?
intense, but not as intense as me. You,
Slut.
Alien chasing for it, but I
Hey,
kind of
every
like it.
wow.
I like that I didn't report it to Mufon, fucking bitch.
Maybe ParanormalDate.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear at George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special something with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course the paranormal, come to the dating site Inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code George for a great discount. ParanormalDate.com. You are not alone. This time on Mantis X for a moment, if you'd like to improve your marksmanship, you need the Mantis X. The Mantis X will improve your ability dramatically.
a must-have for every responsible gun owner. The Mantis X is a high-tech, easy-to-use system. It's used extensively by the military to use their aim quickly and gives you the confidence in their ability to do things.
8 hours ago.
You attach the Mantis X to your firearm
What is
and
going
connect
on
it with
here,
an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth that gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, how to correct that technique. And the Mantis X is like a firearms instructor right there in your pocket. 94% of the users improving within 20 minutes using Mantis X. And the best part is you can use it at home.
Are you
You
done?
can do what they call dry fire practice at home, and the Mantis X is the best way to train
Is
at
it
home.
done?
No driving to the range, spending money on range fees and ammo.
Oh, it didn't
You
end?
save a ton of money and improve your shooting. Start improving today. Get yours at MantisX.com. It's Mantis, M-A-N-T-I-S, X.com.
Real people, real stories.
Bruising.
So I had an appointment
Lady,
with
tell
the
me about your
surgeon,
bruising.
and he was telling me what he was going to do,
Okay.
and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on Carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay," and my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising, that's all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the Carnivora, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises." I can't put my finger on it, I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the Carnivora.
It has to. I doubt it. In fact, I don't think it is.
Visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
Okay.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George going back with Sally Crow, Spirit Speaker. And where do you get the book, Sally?
You can get the book at any major bookseller, as well as a lot of small ones, like Barnes & Noble, Amazon, Books A Million, Indie Books. It is published through Inner Tradition Publishing, so you can order directly from them as well.
Are you a believer in heaven and hell?
I don't know that I believe in them in the way that they're traditionally presented. I believe that hell is more of an experience of having, you believe that spirits go into having to review their life. And if we have done really horrendous things in our life,
That would be my question.
and we have to spend,
I'm really trying to think this out.
spend a good majority of time, we're going to have a lot of time in that process of reviewing it. So I believe in some ways that becomes its own hell. As I said earlier, I believe in reincarnation and haven't really met anybody who's been to hell, but I do believe that souls can reach a higher state of enlightenment that, could be described as a heaven. I just personally think it takes a while to get there, not, we have one shot, and there we go. I think it's multiple lifetimes of processing through different learning experiences and to develop as a soul.
You talk about honoring and anointing in chapter 5. What?
So when I'm talking about anointing the dead, I really believe that
What's going on here?
we are suffering greatly from a bleached out version of death in which takes place in hospitals and nursing homes, in which we are in contact with our dead as fully. And I don't have a problem with those places. I just don't think it's enough. And I highly recommend for people that if they have the opportunity to honor and anoint their own dead, you have to do so. And that means to take the time to bathe the body of their beloved, to perfume it or oil it or put on their favorite aftershave or whatever it is that you do. And even if your loved one dies in the hospital, you can still ask the nursing staff to give you a bucket of warm water and some soap, and
What
you
in
can,
the
clean
fuck,
them up, make them look
Test
good.
again?
The
You
part
try?
of it that is really healing too, because you're caring for the person that you love.
No.
I'd rather have a mortician do that.
Some people would, but there is a growing number of people who don't want a mortician to be the person who's doing that. And so,
What
this
the fuck
isn't
is
about
this?
like a one thing fits all. You might be a person who would rather have the mortician clean them up, but traditionally we did care for our own dead, and there is something really healing about that. And there's actually a large, a growing movement of people who are educating themselves around death, including, people who are studying to become death doulas.
Tell us about what you mean living with the dead.
Run the fucking speed
So, forming a living relationship with your dead is to talk to them, to tell stories about them, to maybe have an altar for them in which you can engage them. That altar becomes kind of the same equivalent as a tombstone, except for something in your home, a place you can go to sacred and connect. And have a living relationship with them means that we carry on their stories, we talk to them knowing that they can hear us and see us, and we may not be able to hear us even as clearly as they cannot, but they are there. So that living relationship with the dead. I know people who set up spaces at their wedding to honor their dead. If their parents or grandparent or favorite uncle died, they may put out a space and put an actual dinner plate somewhere, or have pictures on an altar of the loved ones in spirit who they wish could have been there with them.
So fast.
There's so many different ways that we can do it, but it's basically understanding that while we may not have full communication, we know that our loved ones are looking out for us. We know they're around us, and therefore we include them in our family festivities. If you're making grandma's, mashed potato recipe, then talk about her when you're doing.
Remember when it was like start stream?
My grandchildren know who my great grandmother is. They can tell you who Granny Brown is. And she died when I was 12 years old. So that is one way that you can have that living relationship, is by continuing to share the story and turn to them when you need advice. You may not think that you're receiving the information from them.
What's your biggest fan?
But a lot of times, spirits come through in their communication sessions and talk about things that they did help people with. You needed my help, or I know you've been going through this hard time, and I am here with you.
Tell me a little bit about the candlelight portion.
Excuse me?
The candlelights. What is that?
So I
download
to candlelight as an analogy to luminosity that we put off into the spirit world. So if we imagine that it's dark.
Now it's fine.
And our beloved dead need to find us in that darkness. And so we all put off the light of a tea light candle. And that makes it so that our beloved dead can find us wherever we are. It doesn't matter if you made it to their funeral. Good morning, then they know that they see you. And then a medium or somebody's natural ability in spirit communication is going to put out a brighter light to the point where a skilled medium sometimes, puts out a light of a lighthouse, which allows spirits from all over to be drawn down.
An out-of-body experience. You tie that into some of this?
A lot of people, when they're dying, start to have out-of-body experiences. This is not an uncommon thing. My grandfather, I've had experience with death, not just as spirit talking to me, but being present in death since I was a little kid too. I think it was kind of my education. My grandfather died when I was 23, and I was one of the people who would go over and he was having experience that he had driven a bike in his local town for most of his life. So he had, And when I came over one day, my aunt and her husband were, they weren't meaning to make fun of him. They just didn't understand. But they were like, I think he's losing his mind because he keeps talking about flying around Whitefield, which was the town that, Whitefield, New Hampshire was the town that he ran a file truck in. And I had had an out-of-body experience, full out-of-body experience the first time 2 years before when I had my first child. And I had a cesarean, and all of a sudden found myself up in the corner of the hospital room looking down upon myself and my husband, taking care of the baby. So I knew what was happening, so I went and talked to him about it and was able to give my grandfather some peace in the understanding that, our body and our soul are separate. His ability to recognize that he kept having these experiences while he was laying in bed dying of cancer, kept having these experiences of following these routes that he had followed so many times in his life, it made sense to him. And it helped to open up a conversation in which, I ended up having my grandmother, his mother, come to me in my dream and tell me that I had to go tell him that, she was waiting for him.
Yo, dog, I don't even know what to do with that.
And I did. And he was able
With that for
to
once in my life.
he already
Here
understood
is,
his fear was taken away.
what is it called?
Yeah, I was outside of my body, which means that our spirit and our body
Here is Stevie Wonder
What is
with
it
For Once in
about
My Life.
the dying stage
Motherfuckers, hurry up.
What do they see
Oh, you want
before
to
they
install
die?
it?
I mean, there's been quotes of prominent people who have died. Sam Kinison, when he died in a car crash, went, okay. When he didn't want to die, but then all of a sudden he went, okay. Stephen Jobs from Apple Computer, oh wow. It just seems that they see something at the moment of death. What do you think that is?
Well, I think that I do believe that people experience life.
What do you want to say?
I feel like
Fine,
in some ways,
I've been waiting.
if somebody has ever done
I can
a
taste this fucking bullet.
journey of sorts with
No, they won't give me a bullet. They won't give me a gun case, and I can't afford it.
that they may have experienced something that is somewhat similar in the way that the colors and the prisms and the light, experience happens. But the other thing that the dead experience is a rapid visitation of everybody who they care about. They in many ways kind of view this twittering around. The people who come back and talk about it, they didn't completely cross over because they came back. My sister actually is a person who had a near-death experience. She died on the operating table a couple of years ago, and before she did, she had a surgery that her incision came off, and so she had to go back for a second surgery. It was an emergency thing. I was following her and her husband. I was about 5 minutes behind them on the highway, and my dad and my grandmother came in to talk to me, and they told me that my sister was going to die, and that she would have a choice on whether she came back or not.
What?
I got really mad at them and told them that they weren't taking her. But my sister did not. When she came out of her surgery, she was actually singing "I Had Died and Been Reborn," and talked about how she had seen my grandmother, and my grandmother told her that it was, that she had completed all of her, karma, if you will, all the lessons that she had set aside for herself in this lifetime, and that she could pass, but that if she did, she would miss out on the fact that she was going to become a grandmother. And my sister came back, and 2 months later, her son told her that he was pregnant, or his partner was pregnant with her first grandchild. So, I think that some people will just experience that, white light. Some people will immediately have family that are waiting for them. Some people, particularly people who may be in and out of delirium, may take a little bit longer to understand the exact moment that they pass. And usually it comes when a family, loved one, comes and gets them.
What do you think of reincarnation?
Oh, I truly believe in reincarnation. I've had past life memories since I was, again, about 3 or 4 years old. And my first book, which is actually called Jump Girl, The Initiation and Art of the Spirit Seeker, came out in 2018, was a memoir of my life growing up psychic and of a major opening I had. And part of that major opening was having a full memory of a life that I experienced in Egypt. And one of the things that happened for me was that I did vocal toning in that lifetime. I kept having these experiences. I was already a Reiki master in multiple schools of Reiki, but having these experiences in these memories of me using my voice as a healing tool. And I have now done that for 20 years. So I think that sometimes we can retrieve things when we come in contact with our parallel selves, because my own view on past lives is that I have a tendency to see them more as parallel. And I explain that, before we're 40, when we're in our linear life, but when we are outside of that, physical incarnation, time is a little bit more wibbly wobbly.
Are you scared of dying?
No.
Why not?
I've actually, I've had experiences with death my whole life. I also, during my Druid training, I did do a retreat where we actually slept in our own grave. And they were about 3-foot graves, and there was no dirt put on top of us, just a blanket that I did sleep in a hole in the ground. And actually, that was an interesting thing, because we first did all these meditations where we told you how to year to live, a month to live, a week to live, a day to live, how to picture ourselves. And then this really middle of the night ceremony where other people carried you to your grave and placed you in it, and you slept in it. I was already a medium, so I had my spirit with me, and I wasn't afraid. But for me, that actually wasn't as much of a key moment as maybe 2 weeks later. I was in a grocery store. We had a really hard, getting out of the traffic at the time was really awkward. They had put their sign in and the lights in the wrong place. And my son at the time had plugged his music into the car, and for whatever reason, he didn't go to the speaker. He got out of the grocery store and pulled out, and all of a sudden, this music came on blaring super loud at the same time that I was pulling out into traffic. And I literally jumped out of my body for a second. I was out of my body and kind of at the roof of my car. And I had a quick sense of being oh my God. And I said, I'm dead. And then I thought about my son, and I realized that I wasn't dead, and I came back to my body. But what that made me realize is that when my time comes, I am one of those people who will jump ship as soon as the impact or something happens, which is actually kind of a common thing. A lot of times spirits that die in violent situations will often describe, maybe they're in a car accident, and they will describe being outside of their body, immediately after impact. In fact, years ago, I had a young woman come through with a spirit, and she had hit a guardrail and then went into the river and passed. And I was able to tell her parents, and I was talking about it, she died on impact. That's what she keeps showing me. She didn't drown. And she didn't suffer. There was no water in her lungs. So she's one of those people who she popped out as soon as, instead of experiencing the heavy pain of death, sometimes people will just, especially if they're older souls, they'll pop out. That's the best way I can describe it.
All right, we're going to come back and take calls with you. We will do readings and questions. We ask for a question, of course. We will not talk about
what in the fuck? Lady, what's going on with the accident? Why are you so fucking obsessed with not talking about me?
That should be their next product, right? Handle World. Oh no. Oh, do you want a soda that tastes like Bill Handle? Bill Handle. I don't even want to go there. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI and on demand.
Oh, okay. That's the longest fucking number in world history. I gotta put infinity in here. Oh my god.
You walk your head up the street.
way up
My
there
bed.
and stay
Just
to come
calm down,
Hang
woman.
on, I'll get him for
Alright,
you.
calm down. Go back. Okay.
Be careful, mister.
Okay, are we good now? Chat, maybe.
Here you go.
Come
Where
on.
did you come from? And where's your
Where's
knife
the
and
platform?
tape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
Why?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty
You and I,
stuff from
Eugene.
invading your bathroom.
So
Done.
what? Hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter
Is
heroes.
it going?
Wow.
We make sure you live in a
Inch.
safe,
Inch.
clean house. So long.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
It's working.
If you have a complaint, call Reader Hero Plumbing and Air. Go online at ReaderHero.com. The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your list, but if the price is right, it should be. Right. When you take this tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I mean, the hypocrisy is stunning. Breathtaking on this. And even the most rabid anti-abortion group of people. How do you argue with a 10-year-old girl forcing her to go to church? Bill handle 16-year-old. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
We follow the news. You follow us.
KFI and KOST. 2 Los
I'm
Angeles,
so far
Orange County. You are halfway to the weekend already.
Okay.
Here's Jennifer Jones Lee with your Wednesday morning wake-up call.
Well, good morning. Just always remember, when you wake up, so dark outside, but it's Wednesday, and you're a Monday through Friday person, you only have to wake up in the middle of the night 2 more times. Woo! Try. Honestly, it helps me get up on Wednesday morning. I always have to have some little silver lining. Unlike candles, I try and find the positive. Can you imagine what waking up near him must sound like? That there are groans, curse words. I would just give you this look like, oh God, I can't imagine what it's like to wake up next to a handle.
Oh my God.
I'm not even contributing to this, so as soon as you're ready to move on, I think all of us are as well.
This is your wake-up call.
Oh, the tournament.
If that little visual didn't get you out of bed, I don't know what will. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee. Some of the stories we're watching this morning. Former President Trump has pleaded not guilty in New York to 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. The LAPD has started posting photos of people murdered throughout the city. Coming up at 5:05, we're going to talk with ABC's Karen Travers. The Biden administration is rapidly working toward designating Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich as a wrongfully detained
What
American.
in the
We'll
fuck
get into what
happened there?
efforts are being done to make sure that he gets out of Russia, that he is freed by Russia. And also, the second trailer that has been released for the upcoming Barbie movie. Normally, I think to myself, do we really need a Barbie movie? But it stars Margot Robbie, or who I think is amazing. Yeah, maybe. I'd give my vote for it just because it stars her. So let's start with some of these stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Former President Trump has pleaded not guilty in New York to 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. The charges are related to the 2016 presidential campaign. Trump flew back to his home at yesterday where he told supporters he never thought anything like this could happen in America.
From the beginning, the Democrats spied on my campaign. Remember that? They attacked me with an onslaught of fraudulent investigations.
Trump says the only crime he's ever committed was to fearlessly defend the country from those who seek to destroy it. Trump is the first former president in U.S. history to be criminally charged. Now, the judge in New York City is set Trump's next in-person court hearing for December 4th. That's about 2 months before the official start of the 2024 Republican primary. The calendar actually begins. Now, the trial could happen sometime next year. We're kind of going to pick apart what happened yesterday in court and how this is going to bump up against that presidential primary calendar when we talk with
Fuck you, man. I was pressing.
Coming up at 5:20. The LAPD has started posting photos of people murdered throughout the city.
Chief Moore says he hopes the photos will motivate people to come forward with any information to help solve the case.
This last year, our homicide clearance rate did improve from the year earlier, and 3 out of 4 homicides were solved in the city. Those remaining ones, it is our hope people will not forget these victims.
The photos are on a special page of the department's website, lapd.online. Moore says investigators have been working with the families of those killed to get personal photos and background information. The site's also updated when an arrest has been made. Steve Gregory, State
Oh, that's a
At
good
least
website.
300
How about you put it on your fucking real website? You
have filed a claim against the city over the release of their photos to an anti-police activist. Attorney Matt McNicholas says the outing of the officers has impacted operations in the department.
If you contemplate the thought of the cessation of all undercover operations currently being conducted by Los Angeles police officers, the consequences seem fairly significant.
McNicholas said yesterday some of the officers have been threatened and have had to move their families. The information was posted online after a public records lawsuit. And I heard somebody yesterday say, "Oh, this is not that big a deal." It's a big deal if you're those 300 undercover cops. If you know police officers, if you've ever had a conversation with one about social media, 9 times out of 10, either A, they just don't do it, or B, they have a page, but they never post pictures of their family. I have a friend who's a police officer and sometimes does some undercover work. I don't think in all his years of social media has ever posted a photo of his wife and child or anything that would let you know where he lives, just because of the potential for retaliation. Like, the cops are like, hey, you know what, it's one thing when you release our names and our photos, that's one thing. But on top of that, because you already put us in danger, now you're putting our families in danger. And all we're doing is trying to do the right thing by the people that we protect and serve. And that's a pretty crummy situation. When we come back, we're going to talk about what the Biden administration is doing to get that imprisoned Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich out of Russia. We'll get into that in just a second.
Yeah.
Hi, Nick Valiotini. Oh, no, sorry, Soren. I've been talking with you all morning. Soren, it's great to have you back. Thank you. There is a work still on west downside of the 105. There's heavy going right now. And I'm starting out with the boulevards and wrapping things up. Watch for amber flashing lights.
Oh, I like when you're fucking sitting on the fucking power cord. Stop. Oh. Yoshi.
And I see right both directions is a 20-minute ride between Long Beach and LAX. Can't find a sign up to you disaster. I'm sorry. 506 on your wake-up call. Karen Shavers, good morning to you. What efforts are the Biden administration making, or is the Biden administration making, to get that Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich out of Russia?
Yeah, so right now the administration is working with designating Gershkovich as a wrongfully detained American, according to officials familiar with the matter. The president started the process to determine whether that classification is appropriate right after learning about his arrest. And what this means is it's a different designation, and it would allow the U.S. to push more aggressively for his release while the legal process plays out, which could play out for a bit of time. It should compare the case to the Department's Office of the Special Envoy for Hostage Affairs. This doesn't mean they work any more hard, less hard, they're working hard on it. But it's essentially a different designation and how they classify his detention over there. An official advised the final decision has not been formally made, but the announcement could come at any time. Now, importantly, yesterday, the Wall Street Journal said that Gershkovich's lawyers, who were provided to him by the company, by Dow Jones, were able to meet with him in person immediately after his arrest. He said that he is in a good health. He's grateful for the outpouring of support from around the world. So that's a good thing. But the administration, the White House, is very concerned that embassy officials have not been able to see him. Anytime the U.S. citizen is elected abroad, they want to pursue what's called consular access.
Yeah.
Officials in the embassy can go and visit every time.
Remember when it was like,
The White
oh,
House has said that the Washington
yeah,
is
dog.
very difficult for now. The embassy
What's going on
officials are
here?
locked out to do this, and this is something that they're worried about. So they're trying to make sure that that can happen.
Yo,
They're working diligently.
what's this?
They say to get
Oh, okay.
consular access
Now we're
to
connected.
and that this is a top priority for President Biden.
Okay, so
Try it
Russia
again.
claims that
Log in.
Dershkovich is a spy, right? They
I'm
think that
ready.
somehow
Gonna have to choke a
he
bit.
was, I
All
don't know,
my
what
friends
was he
going
supposed to be some
fucking great.
beacon in Russian
Like
tensions
popular.
or something like that?
Yo,
Where
she.
it would be, hey, let's put the focus back on this guy, and this just shows that the West is trying to infiltrate us again.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
no.
reporting trip. The
Continue
31-year-old
customer
reporter for the Wall
campaign.
Street Journal. He has been working in Russia since 2017. He had worked for 2 other outlets before the Wall Street Journal, including Moscow Times. He was arrested last Wednesday on a reporting trip about 800 miles away from Moscow. He's been accused of collecting classified information on behalf of the United States. The Wall Street Journal has vehemently denied the charges. He has pleaded not guilty in a closed court hearing where his lawyer and the media were not allowed in. Currently being held in a place where the former KGB prison, known for holding high-profile prisoners.
This is
most
dialogue
experts
skills,
who
man.
follow cases
Dude,
like
I
this
saw
say
one
that
make
they're
like
probably taking him as a hostage because of tensions with the United States, and they're looking to use him as a
2 minutes
bargaining
39
chip.
seconds.
All right, Karen, thank you so much for the update.
Dude, get out of
Thank you.
See you later.
Fuck
That's it, you see, Karen Travers. I mean, it's the timing of it that all seems so suspect. If he's been over there since 2017, why all of a sudden did the Russian authorities go, hey, you know what, we're pretty sure this guy's a spy. But there's no coincidence that we just happen to be upset with the U.S. right now. Let's get back to some of these stories coming out of KFI's 24-hour newsroom. The latest effort to recall LA City Council member Kevin De Leon has failed. Organizers got just over 10,300 signatures. That was about 10,000 signatures short of what they needed to put the recall question on the ballot. The recall effort was in response to racist remarks made by some LA City Council members who were secretly recorded over a year ago and leaked in October. You have to wonder if this wasn't Kevin De Leon's idea all along. Maybe he knew that they weren't going to be able to get those, or he was banking on, I should say. He was banking on these recall organizers not being able to get the number of signatures that they needed, which is why he's just like hung on. He's like the cat on the back of the couch, you know? He just dug his claws in. He's like, I'm just going to dangle here for a while. People are going to try and get me off the back of the couch, and they're going to try and get me out of the meetings and whatever, but I'm just going to sit here. Hopefully, when push comes to shove, as it did with this vote, there won't be enough people to push him. Apparently, there's not. The LA County Board of Supervisors has voted to reduce county jail crowding by moving severely mentally ill inmates designated into designated safe beds. The board is asking for the addition of 500 beds where people struggling with mental health issues can be quartered instead of being with the general population. Board members will Solis says the move must be done carefully with public safety a priority. The safety of those in the community and the safety of those we are welcoming back to our community. Republican Supervisor Catherine Barger says the frustration is that they tossed the version, but we don't have beds to devote to. The motion passed yesterday 5-0. Chris Adler, KFI News. The Long Beach School District has agreed to pay $13 million to the family of a woman fatally shot by a campus security officer. Lona Rodriguez was left brain dead when the officer shot her through a car window after she and another girl got into a fight outside Millikan High School. Attorney Michael Carrillo says the woman's family says the money will not bring Lona Rodriguez back.
Now, it will help Mona's child for his upbringing, for his growing up, for his adult life, and fully.
The school district's policy on use of force says an officer cannot shoot into a moving vehicle or shoot at a fleeing person. The family's attorney says the district did not get much pushback when the lawsuit was filed. And the police officers who stopped a school shooting suspect in Nashville, Tennessee, have described what it was like going door to door looking for the shooter.
When we went through the doors, the shots continued. From like Training experience on Nugo sounds to be rifles. We came upon a T intersection. We didn't know if the tree was to the left or the right. Smoke was everywhere.
They're similar to the training we received.
Kids who get to go teams
and an officer who all say they'll never forget that day last week. 6 people were killed in
And don't be
shooting
one of
and
these people,
2 and 3 9-year-olds. And we have more on what they had to say coming up at 5:33 with ABC Jim Ryan. You know what? I want to hear from these guys.
That should just
They
be like a
are true heroes. And I want to hear what they had to say. I feel like this is a stage. If they want to stay up there and talk for, a day, good. They deserve it. Let's give them that respect in that time because, man, they ran right toward those gunshots. All right, we come back. What exactly did former President Trump get charged with yesterday? What might his team be able to get him out of? What things might he get stuck on? We're going to get into that with ABC's legal analyst, Royal Oak, in just a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
Let's get back to the drive with Sword and Trump checking out that drive this time on the 405. There was some kind of a 405 in Sherman Oaks. There is another work code to be aware of. They have the transition of the 101 shutdown. That'll be in place until 6 a.m. I'm taking a ride leaving Corona on the westbound side of 91. Already seeing some slowing starting at the 15. It'll stay slow off and on until you reach the 241. Okay, fine, this guy helps get you the faster.
Attention Southern California, Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. No one works harder than Semper does with esprit de corps and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit sempersolaris.com. Approved credit expires 4/12/2023. CSLB 978-152. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including ProWood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com. This is Doug Allen. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by the Play Forward Foundation.
The Lakers beat the Jazz in an overtime thriller. It clinched them a spot in the play-in, but they can still take a top 6 seed in the West. According to Forbes, Clippers owner Steve Ballmer is the second richest team owner in the world. Rams owner Stan Kroenke ranks 14th. The Dodgers beat the Rockies. The Angels were blown out by the Mariners. And round 1 of the Masters tees off tomorrow morning in Augusta. I'm Trey Bender.
The Play It Forward Foundation, or PIF, elevates and equips elite young athletes through NIL branding to support their development and secure their future. Learn more at PIFFoundation.org. Play It Forward Foundation, creating opportunity. John here. You've heard me talk for years about Cutting Dental, Southern California's premier dental practice. They're pioneers of the all-on-4 tooth-in-a-day procedure. Plus, they can handle all your dental needs from bridges to braces, fillings, cleanings, root canals, cosmetic dentistry, and more. If you're full anesthesia, I've been going for over 20 years. Call now for free exam and x-rays, 888-640-SMILE, 888-640-SMILE. Restrictions apply. If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain more employees, you could be eligible for a single tax refund of up to $36,000
That's a
per
good thing to run
employee.
right then.
Do the math
Right?
on
Oh,
that one.
no.
That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few
You're trying to
questions,
do something?
6 or 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the PPP and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the civil non-payroll tax refund program. They already returned over $3 billion to businesses in my business,
so I can pass.
a 6-figure refund. If your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few
What the
minutes.
fuck did I just
Go
say?
to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
What the fuck?
You lost your cat up the street?
Yeah, it's way up there.
You can't even fucking say
Hang on. Hold on, please.
Be careful, mister.
Yeah,
Thanks, kid.
dude, all that shit's fine.
Here you go.
Like that's gonna work.
Come from, and where's your mask and cape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged. Back it up. And we
Oh,
have to
okay.
stop that nasty stuff
No, no.
from invading your
I
bathroom.
mean, this is great.
So you're a hero?
And
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean
didn't
house.
include the
So
other
long.
custom.
Thanks. If you have a clogged drain, call River Hero Plumbing and Air. Go online at riverhero.com.
They have developed a
Oh,
device
yeah.
that can allow law enforcement to disable
Yo.
your car remotely. California would take this and say, anybody driving gas car and car, we're going to shut it off. That's
Yes, they
exactly
would.
what they would do. Well, you know,
Really?
being strong,
You're fucking
they
right.
used to save our children from being run over. It's like, oh, stop, driving kids. No. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio.
Oh, you were logged in on this website? When? Remember when you were logged in like 20 minutes ago? No. This is your first time on this? We have all your cookies and shit, but it's like... Yo, dog. No. Remember when you tried to play that song in the party?
Welcome to a Wednesday. I'm Jennifer.
Maybe I should play with the car.
Welcome to George.
Yo, dog, I like to make sure everyone has your have a
started posting photos of work throughout the city. Former President pleaded not guilty in New York to 34 felony counts of falsifying these charges with ABC
So then it
legal
was like,
analyst
yo.
Royal Oak. Well, it's been a while. Welcome back to the show. How are you?
I
Hey, Jennifer,
I
good to
remember.
talk to you.
You too. So tell me about these charges.
I remember when
What
it was
exactly
setting.
are they? Explain how this could add up to a felony or couldn't.
Sure, the DA's theory is essentially two
Oh,
parts.
yeah,
Number one,
then it was like, oh,
falsified
spinning.
business records. How
Really?
did he do that?
Yeah, it was really nice.
He decided to pay Sonny Daniels
Yeah, it was
$130,000
spinning.
right before the
Updates.
election, 2016. He didn't
Settings.
want to try to attack. He
Stream
said
key.
to his
Yo.
lawyer and could say, hey, Michael Cohen, you pay her and I'll be first. So that's what happened. But on the books of the Trump company, it says legal fees to Michael Cohen. Well, it really wasn't legal fees. It was a reimbursement to Michael for paying off Stormy Daniels. That's why. But wait, there's more. It kicked up to a felony if you did that
Oh, it kicks
to
up to a
commit
felony.
a second crime. Now the mystery
That-
is
that
what is
shit
the
is
second
dumb.
crime?
Oh, kicks up to a like what is the
The DA's press
what is
conference sort of tipped his hand.
all these
Well, the second crime
maximum
could be an
settings?
election law violation. Was federal
What?
law? Well, state prosecutors
All right,
may not
go
be
live.
able to do that. Or could it be a state election law in New York?
Oh
Well, that
hell.
would be superseded by
Log in.
federal. So he's got an ace up his sleeve.
Okay.
Possibly it's a state
Let's try it
tax
now.
law that
Go
Trump
live.
and Cohen violated. Because
Starting.
when
Yo,
Cohen got 100
check it out,
grand
dog.
for Trump, and he reported it
I
to the
swear to
tax
fucking
authority,
God,
they
this
made
is so
130
complicated.
grand.
Yoshi.
That was a lie. He did earn
So I
130
just have to
grand. He said
determine
he
that
got
that was a
reimbursed
lie.
for what he paid to Stormy.
Oh, hell yeah.
Large numbers, assuming the judge said
Viral rap. It's like, oh, you had just typed this in. Why don't we put it in the bottom?
So
Oh
what you
no.
just said, that sounds like a
Two
Michael
files,
Cohen
two.
problem more than it does a President Trump problem.
You're right, and he
Stream is
on his
disconnected.
time, he was
Because
convicted of
you
tax
said something.
fraud, he was convicted of lying to Congress. So now Michael Cohen is going to be testifying against Trump, and he's going to be trying to climb inside Trump's brain and explain that yes, the DA is right. Trump
Yosh.
did intend to falsify records. Trump did
What in
intend
the fuck?
to break
Yosh.
another law by concealing
What is this
the
thing called?
payments to Stormy Daniels. So that's really going to be the essence of the case against Trump, because there won't
Yosh.
be much in writing, I think, because Trump famously doesn't do paperwork. But there's another witness, David Pecker, who was CEO of the company owning National Acquirer.
Got frames affected 26%. That doesn't matter to me. That's like my life. My life is
all
structured.
about the scheme. It was the catch and kill scheme.
Only
The scheme will pay the women, and then we will run the
Yo.
stories. So those are going to be the two star witnesses against Donald Trump.
Okay, so if you're the prosecution, though, I feel like it would
Stream?
be a little
Oh,
more
got it.
positive,
Oh,
or
fine.
you might feel a little better about hanging your hat
You follow.
on Pecker versus on
Pecker?
Michael Cohen, because
What did
Michael
you say
Cohen,
there?
I mean, it's going to be, people are going to feel like, well, he's got an axe to grind. Of course he wants to go after Trump. He already took it on the chin this way. So it would almost feel like he would put his testimony out anyway.
Yeah, I think you're right. The problem with Cohen is that he's got so much baggage, he's really weighed down because he is a disgruntled employee who did
What
hard
in the
time.
fuck
And
is this shit?
in his heart of hearts, what he really wants to do is see Donald Trump behind bars just like he had to do. He used to say, I'd take a bullet for Donald Trump. So you're right. I think David Pecker is going to be a very important supplement to the DA's case. It's a very weird, Jennifer, to me that they didn't have the next hearing until December, 8 months from now. And so as a result, we're not going to see a trial until next spring. Apparently the DA wanted a trial in January. Trump wants it well into 2024. And you scratch your head and you say, didn't they want to get this in his rearview mirror? Apparently he wants to continue to suck all the oxygen out of the room. Nobody's talking about Pence, Nikki Haley, or Ron DeSantis. And until Trump's legal troubles are over, that probably is going to continue.
In many ways, this is brilliant by not just his legal team, but by the political team, because they're looking at this as, hey, he has garnered, I mean, this has pushed him, obviously. He's got this wave behind him of people who say, you know, hey, this is the most ridiculous, this is literally trumped up charges, witch hunt again. This has put him right back into the forefront. And I thought what was so interesting is, I haven't seen the actual picture yet, but I guess they're selling T-shirts on the Trump website or a political website for him that are these like made-up, photoshopped ones of him behind bars. And the reason I'm bringing that into the conversation is because they're making money off of this, they're getting headlines off of this, and this keeps him right at the top of the news cycle.
Yeah, exactly right. It's a fake mugshot. They deviated from the rules yesterday. They did not force it to have a mugshot. I mean, they figured, you know, they were not pictures of Donald Trump. But the interesting thing about what you say is that whereas it is a positive in the short term for Donald Trump, it may be a devastating negative in the long term. A survey recently said 57% of Americans think somebody under indictment really shouldn't be running for president. Well, what about if you're under indictment for two things? Well, what if there's a trial coming up? We could be going from Trump fatigue to Trump utter exhaustion. And the betting is that the Democrat playbook is let's keep Trump in the game. Everybody should be talking about only him, and then he'll be so weakened when the nomination comes around next year. He'll get it because nobody's been talking about DeSantis or anybody else, but he'll be easy prey for Joe Biden, and arguably, perhaps the only person on the planet Joe Biden could beat would be Donald Trump. So some say this is really great for the Democrats, and of course the Republicans point out, what a coincidence. The DA in New York is a Soros-funded Democrat. The judge is a Democrat. And the Republicans answer with a question, I wonder, if Bernie Sanders did what Donald Trump did, would Democrats be prosecuting him? But Brad's answer is, look, I looked at this for a long time, and no man is above the law. We are going to go after Donald Trump because we honestly think it's the right thing to do.
Can I have you put on two hats? One prosecution, one defense. You're the prosecution in this case. What are you going after? What is your number one thing that you feel like that's my most solid point in this case?
I think the most solid point is that Donald Trump absolutely knew when he personally wrote those checks to Michael Cohen for $35 grand month after month. He knew that it wasn't for legal fees, even though that's what the record said. So it's pretty automatic that he violated the falsification of records law, but that's a misdemeanor. Then the DA's strong point would be, of course, Donald Trump intended to make sure that the Stormy Daniels story was buried, and that's a violation of law because you have to be honest about the money that you put into a campaign, and he did that. So I think that's the thrust of the case.
Okay, what about now if you're the defense team? What do you go after?
I think they try to stress the fact that Donald Trump is kind of above it all in terms of general ledger entries and bookkeeping matters, and he did tell Michael Cohen to take care of the Stormy Daniels thing, that it's not illegal to pay hush money to people, and Donald Trump is going to say, I don't know from business record, and you want to believe Michael Cohen? I think the thrust of Trump's defense is Michael Cohen is a convicted liar. hire who hates me, he's a disgruntled employee, so don't believe him. I think that's how people are going to square off.
All right, Royal, thank you as always. It's been a pleasure.
What in the fuck was that, yo?
Talk to you soon. Take care. That's ABC's legal analyst, Royal. That guy. I haven't been able to talk to him in a while. But clear back when I started my career, I'd say 5 years into it, so 25 years ago. I remember when I got to a station that had ABC as an affiliate, and it was, oh my gosh, you get to talk to Royal Oak. I remember it was such a big deal to me, because I knew how incredible his reputation was, and I knew how smart he was, and I just remember being so nervous, thinking like, holy crap, this guy's gonna see I don't know what I'm doing. And he has been such, not only a professional, but just a consummate gentleman throughout my career. He's just, that's a good guy right there, people. Something. All right, this is not good. And producer Ian and I were talking about this earlier this morning. Have you heard of this dog dumping ground? So apparently there is a property. A guy owns a property in Lancaster. It has been referred to as a dog dumping ground. And there's this pet dog rescue in Studio City called Wagmore. Wagmore got a call about these dogs that were living basically starved. And not because of this guy, because of people who were dumping these dogs on this guy's property. And he said they just go by and dump the dogs. And that the guy who lives on the property, he tried, but then he got overwhelmed by the amount of dogs that started showing up. And so Wagmore Pets went to this property, and they found 40 dogs. Some of them were pregnant,
looks like your house,
obviously malnourished.
Yeah. Now I'm going to do dogs on board.
They found places, shelters for these dogs to go. And now they're raising donations, and they say that is the biggest thing. They also saved 10 puppies and immediately took them to the vet. Apparently they were super, super malnourished. Because as you can imagine, their moms were malnourished. So what kind of food were they getting? Now they say that the whole goal now for Wagmore to get these, 40 dogs and 10 puppies into homes, the thing they're trying to do is make sure that they are fed and happy and safe for the rest of their lives. So if you're interested in adopting one of these, Wagmore Pets in Studio City is where you should look. All right, when we come back, we are going to talk with ABC's Jim Ryan this morning about those 3 cops that spoke out yesterday who were the real heroes in the shooting in Nashville at that Christian school. We'll hear their stories coming up in just a moment. Let's get back to the story now, checking our trouble on the 10.
In the moment just before Gary, reports of large rocks in the right lane. Authorities caught some damage to a couple of cars. They're stranded on the right shoulder. And seeing a crash that sheriff popped up in Synergy 3 found that at 605 that the total car crashed into the shoulder wall on the transition to 5 North. Being employed approaching the transition road. KFID sky has hit either faster. The story from.
Hello, Morocco. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morocco. Number 5.
I told beer that you wanted to. National Beer Day is the best. All our beers are specially priced at all our bars.
Number 4.
Easter preview. Beer-free and yummy chocolate bunny overlap.
3.
The legendary Wayne Whiskey live this Friday. Get tickets now.
And the number 2.
Surprise prank giveaway. Get some Swiss sunglasses and a chance to upgrade your Ray-Ban when you earn 500 points on your rewards card September 11th.
And the number 1 reason.
Now keep your brunch. Join us at the rewards for a stunning view and a delicious buffet at a special price.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo, good time. For everybody.
For over 35 years, we at Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, have built our firm with the word more in mind. We have more than 800 lawyers and more offices nationwide ready to fight for you. And today, we have recovered more than $15 billion for our clients. So, if you've been injured at work or in a car accident, you deserve more. Contact Morgan & Morgan today. Just dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweaty old nightmare, and no one wants that, Seth. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOE2TL.com. You'll keep it cool, but it's hard to spell. License number 1047781. How can insurance companies advertise that they're here to take care of us when hurts, but try to stiff us when it's time to pay?
The insurance company's job is to keep those insurance premiums and pay out as little as possible.
Thanks, OPO. Now we know. 888-OPO-WINS. OPOLaw.com. Jackie, Robin, come to Dodger Stadium on Saturday, April 15th, when the Dodgers take on the Chicago Cubs, and be one of the first 40,000 fans in attendance to receive a Jackie Robinson jersey presented by UCLA Health. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotion. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI AM 640.
The iHeart radio station.
More stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Welcome to your Wednesday morning wake-up call. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee. Some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 10,000 signatures short. The latest effort to recall LA City Council member Kevin De Leon has failed by that many signatures. Organizers got just over 10,300. They needed over 20,000. And at least 20 police officers across the state are at risk of losing their badge. Some work for departments in San Bernardino, San Francisco, Stockton, Runner Park, Redwood City, as well as Sonoma, San Diego, Kern, and San Bernardino counties. They're accused of such crimes as rape, child porn, extortion, excessive force, and destroying evidence. This is the first public list since the state became the latest to decertify officers for serious misconduct. It's the Commission of Peace Officers Standards who will decide their fate. Let's say good morning now to ABC's Jim Ryan. Jim, I wish that I had a platform to give these 3 officers, I don't even care, 48 hours just to talk about what they saw that day, what they felt that day, what went down that day, and how they risked their lives, saving as many people as they could in the shooting at that school in Nashville.
Yeah, I suspect those stories are going to be part of law enforcement training for some time to come. If you look at the body camera video that came out of that as well, and then hear their accounts yesterday, the 3 primary officers who were involved and others spoke yesterday about that incident a week ago Monday at the Covenant School in Nashville, the shooting that killed 6 people, 3 students and 3 adults, and then the police response. And yes, that Sergeant Jeff Mathis, Detective Michael Colasso, and Officer Rex Engelbert are the primary officers who rushed in. And you've seen on this training, well thought out and very quick response, bringing that standoff, that shooting incident to an end with the minutes of arrival.
You know, I think you and I noticed one thing,
Yes.
is these 3 officers, when they started talking, they didn't start talking about themselves right away. They
I'd be
offered
like, I
condolences
stream
to
my
the
life.
families before they
24
ever got into their story.
Absolutely, and then talked about their
all day, every day.
their fellow
Sideline to
officers,
sideline,
quick
bro.
response, and
Sideline to
the training
side wall,
that
bro.
led them to that point. And
Are you done?
Engelbert, for one, says that he was there just by luck. That it was a series of serendipitous accidents that had him in a position to get to that school very quickly with each other officers, get inside, make a search of the lower floor, get upstairs where they heard gunshots, and then confront Audrey Hale, the 28-year-old shooter.
You know, when Colasso was kind of describing what went down, he's going through what he can remember, every second of it, hearing the shots through the door, going toward them, saying, I knew they were rifled. We went upstairs, got to a second-floor hallway. Once in that hallway, the smell of gunpowder was in the air. It was so crazy because listening to his words, he sucked me in like I was there. The way that and you can tell that's how vividly he remembers every moment.
It was part police report and part first-person narrative of what was happening that day. Details laid on top of details, but also starting his personal feelings about the whole thing. And I think that 30, 40 years ago, it would be difficult to hear officers speaking that personally about their experiences like
when they got done with, with their talks and things like that, I know that people have been, calling them everything from, hero to saviors to, even the officers were talking about, call it God or whatever, whoever put us there that day, that it was meant to be. And I can only imagine the outpouring in the community for these officers. How did they ever get back into the day-to-day operation of being a cop with this sort of well-placed notoriety on them?
Well, I think part of it is confronting it, making public apparent. Well, they were told, I think that the three of them would rather have been somewhere else, but the chief says, I'd like you to get up, I'd like you to tell your stories. And by doing that, it's kind of a catharsis for them. It gets it off their chest, gets it out of their conscience. It tells people what's going on at that time and what they did about it. And I think that allows them a way to get back to work and the normal beat that they do.
All right, well, God bless him, Jim. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Why don't you have a fucking thing at the
Jim Ryan.
River Web walk? Oh, yeah, it's the River Web walk and the fucking thing for this fucking tree top.
It's next mayor, Brandon Johnson, was endorsed by the Chicago Teachers Union. He won yesterday's runoff against former Chicago school
I'm always
CEO
like, oh, there are
Paul.
tons of people.
It's time for everyone in Chicago to put aside their differences.
It's critically important that we use this opportunity to come together, and I've offered him my full support on his transition.
Johnson will succeed Lori Lightfoot, the first black woman and openly gay person to be the city's mayor. About 5,000 white-collar GM employees have taken buyouts, GM said yesterday. The offers will save about $1 billion per year.
What's this thing called?
ABC's Daria Albinger said that's about half of the $2 billion the company wants to cut annually by the end of next year.
GM offered the buyouts to employees with at least 5 years of service and global executives with at least 2 years service, part of the company's transition from internal combustion to electric vehicles.
GM says it has the goal of selling only electric passenger cars by 2035. The company says it's taking steps to allow it to maintain momentum and remain agile. Volkswagen has recalled 143,000 of its Atlas SUVs in the U.S. because of a faulty sensor on the front passenger side that can switch the airbag system off during certain conditions. Good. VW has advised owners to avoid letting people sit in the passenger seat.
The company says the vehicles may not detect a front passenger, and that could prevent the airbags from deploying in the event of a crash.
Now, the National Highway Safety Traffic Administration said yesterday the problem is sporadic. Still, if you take the kids to school or something like that, now it's going to be, one of these chauffeur situations. They're going to put the kid in the front seat now, next to you, the passenger seat. Get your end in the back. Yep. Or in this case, it could be a couple, and be, honey, you're riding in the back. That's a little crazy. And then I just saw this story. Volvo is recalling the Volvo S. So it's the S60, the C60, the XC60, XC90, and C40 with build dates from late 2022 to March 2023. So the very new puppies, because it has to do with an issue that could cause a false warning light in the gauge cluster. So that one's not going to necessarily be a safety issue, but it is something that would make you go, oh no, really, I have this brand new car and already it's got a engine light coming on in it. Apparently it is a false warning light that you don't need to be worried about, but no, come on, nobody wants that. And the company in Gardena says it hopes to recycle 100 million tons of non-recyclable plastic by 2030.
Looking through piles of plastic. Last year alone, we took on over 130 tons from the garbage patch. Biofusion CEO Heidi Kujawa stood next to 15-plus feet high mounds of flattened plastic, enough to fill the back portion of their warehouse in Gardena. Heidi says the plastic is the kind that can't be recycled. The stuff would normally end up in the landfill or incinerator. But Biofusion has taken the plastic, compressed it with technology and a machine the company developed to create thinner block-like things called bi-blocks. 22 pounds of plastic makes a 22-pound block. They're lighter than its concrete counterpart and more durable. Remember, plastic is intentionally
can go to sectionnews1.com. Juan, KFIA. We have a shortage in Southern California, specifically in Orange County. It's a shortage of paramedics. And we're going to be on with the EMS medical director of Orange County in just a second about who they're looking for to fill these critical roles. That's coming up. Right now, let's take a look at your drive store. It's got the 605. In Santa Fe Springs, there is a crash. Emergency crews have arrived on scene. It's blocking the transition of the 5 north. Starting to see things load up heavy towards the transition road. It looks like it's starting to slow down for your ride. 3 Downey on westbound 105. This is right now from 605 to LAS is 30 minutes. If I just stay up to either faster, before it's not.
Bill and Kathleen, owners of American Vision Windows, in business now for over 23 years. Our mission statement is to revolutionize the home improvement industry one customer at a time while changing the lives of our employees for the better. Happy employees means happy customers. It isn't just a snappy slogan.
We really, really value our employees, but deeply care for them. Those are the beautiful lives that are impacting and talking with and connecting with the customers.
They don't just make it a policy to provide white glove service. It happens organically. We've literally given half of the company back to the employees.
I am, once again now, 23 years later, very energized about what we sell.
It's a burden of responsibility. Quite simply, we just want to help. For a limited time, American Vision will pay the tax or choose free expert installation. Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. This report is sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. Victor Super Bowl champion Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The Lakers beat the Jazz in an overtime thriller. It clinched them a spot in the play-in, but they can still take a top 6 seed in the West. According to Forbes, Clippers owner Steve Ballmer is the second richest team owner in the world. Rams owner Stan Kroenke ranks 14th. The Dodgers beat the Rockies. The Angels were blown out by the Mariners. And round 1 of the Masters tees off tomorrow morning in Augusta. I'm Trey Bender.
Intelligence runs in the family. Innovation runs in the family. Extraordinary runs in the family. The Mercedes-Benz range of SUVs. Every member is waiting to impress. Learn more at MDUSA.com.
A light source system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap. It filters out chlorine, other contaminants, retaining healthy minerals. The Life Source system is maintenance-free, no filters to change, no salt, no servicing. They install it, you forget it. Own the Life Source water system for only $75 per month on approval of credit. This ends April 30th. Call 800-803-2696, 800-803-2696. Visit LifeSourceWater.com.
Growing a business brings pressure. It's not easy to maintain momentum and still keep employees engaged. Fortunately, there's Inspirit. Their scalable HR solutions help me with hiring, training, HR administration, and compliance while giving my employees competitive benefit options. When my people are able to thrive, my business can adapt and prosper. With Inspirit, nothing seems impossible. Inspirit, HR that makes a difference.
So, you and I have talked about SolarMax technology for years now.
Yes. Listen, I did a ton of research back in the day. SolarMax was clearly the best. SolarMax is going to build a custom solar system like they did for me with the most innovative technology. All of it's under one roof. Right out here in Southern California, Riverside specifically, they're going to provide you with the highest quality solar panels, inverters, and battery systems in the industry, hands down.
And you know what? Now is the best time to get solar because you're going to get more electrical production in the spring.
Save big, call SolarMax, and get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. It's the most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
That's right. Call SolarMax. Start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Dial pound 250 from your cell and say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250 SolarMax, or go to SolarMaxTech.com.
Available on approved credit, CSLB number 97348. The bills start coming, and they don't stop. Medical bills, dental bills, car repairs, rent that's due. Funds people need but just don't have. As a nonprofit,
JFLA has been helping people overcome financial challenges since 1904. We provide zero-interest, no-fee loans so that emergencies don't mean financial ruin. Support our efforts and learn more at jfla.org. You need to loan yourself? We're here for you at jfla.org. Golden Voice presents Howard Trip. Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, CDC, Ozzy Osbourne, Metallica, Tool. You'll have 10 tickets for the entire Power Trip weekend. VIP camping at the Safari Tent Campground. All thanks to Golden Voice. Register now to buy tickets at powertrip.live. On sale tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. Enter for your chance to win now. iHeartRadio.com/PowerTrip. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Okay, we have a homeless problem, so let's take money for medical and move it into homelessness. How about taking defense money and putting 10,000 homeless people on an aircraft carrier? We're going to throw housing in there. We're going to throw housing for the homeless. How about education? Well, we have to throw housing for the homeless. Bill Handel, where do you go with that? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's your life that we're going to be talking about in just a second. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee. Former President Trump is pleaded not guilty in New York to 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. Now, the judge in New York City has set Trump's next in-person court hearing for December 4th. That's only about 2 months before the official start of the 2024 Republican presidential primary calendar. The cops in Beverly Hills have announced the arrest of a suspected grease thief. Used cooking oil had been stolen from multiple restaurants in Beverly Hills and around LA. The arrest was made last month. The guy was in a truck with huge plastic containers in the back. Investigators are trying to find other restaurants that may have been hit. Doesn't seem like it's high on the list of things to steal, but not criminal, so what do I know? Let's say good morning now to a gentleman who I hope is going to help us fix a problem in Southern California. Once you hear his plea, Dr. Carl Schultz is the medical director, the EMS medical director in Orange County. Dr. Schultz, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thanks for inviting me to be on the program.
Absolutely. When I read this story about Southern California's shortage of paramedics, I thought to myself, okay, that's not good, because if you've got a paramedic shortage, that's just going to be a big ripple effect into the amount of time it takes to get paramedics to your house and things like that. And then if somebody's life really is on the line, that could be a life or death situation.
It could. We've been fortunate in Orange County that although we do and have experienced an EMS shortage for paramedics and EMTs, it has not substantially impacted transport time for ambulances. So when you call 911, pretty much the response time is unchanged.
Okay, is this private or are these county, or do you guys all work together when somebody calls 911?
To keep it very simple, Orange County does not have a county health system per se. We do have a county hospital, and we contract or make arrangements for both fire departments that are part of cities and ambulance companies that are private, and they work together to provide the service when we call 911.
What is it specifically that seems to be causing this shortage? Retirement, salaries, anything that you can pinpoint?
It's really the perfect storm. It's a bunch of different things. The catalyst that drove it all, though, was pretty much COVID, and that seemed to deter people from going into healthcare, and that was for the straw that broke the camel's back.
I know that toward the, I guess you say we're toward the end of the pandemic, or that you had more people who said, hey, you know what, we know that the pandemic did drive some people out, but then it also motivated some people to want to get in. Do you have any recruits coming in who say, you know, what went down last time, we want to be a part of, should something like this ever happen again?
Not a whole lot. There are always going to be some, but what seems to be the issue that allows it to start coming back in is salaries are starting to go up a little bit. That was a big motivator. And there was a lot of concern about some of the restrictions that were put in place for paramedics. They had to wear
personal protective equipment and masks and all that. And some of that has not gone away, but is less invasive. And so it's more attractive for them to come to work now and sign up for becoming a paramedic.
What is the average salary of a paramedic? Or let's just say, what's the starting salary and how high could you go?
That's a good question. I'm more familiar with what the EMTs make, but paramedics can make a fair income now, probably into the six figures in some places.
Wow, so that's huge incentive right there. When you start out, what are the training requirements to become an EMT or a paramedic?
Well, there are actually formally licensed schools that accept recruits or accept applicants, and they go to a training program. The paramedic program is more rigorous. It lasts longer. It's months. The EMT program, it tends to be shorter, maybe 1 to 2 months, and then they do internships either at hospitals or in the field if you're a paramedic, and then they're licensed. So it depends which of those two you pick, but it is a commitment.
Okay, and with the cost of that school, I guess, that's got to be prohibitive for some people to think, hey, I've got to pay this money. I really need a job. And is the county doing anything to say, hey, we could pick up the cost of your school or anything like that? Are there any of those incentives in place?
If we could translate that easily into a sort of if you do this, then we get that, that'd be great. But we don't really have a contracting mechanism. We could pay for somebody's education, they could do it, and then take a job in LA or Riverside, and there's not much you can do about that. So it makes it hard to find. We're not like the federal government where if you sign up to the military and you pay for your education, then you owe it for you. Wish we could do that for people.
Right. Okay, so you were mentioning the other counties, Riverside, LA. How does Orange County compare with these other counties? Is this a Southern California-wide shortage that we're seeing?
It's not only a Southern California-wide shortage, it's really an industry-wide shortage across the country. Everybody is feeling that we in Orange County tend to be a more attractive place to work. We have not had as much of an issue with it as other counties.
All right. Well, I wish you the best of luck. Where can people go if they want more information on becoming a paramedic or an EMT, or just to see what you guys are all about? Where can they go?
Well, we have an EMS for what are the licensed EMT schools, the licensed paramedic schools. Also, fire departments are involved in this as well, so reaching out to them would also be helpful.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Doctor. I appreciate your time this morning, and best of luck to you recruiting new people.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks. You too. See you later. That is EMS Medical Director of Orange County, Dr. Carl Schultz. 6 figures. I mean, that's pretty good. Is it enough to be happy in California? Oh, look at this segue into this next story. Ish. No surprise that a lot of us are struggling with the high cost of living, right? But what salary specifically does it take to live happily in California? There was a study from Purdue University and GoBankingRates.com that put that number at, here we go, Tyler and Ann and Michelle. Little quiz for you this morning. How much do you think it costs to live happily in Southern California? I think this would be just for one person to live happily in California.
$1.5 million.
All right. Producer Ann, what do you think?
I'm going 250,000.
Okay, Michelle?
I would say the same, 250.
Handle, are you listening in there? I handle. Handle, how much do you think that the average person needs to make to live happily? Oh, you're not. I thought you were looking at me. All right. It's $145,635. Now, don't ask me why the $635. I don't. This number apparently is slightly down from last year. Does that mean we're bargain shopping these days? But it still says a lot of money is needed to live in the state that is dealing with one of the highest unemployment rates in the nation. The study found only Massachusetts and Hawaii need a higher salary. Again, Hawaii. And I guess if there's, it's right now in Massachusetts, but Massachusetts. LA County planned to hire non-officers to respond to mental health calls has hit a snag. The county's having trouble hiring mental health practitioners to serve on mobile crisis teams, which are called out instead of sending armed officers to respond to people having a mental health crisis. The County Board of Supervisors has instructed staff to offer incentives in hopes of getting more people to apply for the position, which Board Chair Janice Hahn says are impactful and life-changing, but also very difficult jobs. Along with hiring incentives already in place, county officials can now offer things like signing and other bonuses, higher pay for certain shifts, flexible schedules, and a sabbatical program. Amy King, KFI News. Well, officials in LA County have issued a $20,000 reward for information about a woman missing since 2015. The LA County Sheriff's Department said yesterday the woman was last seen leaving her home in Little Rock in her black Mercedes-Benz SUV. Her car was found days later, 7 miles from her home. The woman's father says the car has scratches on it. He says it looks like maybe she's been run off the road. Investigators say it is possible that foul play was involved. An owner of a ranch in San Diego County that's being investigated for mistreating its horses has allegedly pointed a gun at a photojournalist. CBS 8 said last week one of its journalists went to the ranch to investigate the reports that about 40 to 50 horses were getting substandard care. The reporter says one horse at the ranch had a large gash on its leg, and others were limping. Officials with the Department of Animal Services say another horse got trapped in the mud last week and died. The owner of the ranch says its private vet is on site several days a week to look after all the animals. And I would like to apologize to you all for the earworm that you are about to have.
Huge.
It's the second trailer that has been released for the upcoming Barbie movie. Margot Robbie stars as Barbie. Ryan Gosling plays her boyfriend Ken. The film follows the couple as they enter the real world and deal with the fact that they are no longer dolls. Barbie hits theaters on July 21st. Your SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a sunny day ahead, even a little bit warmer than yesterday. Highs today are going to be in the upper 60s and low 70s. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee. This has been your wake-up call. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky in the 5. In Commerce, there's crash that popped up. It's near Washington Boulevard. A full-car pileup. 3 cars made it over to the shoulder. One still unfortunately blocking away lanes. Phoenix trailer bridge starting after 6:05. Successful 3-week McIntyre to be pushed to 6:05. And you're also starting to fill in for your ride on the westbound side of the 210 region San Dimas. It starts to load at 57. Free trip right now from Glendora. It's a Pasadena is 25 minutes. KFI is trying to help get you there faster before you cross.
Yeah, I've been a business person most of my adult life. Like most medium, small-sized business owners, I couldn't come close to affording an HR person. Believe me, it's nailed me a few times. But there's an answer here. Bambi.com.
It's like you're waiting for it.
You'll get a dedicated HR person to help with your HR issues starting at $99 a month. How do they do that? No, this is legit. Go to Bambi.com. Type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. That's BAMBEE, Bambi.com. I'm Martin Pope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. But Navage's powered sucker will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, Navage is the best thing I've bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now, and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage, and it's amazing. For this one, I use Navage every night, could not imagine. And before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I do better, unquote. Those are true of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and on. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen his social security number? Nope, not.
Oh no, he's been stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Hello, Miranda. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. And now just top reasons to visit Miranda.
Easter preview. Get a free and yummy chocolate bunny April 9th.
Number two,
The legendary Reindeer is live this Friday.
and the number one reason.
Get the Swift sunglasses and a chance to upgrade to Ray-Ban when you earn 500 points on your reward card. The 10th or 11th.
Miranda, good times. American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Or stay on it. Kevin McCarthy is a person without guts. He has no balls. And the balls that he has are not blue balls, they're red balls. A few balls. And now, Handel on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handel. KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Wednesday morning, April 5th. We are well into spring, even though it was 40-something degrees when I got in the car this morning. So spring has sprung. It's wonderful. Let's say hello to one and all. Good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning. Highs today in the mid to upper 60s.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, your wiggle, waggle.
Yeah.
You've got a T-shirt.
Wiggle Waggle Lock shirt. And thank you again to you and everybody who helped us raise $13,700. That's right. Woo!
Where's my shirt?
I have one for you somewhere. I think it's in the car. Will you wear it this time?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's okay.
Don't give it to me.
Yeah. It's very yellow.
Yeah, I love the color.
Yeah, very yellow with a dog thing on it. And it said whatever. It's okay.
25th annual Wiggle Waggle.
Wow, pretty impressive.
Thank
Okay.
you.
No, it's a great cause. What?
You guys
Look
see that?
at what you just found in your shirt.
She pulled something out of her shirt. I pulled a sock out of my shirt. Oh, yes. There's a small band sock.
Yes, that's when it was locked.
Wow. That was embarrassing. Nice.
Well, I think, first of all, it's radio.
You don't have to stuff your bra.
Yeah, as long as people in the world that don't need to stuff their bra, you're right there at the top of the list. Okay, just to let you know.
But how cute are my socks? Little pink and white bands.
Yeah. By the way,
That's embarrassing.
was that enough to get me fired? Total sexist, misogynist statement.
Yeah, you have to try harder.
Okay, Wayne, good morning.
Bill, good morning.
Michelle, still here. Ann, who is soon to be by herself. Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Tyler. Bill. Yes.
What's in your shirt, Tyler?
Hopefully nothing, but you never know. It says something on your shirt. Sports Illustrated. Okay. I don't wear t-shirts that have things on it. I just don't. I don't know why. You've got like weird Trader Joe's shirts. I have a lot of Hawaiian shirts.
366 shirts, which is
Yeah, that's the big. I don't have t-shirts. I know you hate that, Michelle. I don't have t-shirts that have anything that you guys do. Also sweatshirts. No, they don't do that. I got a couple of Trump sweatshirts that I'm. No, I don't. Although a friend of mine, I've known him for years and years. He sent me a real MAGA hat, and I don't know what happened to it, but like $25. Is what he paid for it. Those are not inexpensive. I think they're $47 now. No, those are the t-shirts. Those are the t-shirts that the campaign photoshopped his picture, Trump's picture, as a mugshot, which of course didn't happen because his photograph was not taken, and that was used to raise another several $1 million. Okay, let's do it, guys. We are now engaged, as we always do this time of morning, Handle on the news. Jennifer, Wayne, me, Lee Story. I'm guilty of. Obviously, the thing yesterday, the charging of Donald Trump. I'm going to do a lot more of this at 7 o'clock to try to explain what's going on.
Needless to say, both sides actually, in terms of the criminality here, have a point. This is a real legal issue that's happening here. And so I'll dive into that. But 34 counts, of which they're really not 34 counts. There's actually 3 counts here. But we're how did it roll over to a felony from a misdemeanor? I'll explain all of that. But he pled not guilty, and there was a possibility that he wasn't going to say anything, that his lawyer would stand up and plead not guilty. But no, he did. He did. And here's another one really quickly.
He pleaded not guilty and said that the only crime he committed was defending the nation.
Yeah, that was a Mar-a-Lago later on when he got off the airplane and went to not a rally, just a ballroom with his absolute staunchest supporters.
He said, God bless you all, and I thought anything like this could happen in America.
Yeah. Let me ask you, this is Marjorie Taylor Smith, Mike Lindell was there, all of his Marjorie Taylor Greene, sorry, all of his staunch supporters, most wealthy, and they all sleep well, because they all sleep on a My Pillow, and have lots of them. Just want to point out, what's the average number of pillows these people have? I'm willing to bet in the dozens. Okay, it's 7 o'clock. I'm going to do more.
And you brought up the shirts that the campaign is selling for $47. I don't remember if you mentioned that in addition to the fake mugshot, it also says on it, not guilty. And that's why he wants them to... Here we go. Here's the quote. Are you ready? What better way to prove that our campaign will never surrender our country to the left's tyranny than countless grassroots patriots proudly wearing their very own not guilty t-shirts? That's the pitch. And you can get one for only $47. Yes, own the lid for $47.
Yeah, I like, well, I'm going to dive more into this, as I said, at 7 o'clock. But I love statements like, this is the worst day in the history of this country. Far worse than, for example, April 15th, when Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. Far worse than when Pearl Harbor occurred. Far worse than the depth of despair at Valley Forge, when America was close to losing the Revolutionary War. All of that doesn't compare to today. And his followers go, yes, that's true. I love these politics. I just love them.
There's a new celebrity arising from all of this, and it's one of the cops that was outside the courthouse in Manhattan who has caught the attention of a lonely male America. If you go to @BillHandleShow on Twitter, you will see a photograph of the scene, and it'll be very clear which police officer in the photo is drawing so many admirers from around the globe, dudes getting on Twitter and saying things like, she can cuff me anytime.
Yeah, hell yeah. You're going to see this
Who is
bitch.
she? That's gone viral.
Who's this
Oh,
bitch?
and Tyler pointed out when I was talking about the worst days in America, I left out 9/11. And I should have included 9/11 as one of the days that were not as bad as yesterday for Donald Trump. The hot cop. Going very stoic at one point, and
Yeah,
then
she
he
was
smiled.
still 107.
Oh, that is a photo I put up of her smiling because she was the only one there
Like this
who
Jewish
was like vibing with what was going on and not being nothing but a scowl-faced menace, which all the dudes there were like, and she was more like, I'm doing my job, if there's a problem, I'll handle it.
Otherwise, I'm a police officer.
There's Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Apple's getting rid of jobs in its corporate retail teams. The groups are responsible for the construction and maintenance of Apple retail stores and other facilities around the world. Nowhere yet on an actual number. Looks like California classrooms are not as full. Enrollment this year is down by almost 40,000 students. That makes it 6 years down in a row. And Volvo is recalling a number of its models that range in date from late 2022 to March 2023 because they have an issue that could cause false warning lights in the gauge clusters. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky in just a moment.
If you're looking to pull $75,000 or more out of your house, it makes sense right now. First of all, you built a ton of equity in your home over the last few years, but that's stopped. If the value sort of straightened out or flattened out. Also, interest rates have dropped, so maybe it's time to grab it right now. So let me suggest H&S Capital can help you borrow and get money to build with your equity. Their service is tremendous. I've done 2 mortgages with H&S Capital, so I can easily recommend them. And best rates that I found when I did those service, well, you'll see when you go to H&S Capital. No appraisal or credit report fees to apply. Call the folks at H&S Capital at 833-255-5698. That's 833-255-capital.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. Mostly sunny today with highs from the low to mid 60s. We should see the 70s, maybe even close to 80 by Easter Sunday. This report is brought to you by Blindster.com. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky. This time we're going to the 5. First, going back to the earlier crash reported here, watch the mechanical car pilot. Good news, here's that some lanes. All the main lanes are open, but your volume still struggling from the 605. New truck spot just popped up from Van Nuys South Pole side of Irving Boulevard. This is also a crash. Take away that left lane. It starts to jam up at Sherman Lane. Can't find it down to get it faster. Info and front.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Want to stay big on custom sewing blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Shop Blindster today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick-and-mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at Blindster.com.
This report is sponsored by Insperity, providing scalable HR services, access to better benefits, payroll, and HR technology for over 35 years. Insperity's mission is to help businesses succeed so communities prosper. Insperity, HR that makes a difference. Visit Insperity.com.
Staples Print and Marketing Services help small business print big. Now get $15 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offer ends for $15. Visit staples.com/printbig for details. This is your sign to try Staples, where prints are perfect, guaranteed. Why you do sweet change if you're hurt in a car, motorcycle, or truck in accident? Oh, let the results speak for themselves. Here's some of the settlements won for injured victims by the attorneys at Sweet Change. $29 million won for a client hurt in a multiple vehicle accident. $11 million won for a client hurt in a trucking accident. $1 million for a client hurt in a motorcycle accident. Sweet Change wins. Clients hurt in these types of cases 98% of the time. They settle more money in 1 year than most firms settle in their life. So if you're hurt in any accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet Change. They nothing until you win. They can't guarantee the outcome of any case, but it's important you have an experienced and successful law firm on your side. Get a free consultation at 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, that's 800-500-5200, and SweetChange.com. You cannot complain about what's happening in your area if you're not going to take it upon yourself to help put someone in office that is going to be the best person. Who we want to complain after? No, this is far because in California, this is SoCal Saturday, Corolla Sharp, Saturday evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Back we go. More Handel on the news on this Wednesday. Jennifer Wayne, me.
All right, you have one case where you have former President Trump who's in court over the legal fees that he paid to Michael Cohen as hush money to Stormy Daniels. That same day, there was the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals that ordered Stormy Daniels to pay more than $121,000 in legal fees to former President Trump. In that case, in the case that Daniels had sued Trump for defamation, lost, and now she needs to pay his legal fees.
Yeah, it was her defamation case gone awry. So it was a win, a rare win for the president, giving, well, let's say not a lot of credence to Stormy Daniels in general. People are looking at him stooping Stormy Daniels and hiding it as, well, depends on which side of the coin you're at. Either it happened or it didn't happen.
she is simply innocent because she was under the wiles of the president, or at that point, not the president, just before the election. You're getting the rolling eyes, Wayne. No, I thought you were rolling your eyes just before you nail me with something or other, either an opinion or you're wrong, or least popular Pornhub channel. Yes. Hey, Steve Gregory's coming on with you at 8 to dive into this in depth, but now the number of LAPD officers suing the department for negligently releasing their photos is over 300 of them, and also one of the attorneys representing these officers says that there are several undercover operations that had to be shut down because of the photos of these undercover officers coming out, and also that he heard, so granted, he's saying he heard from a supervisor at LAPD that some of these undercover officers have been threatened. Well, you're going to need some kind of proof for this. It certainly adds to the lawsuit and the severity of the negligence of Michael Moore. And Michael Moore, LAPD chief, has already said we made a mistake. Yes, that is not going to help the city of Los Angeles when it's going to settle. Obviously, this thing isn't going to trial. There's no way. Moore has already admitted negligence at this point. So this is about how much each officer gets. That's it. Nothing less than more. And but it's every officer, isn't it? And the LAPD. So it's the officers who were working undercover. Right. Understood. So regular patrol officers and those people, they have no case. They have no claim. They're not making one. Why wouldn't they have a claim? Because their information is out also. This is all department information. Their department information is subject to Freedom of Information requests. But undercover officers' information can, and the point here would be, should be withheld from any such requests. And I was under the impression that it was the release of information available now with all 9,000. Well, that's what happened. Is they got a request and they released everything, including the stuff they really shouldn't have.
All right, there may be a case of human trafficking that has been uncovered in Carson, and now there's a $100,000 reward for this missing teenager, 16-year-old Alinka Castaneda, on January 19th. Called her mom after being missing for about a month, saying that she was, they're not letting me go, I don't know where I am, and then she says she has to hang up. Now, she previously had been seen by her family leaving her home early on New Year's Day. She didn't have a credit card, ID, no change of clothes, so everything would have looked like she was coming back, because she had nothing with her. All of a sudden, she's gone. Her mom says that her daughter really didn't hang out with many friends, but she met a young man 2 days before her disappearance. And her cell phone has remained disconnected, her social media accounts have been disabled, and so that's why the sheriff's department does not think that this is a case of a runaway, but that this could be human trafficking, because the girl is able to call and say, oh my gosh, I've been taken, or here's where I am, they won't let me go. Where is that? She doesn't know. And then she has to hang up.
Family's going to be a
nightmare.
Well, Kevin De Leon, the big winner, the people trying to recall him over his racist remarks and get him off of the City Council of Los Angeles are the losers. Apparently, they did not get enough signatures to trigger a recall election. So he, barring some other, an act of God or a change of heart on his part, he will remain here until he turns out in the end of next year. And I don't know how much power he has. At this point, I don't think he's sitting on any committees. He's effectively a vote. And that's it. Well, a vote is a vote. Yeah, a vote is a vote. That's true. The other thing I want to add to this is when you talk about him winning, and he did, it is a win for him because he's successfully fought off a recall. It is more not that he successfully fought it off, it's how hard it is to have a recall succeed. That's California. We don't do recalls very well. I can remember two, and that's it. Ray Davis, who was recalled, and Arnold Schwarzenegger came into office, and Rose Byrd. the Chief Justice of California Supreme Court, who deserved to be recalled for sure, because she said outright, I don't care what the law says, I am against the death penalty, and I will never vote for the death penalty and will vote to overturn any conviction. Well, you can't do that. She said, I'm not going to follow the law, and she's the Chief Justice. Boom, she's gone. And Gray Davis had to do with the scandal with the electrical. Do you remember the power scandal where we got completely nailed? Yeah, through the roof. Yeah.
85 million Americans are at risk of yet another severe storm, and these are in places where you had tornadoes devastate places over the weekend. So it's Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, and Michigan. At least 5 tornadoes were reported yesterday, 2 in Iowa, 3 in Illinois, and there are more on the way today. They had crazy hail all over that area, and
now, I'm sorry, I'm listening. I'm trying to go back to CNN. I just got an alert from CNN. There are fatalities and injuries reported as a result of one of the tornadoes. I'm taking that. I know you're doing the story, and this just came.
Sorry, I just heard the voice. I thought,
yeah, no, that's
what do I have up?
No, I have. Yeah, I know, and I have to turn off the sounds here.
But yeah, these tornadoes are. If you've seen any of the pictures this morning, there was a motorhome that had essentially almost, it looked like a part of a garage or a house on top of the motorhome. So imagine how high a motorhome stands, and then imagine a structure on top of that motorhome. It's just, the devastation is unfathomable, especially if you're somebody who's lived in California all their life like I have. You've never seen anything like this. It's just, it's
Oh
crazy.
my God.
The hail the size of softballs? That I've never heard of.
Can you imagine what an insurance claim?
Yeah, but when you get hit, how is it that no one ever gets hit? And their head would explode. Hail coming down at that speed, and it's the size of softballs, and we're talking ice, compressed ice.
But what's your roof like after that? Even if you didn't get hit, you took shelter inside, how damaged is your roof with that kind of impact?
It's pretty banged up. I don't know if it would go through the roof, but it's pretty banged up. I would think it would be a little more hurtful if that, or it hurts more if it just smashed you on the head.
That's true.
Yeah, and usually a hail little size of peas is considered a pretty good size, and golf balls is considered huge hail. Softballs? You know, that's the size of a big matzo ball if you've ever been to a deli, you know what I'm talking about. Matzo ball size hail. We can move on. Well, rescue teams are finishing up their work in the
These guys, it's a struggle.
This is where an avalanche killed 7 people. They
They
did pull 20 survivors from the snow, and then they had to call off the search yesterday because it got dark and the weather was bad. And they're finishing up their work in that area this morning. I've not heard that they found anybody else. Yeah. Are these people that are trying to climb mountains or just going along? No, this is on a road and Tibet, and it is a popular route for a pilgrimage. I don't know that much about it, but it's a very holy pilgrimage for Hindus. Yeah, I feel a lot worse for these people than someone going up to climb Mount Everest or K2. As in, what are you doing? This is, you're living your life. You know, we'll be back. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour news.
This is a persecution, not an investigation.
Former President Trump has pleaded not guilty to 34 felony counts of falsifying business records for an alleged hush money payment made during the 2016 presidential campaign. Trump spoke to supporters yesterday at his home in Mar-a-Lago, saying Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg is the real criminal for illegally leaking grand jury information.
For which you should be prosecuted, or at a minimum, you should resign.
Trump is the first former president in U.S. history to be criminally charged. Prosecutors say the indictment involves multiple payoffs to 2 women, including a porn actress who claims she had sexual encounters with Trump years before the election. News is brought to you by WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. Fire at an apartment building in Buena Park has forced 11 people out of their homes. The
It started about 2 this morning. It took firefighters
Oh,
almost an
shit.
hour to put it out. No injuries were reported, and the Red Cross was called to help the families who were displaced. Police in San Bernardino County have arrested a person in connection with the fatal shooting of a man in Chino. Officers say they found the man dead from gunshot wounds over the weekend in a parking lot on Philadelphia Avenue. Police arrested a 21-year-old man Monday for murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Police say they still are pursuing additional leads. Washington State has purchased a 3-year supply of leading abortion medication. Governor Jay Inslee says the purchase comes in anticipation of a court ruling that could limit its availability. The Democratic governor said yesterday he ordered a generic version of the drug. The FDA approved the pill over 20 years ago. Research shows the pill, when combined with another, is the most common form of abortion in the U.S. And animal advocates are asking people to skip the Easter bunnies. Rabbit rescue groups across Southern California are once again urging people not to buy bunnies as Easter gifts for kids. They say many times after the novelty of having a bunny wears off, the rabbits are abandoned. Instead, rescue groups and animal control officials recommend buying a stuffed toy bunny or chocolate candy rabbit for kids' Easter baskets. Advocates for the animals do want them to be adopted into loving homes, saying they can be wonderful companions for those who are serious about the commitment. Deborah Mark, KFI News. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky and the 101 in just a moment, but first it's Sports with Wayne.
The Lakers got past the Utah Jazz in overtime. LeBron James scored 37 points in the 135-133 victory. Today, it's all LA. The Lakers and Clippers play each other at 7. You can hear it live on AM 570 LA Sports. Baseball, Julio Urias tossed 6 scoreless innings. The Dodgers beat the Colorado Rockies 5-2 to win the short series. Boys and Blue are off today. The Angels were trounced by the Seattle Mariners. The score there 11-2. That series wraps up today. It'll be Shohei Ohtani on the mound. I'm Wayne Nesnick, KFI Sports.
SoCal weather from KFI. A little bit warmer today than yesterday. We'll be in the mid to upper 60s, and it looks like then we'll inch up toward the mid 70s by Easter Sunday. Right now it's 43 in Brea, 44 in Dana Point. Let's get a look at your drive on the 101. Jeff Boss, good morning.
Good morning to you. Yes, Steve, I want to just warn you about a kind of a minor problem. But this is westbound 101 to the Ventura Freeway at the Van Nuys Boulevard off-ramp. That's a huge off-ramp which was built a while. There's a lot of activity to that enormous white shoulder area, but a lot of lights and stuff, so don't let it distract you. Now, attention all drivers using the South 405. Boy, there's a bad problem coming out from the 118 already. South 405 before Burbank Boulevard, carpool left lane. We were orbiting this for a while. We had to leave the Van Nuys Airport, but a huge backup that already is just south of about Roscoe Boulevard. So right now, Sepulveda Boulevard is in pretty good shape all the way down to the 101. I want to think about using it. Long delays there. Get on the Burbank, you're okay, because up and over the hill, things are good. Now, right now, as I speak to you, we're coming up on the 4 level. South Hollywood, if that's where you are headed, it's looking real good. It's getting a little slow at Echo Park here, approaching the 4 level, but that's it, just slow. I think we're off to a pretty good start here. Jeff KFI in the sky.
Staples Print and Marketing Services help small business print big. Now get $15 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offer henceforth designed at Dry Staples, where prints are perfect, guaranteed. Uline is here for the hard workers. For the ones rolling up their sleeves, working around the clock, and getting the job done. You're dedicated to doing what it takes to keep a business growing. Uline is dedicated to helping you make that happen. Working 7 days a week, staying fully stocked and ready to ship any of our 41,000 items the same day. Uline, your shipping and industrial supply specialists. Visit uline.com. As your old patio or driveway see better days, transform your outdoors with System Pavers. For a limited time, save up to thousands with free demolition. Call 800-PAVE-004 or visit SystemPavers.com to get started. All orders must be placed by April 30th. See website for details. Contractor license 661-575. Insurance companies play hardball, but with Jacoby Myers on your side, you'll level the playing field. With over 50 years of experience, trust Jacoby Myers to protect your rights and get you the compensation you deserve. Call Jacoby Myers, the official law firm of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Losing your air conditioner on a hot summer day can be a sweaty old nightmare.
No one wants that, Zach. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenate.
Use less energy and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOE2TL.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's hard to spell. License number 1047781.
Southern California Edison wants you and your family to be prepared in an emergency. What's in your safety kit? A little preparation can go a long way. You should have an easy-to-reach kit that includes basic necessities like first aid supplies, emergency food, water, medication, and important phone numbers. That's a start, but there's more. Learn about other tools and supplies you can prepare with at SCE.com/be prepared.
This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. Hey, follow us on all these things at KFI AM640. KFI, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. As we continue, Bill Handel here with the morning crew. Let's continue on with more Handel on the news. Jennifer and Wayne and Lee.
This happened actually during our show yesterday. It became official that Finland joined NATO, and now Russia says it's going to have these countermeasures, whatever that may be. Now, the reason Russia doesn't like this is because of the border space that is increased by Finland joining. That now has NATO protection on it. Now that NATO is now that Finland is a NATO country, it now has all that bumped up border property now has protection behind it, where it didn't before. And Russia doesn't like that.
Yeah, well, 1,500 miles. It's not a question of protection. Russia views this as an out-and-out threat. He's paying NATO as at any moment about to invade the Russian Federation, invade Russia. A lot like Kim Jong-un. Everything is a defense, no matter what he does.
Well, everybody, Putin is convinced.
Yeah. Putin is made, at some point, I wonder what conversations he has with his top advisors, or maybe just with himself as he shaves in the morning, saying, you know, we might have blown it here. Maybe this wasn't such a good move. Or maybe not. But in the at some point, he's going to have to admit it. Maybe he never will. Maybe he never will. Because you had people that went down, and it was the fault of everybody else as they were going down. Hitler, for example. Now I'm comparing Putin to Hitler because it's not even close to the same level. But in terms of his hubris, it's pretty close.
And just think of all the top military officials that he's let go.
Yeah,
because he blames them.
Yeah, it's a miserable war. Another dust-up going on in Israel. I guess another day, another dust-up in that part of the world. It started, apparently, with some Palestinian militants firing rockets into Gaza. Israel responded with airstrikes that they said hit weapon production sites. Then, Israeli police went into the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem and clashed with worshippers there. And that's the thing that's got Arab countries crying foul, and people, in occupied territories crying foul. Yeah, when it was from Gaza to Israel, not the other way around when it started. Sorry. And this is in reference, and the Palestinians are getting really pissed off because there's sort of an unwritten agreement that Israel allows Al-Aqsa Mosque. It's on top of the it's on top of the mountain where the Western Wall is. They used to call it the Wailing Wall. Remember that? Yeah. But I got confused with Bob Marley and some their concerts that he had. And it was the radical right of the super right-wing part of the Israeli population are ignoring sort of that unwritten rule in terms of leaving that alone. They just go right up there and start praying. And there is a huge contention that's going on, and it's the same complaint the Palestinians have had forever. And what Israel is doing now, that it's the right-wing government, is allowing and not bothering, not stopping people from
What would this even do?
Hard right settlers, hard right people that trade will just go up there on the mount. It's just, I'm going to blame Israel on this one for fomenting all of this. And usually I'm pro-Israeli, but this one, the far right is really screwing up this country. I'm talking about Israel. Not to say that for a few other countries too.
The White House says it is working to make that imprisoned Wall Street Journal journalist a wrongfully detained American. And what this does is, if you change the designation, it allows the U.S. to push more aggressively for Evan Gershkovich's release as this legal process plays out in Russia. I was talking with Karen Travers earlier this morning. Apparently, the U.S. Embassy has not been able to see Evan Gershkovich since he was taken into custody by Russia, but his lawyers have gone in. They say that he's in good health and that he's in good spirits and that he's strong. But it is, at this point now, he had, we called Sergei Lavrov. Get a picture of his face. And our envoy, right? Blanket, thank you. He called Sergei Lavrov and said that, like, hey, you've got to let this guy out because he's not a spy, as Russia's accusing him of being. And it's interesting, the timing on this. Evan Gershkovich has been in no time. Why all of a sudden does Russia suddenly think that he's a spy?
Well, they don't think he's a spy. Of course they don't. I mean, it's just obviously Trump charges. And not allowing consular officials to go visit him is not unusual. This is what Russia does.
And I guess they're saying, oh no, we're letting you. It's just the process. Yeah. It's so filled with red tape that the embassy can get there.
And the attorneys defending him are Russians who are appointed by the Russian government. And at least they appear to do a pretty good job defending.
That car that was sitting in the front of my door, it looked like a brand new Cadillac.
I wouldn't want to be Gershkovich. He could end up spending years and years in prison, like Paul Wheeling, where you just sit there and watch. Chicago has a new mayor-elect. It's Cook County Commissioner Brandon Johnson, who defeated Paul Vallis to replace Lori Lightfoot, who, under any other circumstances, if I just told you there's an incumbent mayor in a big city and they're up for re-election, you would never imagine they're not going to be re-elected, but she managed to do it, to not get re-elected because people had enough of the crime, primarily in that city, and these two candidates were dueling about how best to tackle the crime problem. And, I mean, it wasn't a huge blowout. Johnson, 51.5%, Dallas, 48.5% of the vote. Take a break, we'll come back, finish up handle on the news this Wednesday morning. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour news.
Former President Trump will not be back in court until December after yesterday's historic arraignment. He pleaded not guilty to 34 counts of falsifying business records. A major tornado-generating storm is threatening more than 62 million Americans across the central U.S. Forecasters say tornadoes are possible in southeastern Missouri, and also it looks like we could have severe weather on the Gulf Coast, to the upper Great Lakes, and into the Northeast. And media mogul Rupert Murdoch has apparently called off his engagement. The 92-year-old was set to marry 66-year-old Ann Leslie Smith. This would have been Murdoch's fifth marriage. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a mostly sunny day ahead, a little bit warmer with highs in the mid to upper 60s. This report is brought to you by Whole Foods Market. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. This time we're going to check out the 5.
That's a busy place, that's for sure. Now, earlier I heard Soren trying to warn you about northbound 5 of Washington.
I'm all about kick, which what?
All right,
You didn't even know there were multiple. Yeah, which one?
The pace is kind of slow, approaching 605, and all the rest of the East L interstate, which will be okay. Back San Fernando Valley, now we had to leave this, but South 405 before, I think, Boulevard 20 block with some lanes blocked there.
Holy fuck.
Going all the way to
Your setup is so shit.
Still,
real?
in pretty good shape. Go all the way down to the 101. You need to get on a Sally Fish there.
This
and away
is
you
the
go.
dog.
Bro,
This is the dog.
Pretty good job.
They're
Keep
only
on,
7
don't go
minutes.
away.
They're
Jump
5
on.
minutes.
Hey, have I in the
It's
sky. Whether you're just starting your watch collection or expanding it, check out Vox Watches for one of the largest and finest selection of pre-owned, modern, and vintage luxury watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tour, they have them all. Buy, sell, trade. All orders get free overnight shipping. All watches independently certified, authentic. Vox Watches, a leading online luxury timepiece marketplace for men and women, and now $200 off. Google Vox Watches.
Essential veggie at Whole Foods Market. Organic asparagus is just $3.29 per pound this time through April 11th. Blanch it, grill it, or use it to supercharge your weeknight stir fry. While supplies last, shop in store or online.
This report is sponsored by Staples Store. Staples has everything you need to travel. From passport photos to luggage, and now get 20% off your in-store purchase when you buy any travel service. Plus, discount Lysol wipes are just $1.99 in-store.
My friend was like, oh, it's coming up. I know all your friends. Bilal? Bilal is coming over? Oh, okay. I know Bilal. Bilal and I eat breakfast together. Oh, you know Bilal? Oh, man. Like, yo, Bilal came to my house for Thanksgiving. Oh, dog. Oh, can you introduce me to Bilal? Fuck. Yoshi. I really like how this one. Exiting subscription to channel chat rooms. Oh, okay.
And Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. And now the top 5 regions.
Yoshi. I like how it says streaming. You know it's live. Really? Find your stream. If it's streaming, find it.
Number 4.
Push your exception. I like it when it was like, yo, how aren't you fucking? It's like, oh, dude, why aren't you fucking viral? If I just had normal internet. Who do you blame? My life. Why? Because I complain about it so many times. It's in my contract and something for which I pay, and it needs to be fixed. And it doesn't. And I even had a son on it. He's on it. And they're just like, oh, okay. And I'm like, dog, I paid for it. And I lost a job because of it.
$59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 15th.
I'd be like, dog, fix fucking internet, man. I have money to spend.
Welcome to the CPAP Games live from the Hayes Room. It's another eventful night, Bruce.
You should be like, oh, dog, come over here, hang out with my friends. Oh, I'm going over to Bilal. Fuck you from here. Remember when I was like, oh, dude, this one's really good.
With all this struggle, you should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspire is a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. It's right, the button. As you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no host. Just sleep. Learn more at inspiresleep.com. That's inspiresleep.com.
Push your air. Existing subscription to channel chat rooms. Oh, okay.
A light source system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap. It filters out chlorine, other contaminants, retaining healthy minerals. A light source system is maintenance-free, no filter change, no salt, no servicing. They install it, you forget it. Own a light source water system for only $75 per month on approval of credit. This ends April 30th. Call 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Golden Voice presents Power Trip. Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, ACDC, Ozzy Osbourne.
What the fuck happened here? You got banned.
All thanks to Golden Voice. Register now to buy tickets at powertrip.com.
What are they? You. No, no.
iHeartRadio.com/powertrip.
billionaire is a loaded word when it comes off of the little red voice and still somehow flaky lips of Bernie Sanders.
There you go.
Billionaire, he's using it in
Oh,
a derogatory way. And Howard Schultz is saying, listen, everything I got, I earned. Jerry and Shannon, everything.
Yo, go here. Oh, existing picture subscription. Okay, like.
And this is KFI Handle here. And, well, with the morning crew. There we go. I'll get that. And on a Wednesday, let's finish Handle on the news, Jennifer Wayne and me.
Yo.
Janet, this is you. Oh, liberal wins Wisconsin.
Oh, I was still on the other one.
They are so bad at their jobs. You would think that they would be like, okay, we're going to go 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5. Somebody skips 1, you think you'd be smart enough to include the next one. Oh, I thought we were on number 6. Oh, dude, I don't know what number 6 is. Read me the fucking news.
Likely to reverse the state's abortion ban and end the use of gerrymandered legislative maps that were drawn by Republicans.
Are you fucking me?
I don't know how they can unravel how the court at this point can
I lost
unravel
49% of my money.
the law.
Okay.
Abortions are illegal.
That's like
There's
no
no
problem.
longer constitutional protections. And how does the court then say you have an illegality when the legislature passes the law? Unless, based on the gerrymandering, and the court says that that is illegal, the way the legislature is actually created based on the gerrymandering. That I can see the court delegating. Man, if you're thinking about getting a passport for some summer travel, you better put it in now. Because there is...
I swear to God, if this thing shows and it goes that thing, what's it say?
For passports, there's
Existing subscription to the channel.
1 million passport applications a week. All of that, according to Secretary of State
I don't even know what
Blinken.
that means.
Now, they will tell you, the State Department will tell you, it takes 10 to 13 weeks to get your passport.
Why does it take so fucking long to get 10 to 13 weeks?
And expedite the process, and it'll take 7 to 9 weeks.
I
But
think
if
that was
you don't
good.
get your application in at least 20 weeks in advance, you could find yourself scrambling at the
It's
last
like,
minute
dude,
without
it doesn't
passport.
take 20 fucking
And
weeks. This should be a
everybody
one-day process.
There is a little bit of advice.
And it's like the people in government are like, well, what do we do about it? How are we going to speed up the process?
It's several $100s, but you will be able to get a passport. And if it's a question of you're not about to get on an airplane on your vacation coming up sometime this summer, because you don't have the time, you may want to consider. I know someone who has a family member, and they're waiting for their passport, and they're sweating bullets. And I was very glad, you know me, I'm Mr. Optimist. No chance these folks are going to go to Europe. One will, but the husband will not.
Reconnect.
So tell him to enjoy himself, because he's going to end up in San Diego for vacation.
Not that it's not lovely there.
Yes, but it's losing an airfare of $1,100. Yeah, that's pleasant. So it's going to be a miserable travel season because according to the U.S. Travel Association, 52% of Americans say they plan to travel.
You are allowed new features, whatever. Following.
Yeah,
huh?
That is, I travel every summer.
Follow my settings.
I know, it was miserable last summer.
Yeah, you're traveling this summer? I am. See?
What was this disconnection?
California Public School
About Rabbi
continues
Rothschild.
to go down. Enrollment for the
There.
2022-23 school year is down 0.69%. That represents 40,000 students from the previous year. And this year's decline is higher than those of each of the 5 years prior. And they say a substantial improvement, though, considering what we went through during COVID-19. And that's what we saw, obviously, the enrollment
oh my God. Mine went profile, and it was so sick.
2020
Really?
through 21 and 2021 to 22.
So mine went profile.
In fact,
And it was like,
we are appreciating illiteracy more so than we ever have. And we kind of like it. People signing contracts with an X, for example. There's just something wonderful about that.
I want to see, in comparison to this, enrollment in, say, things like charter schools or private schools, or how many parents decided, I'm going to homeschool my kids.
I know people who start homeschooling their kids. Let me tell you, that is not an easy thing to do. Most of them are religious folks.
simply because they view any kind of public or education or certainly any kind of private education doesn't go far enough religiously.
Oh, so it works
so they
there?
homeschool their kids. It is unfair to homeschool your kids. I mean, it is full-time virtually. So you've got to be pretty,
What the fuck?
engaged in being, well, homeschooling your kids. I mean, it's a full-time job.
Yeah. I just wonder how many parents were sort of forced into the homeschooling role during the pandemic, even though their kids might have been doing classes online, and thought to themselves, I can do a better job than this, and just never have really left that trend.
Well, a lot of kids were homeschooled. They would come out with the spelling bee champions and the Westinghouse Science championships because the kids were homeschooled.
Yeah.
Because you can do in 3 hours what it takes everybody else 8 hours to do, because it's one-on-one. You go at your own pace. Obviously, you have a very motivated teacher, if you will, so it makes sense. I wouldn't homeschool my kids. I'd rather have them sign their name with an X. Oh, okay. So back in 2018, Purdue University did a study to figure out how much money you need to earn to be happy in the United States, and they came up with a methodology. And every so often, there's some website called Go Banking Rates, which I guess they're big cheerleaders for banking rates, and they take the methodology from the study and they plug in the current cost of living information in order to update the salary you need to earn in order to be happy. And in California, the minimum salary now needed to be, quote, happy is $145,000. Well, California has a very high cost of living, so that might not be a big surprise. What I found surprising is when you look at the bottom, the states where you need the least amount of money to be happy, Mississippi. But you still need to make over $88,000 a year to be happy. Now, some people would argue if you're going to be happy in Mississippi, you need to make even more than you're making in California. But that's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. That's the happiness level where at least people say that. Well, it's based on surveys. People are happy or unhappy. And you know the old song, and it sometimes makes sense. And that is, money won't buy you happiness. I tend to agree with that. Money does not buy you happiness. But you sure as hell can rent happiness if you can't buy it for this much money. At least, yeah, I think we can do one more.
Can we end with number 20?
Sure, why not?
This next story is all about me. Please do not buy your child an Easter bunny. Because what often happens is bunnies end up in the shelters after Easter. So a parent goes and instead of getting their kid, whatever, a chocolate bunny, how about a stuffed Easter bunny, an Easter bunny stuffed animal? They go and actually get their kid a freaking bunny, and the bunnies end up in shelters, and who goes to the shelters to promote them? Who is scared, crapless of bunnies? Me.
Okay.
That's how it comes back to me. Please don't make me go to shelters filled with bunnies.
On my page, you'll see a recipe. Sorry, what a selfish hijacking of 50,000 watts so that you don't accidentally see a bunny.
That's how much I hate the damn thing.
I know. All right, we're done. We are done, boys and girls. Coming up, the Trump indictment unsealed, pleads not guilty to 34 counts. I'll explain everything that happened. And a big surprise on the number of protesters that were in Manhattan in front of the courtroom. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
If you already know what you want us to say, you're probably in the wrong place.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Not guilty, he says. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The participant scheme was illegal.
Former President Trump has pleaded not guilty in New York to 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. Campbell will talk more about this in a second. The charges are for alleged hush money payments made during Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg said yesterday Trump and others were part of a catch-and-kill scheme to buy and suppress negative information information before the election.
The scheme violated New York election law, which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means.
Brack says Trump repeatedly made false statements on his business record and also caused others to make false statements. Trump is the first former president in U.S. history to be criminally charged. He told supporters at his home in Mar-a-Lago he never thought anything like this could happen. The Trump campaign has come out with a T-shirt that has a fake mugshot of Trump on it and the words "not guilty" below it. A $47 contribution gets you the shirt. No mugshot was taken yesterday when Trump was taken into custody. LAPD Chief Moore says the new page on the department's website is dedicated to showing the photos of people who have been murdered throughout the city.
It is our hope people will remember the importance of helping families bring some small measure of closure by identifying those responsible and bringing them before the criminal justice system.
Moore says investigators are working with the families of those killed to get personal photos and background information to help humanize each of the cases. Moore says they also update the post when someone has been arrested in the case. The page is at lapd.online. More than 320 undercover officers in the LAPD have filed a claim against the city over the release of their photos to an anti-police activist.
The attorney for the officers says the unredacted release of information has not only impacted officer safety, but has also impacted public safety. I can tell you without great detail that several undercover operations had to stop, and several undercovers have been threatened. Family Nicholas wouldn't say if they want specifically his client's want, but did say the city will protect his client. The information was released through a public records lawsuit. In West LA, Gregory
Burbank police say a report of a school shooting at John Burroughs High School was bogus. An anonymous person told police yesterday multiple students had been shot in the classroom. Police searched the school, found no evidence of the shooting. Police say anyone suspected of reporting a false emergency or false crime will be held liable. The family of a woman shot and killed by a school safety officer says it's reached a $13 million settlement with the Long Beach School District.
The idea of being undercover
Said he was trying to break up a fight outside of Milliken High School when he allegedly shot into a moving car, leaving 18-year-old Mona Rodriguez brain dead. Attorney for Rodriguez's family, Michael Carrillo, says this has been one of the most painful cases.
I'm in the year, Mona's mother, Manuela, talked about the daughter, she's missing every day.
And then what?
Did
it say?
Carrillo says Rodriguez left behind a 5-month-old when she was killed in 2021, and now her shooter's awaiting trial for second-degree murder. Chris Adler, KFI News. A $25,000 reward's been offered to help find a hit-and-run motorcycle rider who crashed into a 13-year-old in Boyle Heights, causing the boy to lose a leg. The teen was crossing Whittier Boulevard in a crosswalk Thursday when the motorcycle rider hit him. The rider was knocked off his bike but got back on and rode away. The boy is still in the hospital. A GoFundMe has been set up to help pay the boy's medical bills. And a passenger on a Virgin Voyages cruise ship has been killed in a fall from a balcony near Miami. The ship left for Honduras Sunday when the person fell and landed on the lower deck. A person on that lower deck was not seriously hurt. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI and Nick Guy at 6:05, but first it's Sports with Wayne.
The Dodgers scored first against the Colorado Rockies thanks to Will Smith. 1-0. There's a fly ball to left field. Profar goes back to the wall. He looks up and it is gone. A home run. The boys in blue won 5-2, and they're off today. The Angels fell hard to the Seattle Mariners in an 11-2 drubbing. That series concludes today. It'll be Shohei Ohtani on the mound. And in NBA action, it's all LA. The Lakers and Clippers play each other. And things at 7 live on AM 570 LA Sports. Lakers coming off a 135-133 overtime win against the Jazz. I'm Wayne Lesnick, KFI Sports. Unfiltered, chlorinated tap water is tap water. I mean, it's safe, but it just doesn't taste very good. And the Light Source system, very different. Light Source system gives you filtered, delicious water straight from every tap. And that's because it's filtered from outside the home and it goes inside the home. So every tap faucet produces this water. It filters out chlorine, contaminants, contains healthy minerals, tastes great. The Light Source system is maintenance-free, no filters to change, monthly servicing, no salt. I mean, once installed, you can just forget it and enjoy the water. You're bathing, you're cooking, you're washing dishes, your clothes, or you're drinking, and what is effectively bottled water, and boy, what a cup of coffee it is. I've had a Light Source system for over 10 years.
You can have a system for as low as $75 per month on approval of credit.
Why don't you read it correct on approval of credit? Like, this is recorded. Why wouldn't you just read it normally? Like, so it's one good take. Well, we want it to sound like a live read. It doesn't. You're playing it like all kinds of fucking day.
Temperatures are just going to be in the mid to upper 60s, but it looks like each day as the week goes on, as we head toward Easter Sunday, it'll warm up just a hair. Easter Sunday, a hair. It looks like the Easter Sunday highs will be in the mid 70s. I just got myself up there.
Ha 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 ha, bitch. Shut the fuck
47
up.
right now in Santa Monica, 43 in Pasadena, 44 in Dana Point. The KFI Financial Report is brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is up 63. S&P is down 9. NASDAQ is down 83. And the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.84. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. Let's get a look at your drive on the 605.
Yoshi, remember when that was a thing? Yoshi, you want to tell a story? Oh, you want me to tell a story? Well, I'm not going to
South 605 is a pretty good report. While you're down here, there's a word of a pub number 5, check it out. It's in pretty good shape.
Yoshi, what in the fuck is this?
Through the 10, through the 60, around Washington Boulevard is where it gets slow, so a pretty good report.
Oh, Yoshi, do the thing where you can follow me and it's like, oh, no.
Earlier, there was a car fire around U-Haul.
That was
everything in motion. Kind of slow.
Push your hair. Is this
But now you got all my Delvin. I look at the 10. We just completed that flight from Azusa to the 605. That's about the slowest section. Improved a lot going into the 710 and the I-5. No problems there. We just came down to the 710. Matter of fact, we're just about to turn north 405 from the 710. I was a little concerned about a problem north of the 710 o'clock. The busiest spot with people getting on the freeway is a shoulder problem. Turn on. So the pace, well, from the 91 up. It made a little slow, not full,
this is
but
great.
Almost there. That's a too bad a report. Other than that, we're in fairly good shape here. Quick look at Orange County. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I don't see any major problems there.
I see one in my fucking internet, bro.
Down towards kind of slow, but I don't think too bad. Jeff KFI in the sky. This hour of the Bill Hempel Show, filled with the experience to win. Choose Jacoby and Myers. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the actual reading of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen his Social Security number? Not me. Nope, not. Oh no, he's been stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Still waiting for your employee retention tax credit? This 2 credit shows the government may be slow, but small business can't be. Our ERTC loan offers cash now for your tax credits with funding in as little as 72 hours. ERTC loans keep your business going with interest-only payments for up to 12 months. For more info, call 800-381-0187. That's 800-381-0187. And go to biz2credit.com/ERTC loan for full terms and conditions.
Southern California Edison. Stay alert, stay safe. KFI.
More stimulating talk.
And I'm on radio station.
Today, part of Bill Handle will be handled by Show Handle. And now, here's Bill Handle.
No.
KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Boy, we have some news today. Bill Handle here on a Wednesday morning, April 5th. Across the country, more tornadoes are sweeping. We don't have the number yet, but more fatalities and people, injured people. We'll get more big news, and this, of course, has been international. Is yesterday the arrest indictment of former President Donald Trump. And again, it's been said over and over again, it's the first time in U.S. history that a sitting and or former U.S. president has been charged with a crime. Now, others came very close. Richard Nixon, had he not resigned, he would have been charged with a crime. Whether or not he resigned, actually, Gerald Ford, subsequent president, decided to pardon him, which cost Gerald Ford the presidency in 1976. You got Bill Clinton, who committed crimes, or Harding that was accused of corruption, but the actual charging of the crime, first time in U.S. history. There's a lot of first times on Trump. First president to ever be impeached twice. That is a big one. So, yesterday, he was charged with 34 felony counts. And 34 counts, they're not 34. I'll explain to you the way New York works. There are actually 11 counts. And it's 11 counts plus 11 counts plus 11 counts plus 1 count. Okay, one of the 34, we'll call it 11 counts, is simply misrepresenting his financial record. They're misrepresenting financial, because of the money that was paid to Stormy Daniels through Michael Cohen, and it was represented as legal fees. That in of itself is a crime. And the other thing, and then the ledger part of it is also considered a crime. So not only does Trump write the checks, 11 checks to Michael Cohen, but then records them in the ledger as 11 checks to Michael Cohen as legal fees. All right, so that's, now you got 22. The other one is the count of, and this gets a little long, and that is the misdemeanor, which is what I just told you, those counts of being misdemeanors. Now, can they be felonies? They can, and Alvin Bragg, the DA of Manhattan, has in fact recorded them and charged Trump with felonies. How do you get felonies out of a misdemeanor? Because when someone commits a misdemeanor and does so connected to any other crime of any kind, it turns into a felony. So what was the other crime? Well, interfering with the election. How? How does that interfere with the election? Because it happened days before, and what Alvin Bragg is saying, that payment to Stormy Daniels was for the purpose of it not going, her story not going public days before the election. Therefore, it interfered with the election. That's a crime. The other one was the fact that she was being paid, she was being paid illegal, and that's criminal in and of itself. So you put those two together, there is a big issue. Now, how does Trump get out of that? Because I'll tell you, this is probably the weakest charges against him. Imagine this. The money was paid to have her shut up. It was an NDA, so she wouldn't tell her story, $130,000. And therefore, the reason that money was paid is to have her not go public with her story and interfere with the election. Okay? So one of two things. Interfering with the election in and of itself is criminal. And in fact, the payment is on its own a criminal violation. You put all that together, and what do you have? Well, Alvin Bragg is arguing that it is a felony, the second felony, and it doesn't matter what the crime is. So now you have 34 counts. I think it's going to be tough because, okay, he paid for her to shut up for the election. Defense says, well, wait a minute, isn't it possible he paid for her to shut up because he didn't want Melania to know that he was stooping her? Is that a possibility? Remember, reasonable doubt. Is it possible that he didn't want to sully his reputation? Although it was pretty well sullied, but in his mind, it was just to keep his reputation outside of the election completely. And it all had to do with people not thinking he's a bad guy because he's really concerned. Is it possible he did it for that reason? And so you have the defense counsel simply saying, hey, look at what's possible. And keep in mind, when a jury is looking at a crime, and you're talking about intent, it has to be really clear-cut. And I think the defense has a real argument. There's also an argument as to the statute of limitations on the New York charge, and that has to do with misdemeanors. They happened over 5 years ago. And therefore, the statute of limitations is over. But wait a minute. Here's another spin. Hold on a minute. The statute of limitations can actually be attacked. Why is that? Because if someone leaves New York, the statute tolls. In other words, you got a 5-year statute. If you're gone for 2 of those years, you're now at a 3-year. You can, in fact, basically you have 8 years at that point to file. Donald Trump spent 4 years in Washington, D.C., and he has lived in Florida for the last year. Okay? Now, what happened yesterday with the demonstrations? There's a story there I want to share with you. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Former Italian premier Silvio Berlusconi is in the hospital. Italian media say he's in intensive care being treated for a respiratory problem right now. NBC News is reporting a man fatally stabbed in San Francisco at the hospital. And cops in Brazil say a man with a hatchet has killed 4 kids and injured 5 people at a private daycare center. The man later turned himself in. Investigators say they're trying to figure out why the 25-year-old targeted the center and whether anyone else was involved.
10 million job openings in the U.S., but less than 6 billion people actually looking for work. So no wonder it's hard to find qualified hourly employees. Let me suggest jobget.com. A unique way for you, business owner, to connect with qualified job seekers. Now, with other hiring sites, get resume from candidates who don't meet the criteria aren't near you, hard to reach, ghost you for that interview. JobGet, very different. Your top candidates already have the skills you need. You're only talking to workers in your area, and it's office assistants, managers, cleaning, maintenance, reception, sales associates, retail, and that list goes on and on. You post with one click, and most employees get their first applicant within minutes. Businesses report 10 times better hiring conversions on JobGet.
I mean, like,
you save 20%
these people are bad.
per job post. So for a free job post, go to jobget.com/handle, jobget.com/handle.
SoCal weather from KFI, mostly sunny today with highs in the mid to upper 60s. This report is brought to you by your Staples stores. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 5.
Reporting that we got to the CHP now. This is going through Plant Park or perhaps you're going to Disneyland, but it's a South 5. They said at the 91, but I'm kind of thinking it's past the 91. But bottom line, there is something going on there. Traffic backing up pretty quick through the 91. Again, South 5 past 91. More on that coming up. We're headed over there right now. Northbound 405, just had a look at it. Long Beach up to LAX. I think you should stay on schedule. No problems there. Carpool lane is terrific, by the way. Right now, as I think you're flying east over the 91, over the 605. The westbound drive is okay. It does get real slow approaching the 710 and through the 710, through about Santa Fe, Alameda. But after that, you'll be okay. Again, more on that I-5 around Point Park. Coming up, Jeff on KFI in the sky.
Staples has everything you need to travel, from passport photos to luggage, and now get 20% off your in-store purchase when you buy any travel service. Plus 80-count Lysol wipes are just $1.99. In-store only offer in-store 8 exclusions apply. Get all set to jet at Staples. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including faux blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Come celebrate Vin Scully's legacy at Dodger Stadium on April 18th when the Mets come to town, and be one of the first 40,000 fans in attendance to take home a Vin Scully jersey presented by 76. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions.
Junk science. That's what doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not some watered-down supplement. Makes sense, right? And it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support my immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and healthy weight loss. I don't eat as healthy as I should. I know, but that's why I take Field of Greens. Like me, you'll probably look and feel healthier fast and have way more energy. But your best fruit will be at your next checkup when your doctor says, wow, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Let me get you started with 15% off. Visit fieldofgreens.com and use promo code KFI. That's promo code KFI at fieldofgreens.com.
TRUMAN.com. Losing your air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweaty old nightmare. Use breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
Woman, it's critically tested, so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOE2TL.com. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell. License number 1047781. This is Joel from How to Money. Coming up this week, we're going to talk about electric vehicle tax credits. A lot of them are actually going to go away quite soon if you're in the market for an EV. What should you do? How should you respond? We'll discuss How to Money with Joel Bartgard. Sundays at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You can't stand by AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel on a Wednesday morning, April 5th. And the recall, a couple of news items, locally at least, the recall effort against LA Councilman Kevin De Leon has failed. And not because it's a big win for him, although it's being portrayed as such. It's because you can't do a recall in California very easily. I mean, inevitably they all fail. So he's done in 2024. He's turned out. He would have lost the election anyway. I don't know what he's going to do after that. Now, one of the things that we anticipated, yesterday we knew that Donald Trump was going to not guilty. There was all that drama around it, arriving in the Trump plane from Palm Beach to LaGuardia, and then the Secret Service with all those suburban
What the fuck?
protection and going into court and all of that. Okay, so we covered all that, but one of the anticipations was the number of protesters that were going to be outside. I told you yesterday, 35,000 cops, every single police officer in New York, all the way up to battalion commanders and assistant chiefs, I mean, everybody was in uniform in anticipation of the demonstrations. There were far more journalists than demonstrators. The demonstrators were in the hundreds. That's it. Even to the point where every one of the demonstrators who had a pro-Trump t-shirt or sign or hat was inundated with media. You'd have 5 or 6 reporters going up to one pro-Trump protesters. So why is that? Well, and keep in mind, on Truth Social last month, knowing that the indictment was going to come down, Donald Trump posted, "We must save America, protest, protest, protest." And we knew it was happening. There was outrage, certainly across right-wing media, social media. What happened? Well, there are a bunch of reasons why.
Man, I'm gonna beat my meat like it owes me.
Not really happening, and probably won't. And if you look at
God
the reasons,
damn 101 Dalmatians.
the argument is the
Damn.
short notice of this arraignment. We didn't know
You
the
got no.
day
Yoshi.
was going to come down.
Hi.
Mixed messages for
Okay.
some right-wing
Cool.
media figures and politicians. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene, probably a most staunch and avowed denier, a conspiracy theorist on every bone in her body. Well, last year, she posted that at the protest, if you go, it's going to be infiltrated by feds or Fed assets. So watch out, because you don't know who's next to you. Also, the political landscape that has changed pretty dramatically since January 6th. And that was the protests, the godfather of all protests. And one of the organizers of the pro-Trump Stop the Steal rallies that have happened all over the country, what he said, Justin Stockton, the right has zero interest in repeating anything that even remotely represents where, when you talk about a protest movement, probably the most dangerous protest we've ever had. And you have a research fellow at George Washington University, John Lewis, who studied this stuff. And he said, the farther away we get from January 6th, the more it's being recognized as a unique storm of events after circumstances. For example, the annual gun rights rally happens in Richmond every year, and in January 2020, 10,000
militia members were on the street. We go forward to January 2021, a few hundred. And there is simply a lot of disgust, a lot of depression, claims of the stolen 2020 election, which animated, which really engaged Republican candidates and grassroots groups. You know what? That's falling away. When you talk about election deniers, most of the elections, virtually all of the elections that they said were going to be Republican. Remember the Republican wave? Disappeared. And even in Phoenix, Carrie Lake, who ran for governor and lost. Of course, she's, I think, one of the few that filed a lawsuit to have the election overturned. She was the only one, I think, in the country this last election that did that. She couldn't get lawyers initially. So it was a really sort of a half-hearted, let's file the election, and there was a huge protest. Her election was stolen. 200 people showed. That's it. There was the protest. And here's what was missing, too, when you look at all these protests. There's no Donald Trump. And keep in mind, and this may be the big one, what has happened since January 6th. And this is everybody, participants, observers, social scientists, political scientists, and look what's happened since January 6th. The enforcement crackdowns, the congressional investigations. You've got the Proud Boys at the Oath Keepers. They were 800 people were arrested at the Capitol.
That's getting bad.
Was the result of what happened inside the Capitol. You got people going to jail for 15 years. You got people being charged with sedition. Oh, that tends to calm you down. Okay, maybe I don't want to show up at a protest. Why? Well, because we know what the feds do. We know how illegal what they're doing and how they're going against the law. But you know, hey, I don't want to get arrested. I'd rather not deal with it. I don't want to look at a federal judge or at a jury that's seated and looking at years in prison, even though I'm right. High-profile prosecutions have really tamped down the number of protests. And to give an example, we were told there was going to be a rally last night at Mar-a-Lago. Remember that? The word rally used. You know what it was? 500 people invited to a private event at the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago. That was it. 500 super supporters of Donald Trump, high-profile supporters. You got Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was there. Roger Stone was there. Mike Lindell was there. As a matter of fact, you know how you hand out party favors at these events? Everybody got a pillow, which was pretty neat. I would have gone just for that. Oh, yes. Coming up, we've got medical news with Dr. Jim Keeney, which I always enjoy doing because I love talking about diseases that kill you. And we've got a few more killer diseases. They're all hard. I'm all hard. By the way, Jim and I, we talk all the time anyway off the air. This is what I talk about anyway. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Former President Trump is pleaded not guilty in New York to 34 felony counts of falsifying business records during his presidential campaign in 2016. Trump returned to his home in Florida yesterday, as Handel was talking about, where he gave a speech to some of his supporters. Trump says the only crime he's ever committed is fearlessly defending the country from those who seek to destroy it. Trump is the first former president ever to be criminally charged. Now, he scored a win in another case while he was appearing in court in New York. An appeals court ordered porn actress Stormy Daniels to pay Trump $121,000 in legal fees. Daniels had sued Trump for defamation over a Twitter post in 2018. The case was dismissed, and Daniels was ordered to pay the fees. News is brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Police in LA are trying to find a 7-year-old boy who disappeared from outside his family's apartment building in the Wilshire area. Police say Derek Clay was last seen yesterday in the courtyard of the apartment complex on Crenshaw. He's black, about 5 feet tall, 130 pounds, wearing a gray t-shirt, a gray sweater, and dark pants. You can see a picture of the boy on our website, KFIAM640.com/missing.
LA County Board of Supervisors is pushing forward with a proposal to cut jail population by moving mentally ill inmates into their own care beds. Board Chair Janet Pond said the beds are for severely ill people who will not just be released into the public to fend for themselves.
We've got people in our jails with serious mental health needs, serious, and they are not getting the help or the care that they need.
Board member Catherine Barger says about 47% of all LA County inmates suffer from some form of mental illness. The board says it can no longer ignore the problem. A man from Connecticut has been charged with murder for a fatal shooting in a Trader Joe's parking lot in West Hills. The shooting Saturday afternoon happened during what flight data recorders have been recovered from the two Black Ops helicopters that crashed in Kentucky. The crash happened last week near Fort Campbell.
The black boxes have been sent to Fort Rucker, Alabama for further analysis. The Army also has released the names of the 9 soldiers who died in the accident that happened during a nighttime training attempt.
ABC Jim Ryan says there were 8 men and a woman aboard the helicopters. And a company in Gardena says it hopes to recycle 100 million tons of non-recyclable plastic by 2030. You see through piles of plastic.
Last year alone, we took on over 130 tons from the Pacific garbage patch.
Biofusion CEO Heidi Kujawa stood next to 15 plus feet high mounds of flattened plastic, enough to fill the back portion of their warehouse in Gardena. Heidi says the plastic is the kind that can't be recycled. The stuff would normally end up
In the landfill or incinerator.
But Biofusion has taken the plastic, compressed it with technology and a machine the company developed to create cinder block-like things called BioBlocks.
22 pounds of plastic makes a 22-pound block.
They're lighter than its concrete counterpart and more durable.
Remember, plastic is intentionally designed to be strong. It is never designed to degrade or go away.
The multicolored blocks have been used to help build homes, bus depots, and most recently, a bench installed at a park in Inglewood. The bench used more than a ton of plastic waste. For more, you can go to SpectrumNews1.com. Joe Kwan, KFI News. We'll get a look at your drive on the 5 after Sports with Wayne.
The Lakers got past the Utah Jazz in overtime. LeBron James scored 37 points in the 135-133 victory. And today, it's all LA. The Lakers and Clippers play each other at 7 live on AM 570 LA Sports. In baseball, Julio Urias tossed 6 scoreless innings. The Dodgers beat the Colorado Rockies 5-2 to win that Coach Series, and they get a day off. The Angels were trounced by the Seattle Mariners to score 11-2. That series wraps up today. It'll be Shohei Ohtani on the mound. I'm Wayne Mesnet, KFI Sports. So, you're looking for money out of your house, let's say $75,000 or more. And a couple things have happened. You have a ton of equity because the value of your home increased over the last few years. And mortgage interest rates have gone down. So put all that together and for time to borrow money. You need $75,000 or more, what we suggest HMS Capital. They can help you borrow the money with the equity that you build. Now, obviously, it doesn't matter what you want the money for, consolidating debt, home improvements, whatever. HMS Capital, certainly in my opinion, is where you go. This is where I went with 2 mortgages over the last few years. No appraisal or credit report fees to apply. HMS Capital. Call 833-255-5698. HMScapital.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a sunny day shaping up. Highs will be in the mid to upper 60s. A little bit warmer each day as the week goes on. And by Easter Sunday, our highs should be in the upper 70s, maybe right at 80. 46 right now in Garden Grove, 42 in Rancho Santa Margarita. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky in 5.
All right, if you were with us last time around out here, south on the 5 coming in from the
This is Mr. Johnson.
of the 591. It's been dedicated to the carpool lane, south 5. It was actually almost underneath the 91, but you just barely see it. But that carpool lane was blocked, so a lot of activity. The south 5 itself really not too bad. It does get slow.
Damn.
91, it'll stay that way.
You're
down
fucking
through
smart.
Euclid. But after that, you should be okay. So again, just watch
Don't
yourself.
you think you like dude, can you cut up that fucking huge shit?
We're line up the 605. We're trying to get to the West 210 at Irwinville. It's kind of a long time problem there. I know it's causing some slowing coming away from the 57. And a little bit better news now. It just got once again.
He returned at 96.
Using the South 405.
Age 36, 32 games for the Lakers.
South 405 at Burbank lasted a while. So that South 405 now coming across the San Francisco Valley is kind of slow a little bit south of the Sherman Way. But
Here
it was
in
down there.
99.
You probably already
What
know.
was this?
Rosetta Stone is one of the best ways to learn a language. Because
Okay,
you
well,
also
you
know
gotta
that they
love
offer
that. Like,
a lifetime
Fort
subscription
Worth
to
City
all
Play.
25 of their languages.
You know what,
Down
right?
in French. Try
Okay,
your hand
yeah,
at German.
whatever. You gotta
Learn a
get
bit of
it or some
Japanese.
shit like that.
Or
Shit,
even
okay.
explore
Alright,
Swedish.
Return of Later
Right
to
now,
Coach
you can
Play.
get
Better Coach?
40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Visit RosettaStone.com today to purchase once and learn for life. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. Hey, it's
Can't
Steve
read
Stark, WDC, my first choice in all things kitchen, bath, and bed, wants to say thank you to KFI listeners for your amazing loyalty. So from now until April 16th, you can earn up to $4,000 in WDC rewards when you shop in one or more departments. Up to $4,000 in rewards credit towards your next purchase from now to April 16th. Visit your local WDC for details or go to WDCappliances.com, WDCappliances.com. Evan Fiala and your LA Kings take on Jack Eichel and the Vegas Golden Knights tomorrow at 7 p.m. Watch live on Valley Sports or Valley Sports Plus. Go Kings, go! Welcome to the CPAP Games live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night, Bruce. It sure is, Ron. Steve has been flailing everywhere, struggling with this infection. His wife, Michelle, is as tense as a fiddle string, trying to contain her rage. Michelle's rolling Steve over. There he goes, and the mask is off. The whole eyes are snoring. Michelle throws an elbow. Now Michelle. She's leaving for the couch, taking her place as the Hayes' 100-pound laugh.
Their logo
Asking that dog for
hasn't changed.
with all his struggles, he should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspire is a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. It's right, a button. As you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no hose, just sleep. Learn more at inspiresleep.com. That's inspiresleep.com.
You're gonna win that bitch someday. You're over here like fucking at their logo.
Celebrate Easter with a little help from Stater Brothers. We make it easy with the freshest spring vegetables and delicious holiday hams and roasts. Our juicy bone and Smithfield spiral slice half hams are just $1.99 a pound. Your family will love our fresh bone and ribeye roast. Now just $5.99 a pound. Perfect with fresh asparagus and Brussels sprouts at $1.99 a pound. Or freshly prepared sides and party trays from our service deli. And don't forget your favorite wine and fresh flowers. Happy Easter from Cedar Brothers Market.
If you get hurt in an accident, choose the offer with the experience to win. Choose Utopia Motors.
KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
They're gonna upload up this thing.
Find everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel on a Wednesday morning, April 5th. Some of the stories that we are covering this morning. Of course, Donald Trump pleading not guilty to 34 counts in New York yesterday.
Are you done?
And more storms going across the country, another bunch of tornadoes, unfortunately more deaths, more casualties, and it's been really, really rough this summer. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website, Bills. That's Bills, BILLS. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500. A quick reminder not to text the keyword because if you've won and you text the keyword, you haven't won. You have to enter the keyword on the line at KFIAM640.com/cash. Winners are notified only by email, so keep an eye out. Or if you have two eyes, both of them, you may also want to check your spam and or junk folder, see if you win. Please listen for your next chance to win every hour, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. And now it is time for medical news and our
Whooper ass.
this week with Jim T, co-director of ER Mission Hospital in Mission Viejo. And we are back. Jim T with us. Dr. Jim, good morning. So I was looking at what we're going to talk about today, and as always, when we talk about diseases, particularly fatal diseases, you know how excited
Is this motherfucker for real? They're gonna shoot you.
we get together all the time.
They're gonna shoot your fucking tire. Or you're gonna hit their
my
car.
favorite diseases, and we don't get so much of this over here. It's mainly on the East Coast, Lyme disease, and something I've never heard of, babesiosis. Yeah. Oh, okay. Fantastic. Let's start with Lyme disease and what's going on.
Lyme disease, well, it's a tick-borne illness that's spread by
Wait for it. I like this guy in his boat. Wait for it. Yo, hey everybody on the boat. I hope somebody keep you motherfuckers so badly. Or a crocodile eat you. I hope a crocodile eats you. I know another boat hits him. I've seen it. Look at that. Or they hit another boat. This guy's an ass for not paying attention. Hey everybody, let's look around. Hey everybody. Here, yeah. Fuck your couch.
So the bottom line is, if you're outside, you do a lot of outdoor stuff, you are much more apt to get Lyme disease than, let's say, if you're in a deli.
Yeah, I mean, the Lyme, they can't fly or jump right out. You basically have to rush right up against whatever they're on. It's a lot of times, dead
Are you fucking on like ketamine? About what? Oh, you're fucking Little purse. People love their mango purse.
What is
And the zipper purse from Brazil.
It's another tick-borne illness.
Oh, it's another one.
And it starts similarly to Lyme disease, where you get a rash, you get a lot of body ache, it's just not feeling well, and it's progressive.
Oh god! Oh my god! I would just be like, you're gonna stick your foot right on my dick, aren't you?
Like malaria type of thing, where it lives inside the red blood cell.
Running up traffic to make a video.
Also, a tick-borne illness on the rise. I mean, I think that's
Right.
the disease these days is because it's going up like 10, 20-fold in the Northeast. It's relatively rare. So, I mean, we're talking about a rare disease that's now happening rarely, but still a lot more often than it was before. And people are attributing that to warmer summers that last longer, shorter winters that aren't as cold. So the ticks have a lot more time during the year to reproduce and to infect humans.
How often do you see this? Some of us in the ER, and they have Lyme disease or babesiosis. I mean, how the hell do you know that? Okay, that's what this is.
Yeah, I mean,
where were you?
Describe somebody with ER. Sometimes people don't know how to remove a tick. They come in with a tick and we can test it for these users and we'll remove it. But pretty rare that one of these would show. There are people that they don't have access to health care. They end up coming to us and they have Lyme out for a lot of the symptoms, and this is just one of it's one of the many things we do in a workup for somebody that's having 20 million body is.
These things are all sick. I like them different lighters.
If you don't have a history of a tick bite, it's hard to make this diagnosis.
I'm not fucking around.
You know what? We're going to take a break, come back, talk about one of the
Gosh, I've seen all these. What happens here? This kid shit's all over. Okay, I'll open that door. Now it's normal. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Go, she. Oh my god, you could easily kill yourself. Oh my god, that's scary.
Officials in Russia to move on the release of ex-Marine Paul Whelan, who's been there since 2018. Many illegal immigrants who cross into Texas are being stuffed into what's called stash houses. The Border Patrol says Mexicans and Central Americans are being treated like prisoners in stash houses. And Atlanta's airport has retained its title as the world's busiest. Industry groups report that Hartsfield-Jackson Airport saw 93.7 million passengers through 2022. Number 2 on the list, Dallas-Fort Worth. We'll get a look at your drive with DK.
Watch overtaken across continuous line from go. Dude, you're fucked.
I've been there. Not 5 billion, but I spent money.
Oh, this guy's really
Termites
close.
are destructive as hell. Most of us underestimate how much damage they do. Termites cause more property damage every year than all the natural disasters.
I love this guy. Oh, please. I love you, everyone.
Please have exceptions. Certain restrictions apply, and they treat your home without tenting. Tenting? No fun.
Going with
It's
girlfriend.
here, there's no tenting.
Lucky Shark will be there.
Do their work. That's Pacific Coast Termite. Call 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com 800 Pacific.
Oh my god. Hit it. This is how I boil, bro. I'm terrible. And then I want to just die. Like, I'm not I hit the ceiling multiple times and almost broke himself. Oh, picnic. Yo, dog. That's like the least efficient. Why? Oh my gosh. Yo. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, dog. Where is this? If this, if somebody's like this happened.
I do want to warn you about something that's happened on the valley. We just got word of. This is South Valley.
Everyone watches on it. Hey, dude, you want to transport these oil piles? Yoshi, stop. Why are you awake? Wait, what kid doesn't like Dunkin'? When you can say they don't like Dunkin', it's like, you ain't in our family. There's the door. Yo, dog. I'm still, god damn it, yo.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. If you're like many people, you may think custom blinds is a job for expensive professionals. For Blindster, if you have a tape measure and a screwdriver,
Yeah,
you
she's
can
having
install
back.
a custom blind and save big. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
U.S. fingerprints number one in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California has home to most award shows, we prepare to thank you speech. To Californians everywhere, we've been proud to
This is great.
plan, budget, and think smarter.
This is one of the most.
This is
one of the greatest
place to shine if it works for you, and we can't thank you enough for that. And thank you to our real life humans who go above and beyond for our customers every day.
Oh my god, come on, shut up.
For J.D. Power award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Number FDIC. What's wrong? When I look at my banking app, I think I'll never afford a car. So look at Roto.com. It has tons of deals and a great selection. Check it out. Wow, great prices. Oof. Now what? Now I gotta decide what color to get. Find the newer pre-owned car of your dreams in just a few clicks. And at a great price. No hassle,
You wanted to
no
end this
hassle.
stream?
Ready? Set.
We're having a
Roto.
great time over
Start
here.
saving now by downloading the Roto app or check out ROTO.com. Spring's gonna be here soon, so start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Drop now $250 and save SolarMax over to SolarMaxTech.com.
Available on food credits, ASOB number 97240. Great partners make each other better. They show us what's possible beyond ourselves. At Tech Medicine of USC, being partners is more than just a goal. It's who we are. We're committed to offering you the personalized healthcare you need. With deep expertise and dedication, we'll work with you to reach your potential. Because the next great partnership is you and Tech. Together,
This is fun.
we are limitless.
We tend not to think about right now, but right now in front of us is victory over cancer. Right now, cancer research funded by the V Foundation is leading to better treatment and saving lives. When you give to the V Foundation, 100% of your donation goes directly to game-changing cancer research. Victory over cancer is there for the taking. By you, donate at V.org, because today's cancer research is tomorrow's victory.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up. Wallace, for some reason, decided to take in a movie before he came into work today. With Movie Day, Dungeons and Dragons, Honor Among Thieves. Yeah, I enjoyed it. And the individuals that I was sitting next to, there is a third Aurora, and there's Gary Rokelly. That's the nerd. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on the 6:40. Bill Handler here on Wednesday morning, April 5. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Jim Keeney, co-director of the ER Mission Hospital in Mission Viejo, is with us as he is on a regular basis. Jim, one of the things that you and I have talked about is, of course, the waiting room. And you and I is 4 hours, 5 hours to get in the waiting room. And we talked about why and just how our system is collapsing. Now, the good news, federal law has been passed that there's more transparency in billing to where insurance companies are being forced to be more cooperative, except we now have a story about Cigna, one of the big insurers, rejecting claims without even reading them. How can they do that? Don't they even pretend to read them?
They do pretend, yeah. So there's artificial intelligence that they use now to, according to this article that broke, that exposed this, that apparently they and others are using artificial intelligence to read and then reject without any human intervention. So
talk to listeners of that.
That explains a lot.
I don't. That's not my thing. If you want me to get into that, I'm very good at it. But I'm not a fan of it.
Let's say you are in some kind of
Like, no, I didn't know fucking CIA. And it's fucking getting assassinated for 20 seconds. I think
you turn into terms of the insurance company.
You should be like, all right, well, you're like, continue.
You really don't need to. You can always hide.
No shit.
And it's almost
Yo,
to that extent.
I hate
talk to people where
really?
It's a fight they'll cover and they won't cover.
Right. Well, I mean, it's true in the entire insurance industry, right? I mean, if you ever filed a homeowner's claim or anything else, or a car claim, it does, the verbiage is, hey, we're here to help you, we're here to make you whole. But then, let's face it, the process is to look at how we can avoid responsibility and paying for this. And is there something in the policy or something in a loophole that says we don't have to pay for this?
Yeah, which of course they're going to go forward with. On the other hand, they're saying that it is becoming so expensive for medical care that it has become untenable. And you and I have talked about this. I happen to believe in single payer. There is no issue. I believe in national health. Absolutely have, actually, since I started looking at this. I know in the medical profession there are a lot of folks who don't believe in that because it's called socialized medicine. Is there more conversation about pushing for that among medical professionals?
No, I don't think there's a big push amongst a lot of medical professionals. I mean, in the emergency department, we definitely see the disparity in healthcare. And so I think there's probably more ER doctors interested in getting everyone covered because it would reduce a lot of the burden on the emergency department for things that are unnecessary to be there because people can actually get the treatment they need and not end up in the emergency room. And there's some subtleties, right? Like even this idea, single payer is different than socialized medicine. Socialized medicine is when a doctor is on salary, paid by a government to take care of patients. They're not really motivated to necessarily do extra work or, exceed whatever the requirements are. Where a single payer is still this capitalism fee for service type of thing, where you see 10 patients, you'll make more than if you see 5 patients. So single payer just means that you're only one person, one organization is managing that, as opposed to all these different disparate organizations that don't necessarily coordinate well.
And we're talking about the government as a single payer, but of course going to private firms to manage it, which is what happens with Social Security in many ways. Here is a stat down. People talk about America being the best country in the world, and in many ways, I completely agree. This is the best country in the world, but not in terms of longevity or in terms of infant mortality or literacy. And here is something that I want to point to. The worst town in England has the same life expectancy of the U.S. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the problem, is we don't get what we pay for, right? We are paying the highest medical bills in the world. And so for that, you would expect infant mortality, maternal well-being, life expectancy, all of these things to be off the charts. They should be better at that price than every place else, but they're not. And so there's this disparity again. again is that because of this fractured system, it really does result in an uneven distribution of care. So you end up with people who, if you are on that you're looking for that cutting edge medicine, the latest, greatest, you're probably not going to find it anywhere else in the world to the extent you find it in the United States. We really do have innovation, latest, greatest technology, those types of things. But if you're just looking for bread and butter health care to allow you to live a healthy, long life of quality, well, then there are other places in the world that offer not only better outcomes, but much lower costs.
Cuba being one of the few countries out there that gives extraordinarily good medicine for very little money. Because they don't have the technology, yet their doctors just do an amazing job with limited resources.
Yeah, and as far as cutting edge, they're the ones that developed the vaccine for lung cancer.
Yeah, it's just crazy stuff. Jim, always a pleasure. Talk again real soon. Thank you. Jim Keeney is, of course, our medical expert. I didn't talk enough about
My man here.
Wow, what did I miss today?
They smoke more cigarettes than I think Baltimore's could ever
Yeah, I love even stories about it. So what you see this
create.
And then I go through it, and
they drink a hell of a lot of alcohol. They weren't alcoholics.
That was a little
problematic. They had like one a night, but they kept the alcohol.
Remember that time that guy came in with that thing?
One of my high school
and
friends.
They didn't die of fucking. My grandmother had fucking. They didn't die of lung cancer.
We were talking a bunch one day, and her ER, she had this little mini museum. And they put up on shelves things they pulled out of people's rear ends.
Yes, there's actually a book about that.
I would have been like, stop. Anyway.
Okay, Michelle,
Great.
We should get that book. We actually should put photos up on the essays up on the website. Yeah, I know, but I want to watch ours.
Oh, well then.
I don't want to have to handle so you have to do a website. Yeah. Okay. All right. Coming up, it's Steve Gregory with the story of the release of those undercover police officers' photos and information.
Don't Google it. That's all I'm saying. Don't Google it.
Don't Google what?
Not at work. Don't put stuff people put up their rears.
What did you expect from that Google search?
You not expect that.
Yeah. And it's that. Okay, we're out of here. Jim, Judy. Next time we'll talk about that again.
Yo, dog. Yo, tell everybody your story. Oh my God, like you want to hear about China? Yo, I don't even fucking know what happened, man. Oh my God, Jordy Mallory. Hey, Pierre, who? Pierre, Salvador de Brazil. Oh, Roberto Willis. I love that. They died, but I don't really know how they died. Not in color. That's how he got on his Henry the Navigator, but it was like, and he was Trying to Shackleton. I still don't know what he did. Like, what's his big thing? He was like the third.
Remember that? They attacked me with an onslaught of fraudulent investigations.
Trump said the only crime he has ever committed was to fearlessly defend the country.
Okay, but that's
former president in U.S. history to be criminally
I mean, he didn't.
Now, the judge in New York City has set Trump's next in-person court hearing for December
impressive.
4th. That's about 2
What did
months
you do?
before the official
What
start
did you
of the 2024 Republican
What did you
presidential
discover?
primary calendar. Now, the trial could happen sometime next year. Police in LA's Wilshire area are trying to find a missing 7-year-old boy. Officer Mike Lopez says Derek Clay was last seen in the courtyard of an apartment complex on Crenshaw Boulevard.
From what I understand, parents are not currently in the picture. The one that does have
100 Greatest Britons.
Derek is his grandfather.
But who's the best? I am.
They
said
yesterday afternoon.
Victoria?
Black, about 5 feet tall,
Churchill fucking
130
Victoria.
pounds. He was seen wearing a
Who's
gray
this
shirt,
motherfucker?
gray
Was talking about Kingdom
dark
Brunel?
pants, and blue
That
sneakers.
shouldn't
You
count.
can see a photo of the boy on our website at KFIAM640.com.
What in the fuck is that? Is that a person? This is about Kingdom Brunel. Who's this?
Chief Moore says he hopes the photos will motivate people to come forward.
He built Tokyo at the Great Western Railway. What the fuck is that? London to Bristol? That's supposed to be a big thing? Who the fuck cares? Where is Bristol? No one knows. Yo, where is Bristol? West and West Midlands. Most of Wales. That's small, dude. That's like Pawnee size. Really? Yeah, all this shit. He's number 2. I just don't think that's that good. Oh, he built the first tunnel in an navigable river. Yeah, that's still not that great. I mean, they got like Newton and shit. That one's not good. Public transport might not be okay. Cool. Diana, definitely that's bad for 3. Darwin, now Darwin might be 1. Where was Darwin, boy? If it says what, William Shakespeare. Where was he born? Stratford upon Avon. They don't know the date. They know the date he was fucking baptized and the day he was born. Isaac Newton. Okay, what's this one?
PLA County Board of Supervisors has voted to reduce
by moving severely mentally ill inmates. No, he's good. So I'd go like 1 Darwin, 2 Victoria's gotta be up there. Wasn't it the first? Dude, she led England over victory over the Spanish Armada. It's like, she wasn't really shit. John Lennon is 8? Fuck you. This is a bad list. This list sucks. Horatio Nelson? Trafalgar. Oliver Cromwell. Yeah. Are you serious? Am I missing something here? Yo, what about Victoria? She's 18. She reigned for like 1,000 years. She barely beat out a. She lost to a beetle. Queen Victoria lost to a beetle. I don't know that. Who's like number 100? Marie Stopes, birth control promoter? That's not that great. It's cool, but you didn't like invent it. Richard Burton? The fucking dude who married Queen Elizabeth? Fucking Elizabeth Taylor? Bullshit. Sir Walter Raleigh? Johnny Bravo?
Lakers coming off a 135-133 overtime win against the Jazz.
I'm Johnny Bravo.
If you own a business,
Who's Johnny Bravo?
got through COVID, and you
No,
have
he didn't.
got through COVID with you,
He beat.
you could be
Dude, I'm sorry, big dude. I hate that fucking island, and it's like, I'm sure somebody's like, oh, Salvation Army? I did not. I thought that was I didn't know that was a Christian. Is it? No. That's all go. Like, where? What do I do?
Your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those
Okay.
that PPP money, nonprofits, even
Wiki.
increases in sales
Wiki
during
that
COVID.
shit.
They are
No,
experts
dog.
in this payroll
No.
tax refund program
No.
and have already returned
Have you ever been to Salvation Army?
$3 to businesses. In my business,
What's your
it's a
favorite one?
six-figure refund. So find out if your business qualifies. Go to getrefunds.com. Click on the qualify me button. Answer those questions. Getrefunds.com. Getrefunds.com.
Okay. William and Catherine. Where is it? London. Oh, no. This is a British thing? Methodism? What the fuck is that? It's a Methodist. This is a Methodist thing?
Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a beautiful dry week ahead. It looks like temperatures are just going to be in the upper 60s.
What the fuck is SE1?
By Easter Sunday, that should be our warmest day of the week with highs.
This is a British thing.
70 to right at 80. Right now it's 42 in Yorba Linda, 43 in Laguna Hills, 44 in Baldwin Park, 38 still in Santa Clarita.
They're like
Checking your time with
Armenian?
DKFI in the sky, and we're
What's
going to the
Armenian?
60,
What the fuck
57.
is Armenian?
What
What the fuck is that, like Armenian?
It's always a busy little triangle, if you will, is merged in South 57 West 60 and the 71. It's just plain slow, really. That's all it is. We had words about talking earlier, but our lanes open. South 57 West 60 merged together. If you're approaching the West 60 from the 71, South 57, South 10, it's quite normal. Now, what was very abnormal was the 71 during the rain. Boy, the potholes are us.
This is far more religious than I thought it was.
There's someday it's going to be a nice roadway they're working on it. But right now, it's just plain slow from the 71 up to the 10, but you can get to even southbound, kind of busy coming through. I do want to warn you about a problem in the San Fernando Valley. We'll check out this for you, but it was South 5 at the South 5 170 split. Bad crash there with a back up to the 118. So just the heads up there. And we're headed for a problem we got word of. I can just barely see it off in the distance here. It's the East 60 around San Gabriel coming down the hill. I think we got some planes blocked there. More on this one coming up. Don't go away. Jeff Bonner, AFI in the sky. This hour of the Bill Handel Show is brought to you by WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. Find the largest selection of in-stock appliances in Southern California at WDCappliances.com. WDCappliances.com. Losing your air conditioner on a hot summer day can be a sweaty old nightmare, and no one wants that.
Seven Nation Army Salvation Army.
Lasts longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
Woman, 6 critical questions so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Gale Air Conditioning and Plumbing. DOE2TL.com. You can cool, but it's hard to spell. License number 1047-781. Termite problem? Search Pacific Coast.
Did you know that? Chocolate syrup. Oh, this bitch. No. You keep an asshole. That was my friend said I hate this song. But yeah, but Sarah. Yeah, she. Yo, dog, that's fucking crazy.
That was just crazy. Boy, so many people showed up to protest. Hundreds. Not thousands, not 10,000. There were more press there. There was more press than the protest. And I thought that was kind of neat. I did a segment on that.
Please find it. You'd like to find it.
20, and you can hear it. We're on demand. All the shows, anything.
Look at these things for dogs. It's important that they don't die. So they have like a little seatbelt, really little harness, so they don't die. Why? Because they fucking fly. If you've ever hit the brakes, see a dog go boom right up against the fucking dashboard, hit the brakes, dog goes like that, like in fucking Family Guy. Anyway.
Over the release of photos. So Steve explained what happened and the reaction among the police officers. Good morning, Bill. So the press conference yesterday with the attorneys representing 321 LEPs undercover within the department. Should have been as many as 400.
Hold on.
But in this press conference,
look at this.
The attorney leading this charge here.
Oh, it's tight.
Working together to file the claims in the city, which could lead to a lawsuit. They claim that an activist
put deodorant on your belt, and they can sort of, what do you call it? Headlight rejuvenation is a big thing. Yeah, make the car look yeah, you can tell it doesn't only none of the shit works this well. I love this one though, with a bunch of glue sticks. I love chewing on that shit. Really? Yeah. What happened here? Oh, you could use that on your car and have it all be. Thinking shit. What's that? Yeah. Oh, that thing I'd be like, oh, cool. Low battery. Neutral. What the fuck is this shit? So, how you doing? What? Look at that. I already paid my tires. Yeah, what's the right day in the car? In a fucking suit. Really? Yeah. Oh, what's this? Now that's the thing. What is that? What is this? This one's really good. Shaving foam? Ketchup bar. I got all kinds of shit in there. Some rather than be like, you ain't alone, kid. You ain't alone. And the lady, mine right now, I don't think I ever took that shit out. What the fuck is this? Oh, dog. What would be big? Play license? Yeah. What the fuck is this? Who's doing it like that? Oh, you're getting it as a rabbi. How about use a funnel? Asshole. This looks like my mother's plate. Oh, yes. Alright, what is this? Yeah, you see the premise there. Look at this. Coke? Pouring Coke on your fucking... Or it'll exit down. Big slide out every. Really? Oh, sure. Oh, look at this asshole. Yeah, I don't know about that. What is this, an A? What is it? What is it? That's a big thing. Shut up, does it stay there? Oh my god, I get this all killed. Oh my god. Huh? Really dodge. What in the fuck? This motherfucker. No.
The U.S. is flying nuclear-capable B-52 bombers near North Korea. South Korea's Ministry of National Defense said the long-range U.S. bombers are taking part in joint military drills. Former President Trump is expected to appear at
look at this pushover BMX, you know? Oh, sick. Oh, you old fuck.
And President Biden is inviting the NCAA men's basketball champion UConn Huskies to visit him at the White House. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky in just a moment.
I like the fireman carry. But notice, he picks up some like light chick who's not like that heavy. Pick up a dude. Oh, dude, I love this. I dreamt about this. Innovative way. Really, this reminds me of that fucking screw. Archimedes screw. But it's not. It's like some woman's push. But, hey, you want to clean the bottom of our fucking... Excuse me, Yoshi. Can I please clean the bottom of the fucking pool? Jump. Yeah, that's what I want. Oh, John. Are those glass? That looks kind of fun. Yo, look at this thing. It's fucking like a lava snake. We got a lava eel over here. Yo, look at this lava eel.
This report is brought to you by Insperity. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the
What is it?
Follow up now on the 16th.
What happened? Did she lose her footing? Are those police? This sign sucks. I'm not saying it's not true. But why wouldn't you just Trump always lies? Trump lies all the time, especially when his mouth is moving. That's any cut. This is a funny joke. How do you know a politician's lying? Their mouth is moving. Dude, I've seen that one like 1,000 times. I love this little tool. Everybody needs one of these fucking tools. Whoa, look at this fucking security detail. Oh, man.
providing scalable
I've been
HR
ka-tink,
services,
ka-tink.
access to better benefits, payroll, and HR technology for over 35 years.
This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. It's like, yo, dog, it's such a Japanese thing. Oh, it's a back brace and a fucking helmet. Oh, okay. Now I got your lice in my fucking chair. Somebody'd steal that. Must have been saying, damn, bitch. Jesus Christ.
This is your sign that dry stable footprints are perfect, guaranteed.
Yo, dog, all these people are like, what the fuck was that?
If you are planning to install solar,
Yoshi.
don't forget basic steps.
I'd be like, dog, I'm done. I'm done with this. Yo,
Protect your solar investment.
what is this? This looks like it's liquid shit. But like, pickle.
Decisions to make a business will cost a little bit of money. It's a little dollar. But the adjustments still more expensive products later. We replace systems all the time. And this is not just on your phone. So instead of like this problem you use, the system will
That goes hilarious.
the risk and accounting prevention tools work the first too. Call clear expenses for $80 tools today. The super system cleans energy efficient and a great workload.
Like, you're trying to piss on us? Is this ketchup? This game sucks.
If you're looking to sell your home, you call Seller's Advantage and they'll make you a cash offer with no need for repairs. With Seller's Advantage, there are no agents. They can close your bids and you buy cash. They offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving. Check out their reviews online and call for more information offering. 888-321-888. 888-321-888.
Why don't they do that?
And visit sellersadvantage.com.
Why don't they do that? You fucking stupid shit. Stop dropping real cool, everybody. I want everybody to get fucked up. Made a sick ass video though. This motherfucker's so on fire. It's not even funny, dog. It's not even funny. It's not even. It's just beating up as he's on fire. Oh, dog, that was sick.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Handle here in the morning crew, actually Handle here and Steve.
This needs to be upward.
They were just discussing.
Here's what I don't understand. Is somebody shooting at the side?
City of LA by 300 undercover cops. His information was released as to who they are. Enough information that people can go on the website where the information is, as Steve said, cross-reference to find out where they live, family is, all of it. And so, Steve, I want to go into it. It was done on the Freedom of Information Act, and how much of cops' information is allowed to be withheld. Well, in this particular case, everything, all their personnel information, nothing on a personal scale, nothing about health or nothing about race or anything like that. It's relegated to,
Yo, dog.
the information they wanted. Undercover assignments information included name, photo, email, phone number, serial number, ethnicity, gender, rank, and more. So that must have been
Smart move.
would have been all the different assignments, the date of hire, those kinds of things are all on this list. Now,
Her kids are amazing.
this goes back to 2021.
Wait, what?
This is when it all started. So this guy had actually filed a public record request.
Jesus.
The LC said no. So they just filed a lawsuit telling them to
I love it background.
some of the information, but they didn't get the photo. And he went back to court and did it again. And so he won every one. 8 times. And then in March of this year, is when he even got the photo. And he turned around and posted them on the website.
This is good. She's hot as fuck. What's her name?
The community deserves to be able to see the people that cause harm in the community. They deserve to see the harm that officers cause in the community. That was his motivation.
What's her name?
For doing it, so that people can see if an officer
It's like
misbehaves,
something.
because if he's a force or what have
Bama,
you,
bama, bama,
people in
bama.
the community can say, oh,
Of course, you
that's
can't
so
tell.
and so. Oh, that Officer so-and-so. And then they have
What's her fucking name? Nicole?
it's sort of an equal playing field that you can identify them, and then they can
Yo, somebody wrote Nicole Sheridan.
It's
Nicole
fascinating to me
Sheridan.
that much
Nicole.
information was released. And I know that
Nicole
he's
Sheridan.
more in releasing
Yeah,
a lot of this information.
Oh.
He's more not aware this information is released. So where was the mistake made? Because Moore
Birds and
said
the bees.
we
Oh my
made
god,
a
this is
mistake.
a
Right.
fucking dog.
Where was that made? He was blindsided by a question during an interview about it, and he had no idea that this
Aldi does.
That's the assertion.
Oh my god, that's like all the thing with Aldi does. Aldi does.
By Liz Rhodes,
That
and
guy
officer
does.
of the Office of Constitutional Policing
Then
and
slides.
Policy.
Aldi does.
And ironically, that's the office that was
Oh,
created
this is
after the
sick.
rape. And she
What
runs
the
that
fuck?
office. She's a civilian.
No,
And the attorney yesterday called her out by name.
Yo,
That she was the one that decided
there's
to
even
parachutes.
parachutes.
She was not aware of that, the photos and all of that, until he was asked about it in an interview. And then he sort of got blindsided, and then he looked into it. Then the president of the LA Police Commission, William Briggs, also came out in opposition to this and said it was very disturbing. And he called for an investigation with the Inspector General. So now you've got all these factions and investigating why this information was released.
It's a monkey.
News
It's a
on
monkey. Oh my.
officer photos, all the personnel information is out there.
Is this woman giant?
And, now they're filing this claim, 321 across the
Or
officers.
just a big
Here's
shirt?
the issue. How do you unring that bell? Yeah, you can't. Clearly. Yeah, did she admit a mistake was made? We don't ever said a word
That's
about
plus
it.
plus.
I mean,
That's plus plus.
obviously,
That's
he
plus plus.
already
Plus.
capitulated and said,
That's plus
he wrote a
plus.
memo in front of the apologist. Did you see her this morning when you ordered a double calf latte? She's not working at Starbucks as of this morning. Oh, I don't know what the story is on her part, and I know the department's
I love
on
those
it
things.
because there's litigation now.
Really?
Litigation. And
Yeah. Oh my god. What the fuck, dog?
And then just as
Oh
I
my god,
mentioned in
this
the
shit
previous
makes a
break,
what is that?
previous segment, some of these
Same
operations
way,
that
kid.
are crucial
What the fuck is it stuck on you?
are now in jeopardy. Yeah, that's the part that is really problematic because now an undercover police activity is important. Trafficking is based on undercover. It's a weapon buys, drug buys, human trafficking. They all rely on a robust what they want the LAPD
What's up
to
with
do.
the shaman, dog? I'm an ultimate shaman.
The attorney
How was that guy on the
asked
6th?
me,
Like,
your clients
really?
He said,
That's
I
wow.
don't know. This is sort of unprecedented.
Is it?
We're not really sure what to ask for.
Yeah.
So what he's really doing by filing these claims is he wants to bring the city to the table and maybe to work out a solution once himself.
Damn, look at the gams on these bitches. Look at these gams, kids. What are gams?
I've interviewed him many times.
Gams? I believe it.
I think consistently for the past 23
Legs?
years.
I don't think it's just a cat.
So this guy has a
I
pretty
think
good
it's
handle on
the
how this
whole
all
fucking
works.
thing. What's it? Is it just
Yesterday,
gam?
looking at
Gee,
crystal ball,
gam.
because it's gonna play out.
Ricky. Nobody
Those
talks
guys
about
don't know.
gams anymore.
Because this is really impressive.
Nobody talks
I
about
know
gams.
state
Gam.
law and states all over the country
It's a leg.
to or allow police departments to keep
Really?
information secret.
Yeah,
They have to. Right. Can't be released. Has that been changed?
Yo,
And what kind of information heretofore would have been appropriate to release as far as the police?
Yeah. Leg.
Names redacted, addresses redacted.
no, not gam, Ricky. Fuck. Leg.
Someone's hired a salary because it's
Yeah.
taxpayer.
A leg, especially around the shit. She's slowly methodically within one of those glorious games.
There's no issue with that. And I don't think any officer has a
Hey,
problem.
Gam.
I've never heard an officer
That's
say
very
that.
sexual.
But once you get into undercover work, now,
Really?
let me tell you,
Yeah,
there are
Oh, dude, I like an
cover
L.
unit out there
Hey,
that
let's
works
go
on
to Los
both.
Angeles Times and do like an L.
Their photos are awesome.
Yo,
And these-
yeah,
we're talking-
yeah.
We're talking these officers
Yo.
that go way under and
There's gonna be an update for this thing. It's all gonna work. You're gonna be famous.
they're in there for like 20 years.
You're gonna be like, oh my god, somewhere update. Cyclethon. I swear to God, Dude, oh,
if someone is in a criminal enterprise and deep cover, and anybody finds out about it, that cop is dead in their family. That's therein lies part of the issue. When we asked yesterday, if he would give us a number of officers that have been threatened, he doesn't want to give any of the information out, other than to say there have been officers impacted by this that had to get out of the active duty, out of the active, from the front lawns, if you will, or out on the streets. They've had to relocate the families, and now everyone's just going to sit back to where.
I bet this is that one where the guy,
Well, here's the thing.
Run. What's his asshole doing? What? Well, maybe.
Last 5 years in operation. And then all of a sudden you're yanked out of that thing. You gotta almost start over.
He's got a gun?
That's what I'm thinking. I just thought of that. They have to bring a whole new group of that's provided they have those officers.
What's in your hand?
I was going to point out that there is, how are they going to replace the cops? Well, here's the thing.
Run,
Officers are not something you can pluck out of the academy. You got to put people under that have years under their belt.
You ain't faster than Division 1 runner. Generally.
Especially on the really serious. Yeah, that's crazy stuff. All right, Steve. Unsolved this weekend? Yes, we're in our hiatus. So we are reviewing our last season. We'll do this Saturday for 79. And if you can listen to Unsolved 79 on Saturday, it is worth listening to. It is a unique.
I thought you run a lot, dog.
Steve talked about this. That is different than any other show in Los Angeles. Southern California.
Use your little changes then. Hey,
Take care. And you're not fun anymore. No, we do. Right? You're not fun anymore because you're losing weight.
Stop resisting.
Okay, I just means I don't eat all the time. Okay, I feel better. I mean, I only eat 8 hours a day now instead of 24. Okay, fair enough. These guys coming up with the handle on the house whisper, and it's about birds and bees and pets and trees. I mean, somehow. Okay, that's pretty much. Let's check in with Jennifer live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. This is a persecution map and investigation from our Pennsylvania Trumpet students for Iraq's tax money payment during the 2016 presidential campaign.
Badass cop. This guy wasn't chasing anybody. I saw this guy's way and I was like, I don't know if this is the guy you want. Well, firstly, I run a lot. Like, okay. Thanks, dog. This motherfucker would have been in a better position if he wouldn't have, or if he wouldn't have stayed.
News is brought to you by Street James Accident Attorney. A fire in an apartment building has left nearly a dozen people without a place to stay. The fire started at about 2 in the morning. This woman tells KTLA she was awakened by embers hitting her window. It sounded like hail. But when I ran to the window, I saw like red things. So that's when I woke up my son and I said, yeah, she was right there quickly.
What the hell did this guy do? Kids stealing from the DoorDash guy.
The Long Beach School District has agreed to pay $13 million to the family of a woman fatally shot by a campus security officer. Luna Rodriguez was left brain dead when the officer shot her through a car window after she and another girl got into a fight outside Millikan High School. Attorney Michael Carrillo says that for the woman's family, they still won't bring Rodriguez back.
It will help.
Bring Rodriguez back.
Upbringing for his growing up, for his adult life, thankfully.
The school district's policy on use of force says an officer cannot shoot into a moving vehicle or shoot at a fleeing person. The family's attorney says the district did not give much pushback when the lawsuit was filed. A community activist is leading the race in the special election to fill the seat of former LA City Council member Neri Martinez. She resigned last year over the leaked audio recording of racist comments she made during a meeting on
Let's see if we can find a white power sign. Really?
So far has more than 25% of the vote.
Like the
Three other
fucking
candidates
death?
in that
Are people calling that thing? Shut the fuck up. Why? I was like, oh god, you can't call that white power. This isn't even second white power. Fucking Tostitos and white power.
CBS 8 said last week one of its journalists went to the ranch to investigate reports about 40 to 50 horses were receiving substandard care. Now the reporter says one horse at the ranch had a large gash on its leg with several.
Oh, he's doing that thing?
Officials with the Department of Animal Services say another horse got
That's a white power sign? I thought it was this thing.
The owner
Okay,
of the
yeah.
ranch says its private vet is on site
That's the
several
thing.
days a week to look after
Really?
the
Yeah.
animal.
They do
And the
have
police
white power.
officers who stopped a school shooting in Nashville, Tennessee, have described what it was like going door to door looking for the shooter.
When we went through the doors, the shops continue. From my training experience on legal sounds to rifles, we came upon a key intersection. We didn't know if the shear was to the left or the right. Smoke was everywhere. Very similar to the training we received.
Detective
These
Michael
are the
Colon
places
and
James
Sergeant
are
Jeff
the
Mathis
two
and
bourgeois.
Officer
Yeah,
Rex
gotta be a
Engelberg say they'll never forget that day.
Oops,
People
all
were
bad
killed in the
apples.
shooting, including 3
No,
9-year-olds.
bad
We'll get a
apples.
look at your drive with DKFI in the sky and the 10 after sports with Wayne.
We got lunch.
The
I
Lakers
moved
got
compared
past
to
the Utah Jazz in overtime. LeBron James scored 37 points in the 135-132 victory. Today it's all LA to play for everything.
What the fuck? Ew, he shit himself.
The Lakers and Clippers play each other. That's at 7, and it's live on AM 570 LA Sports. Very unspectacle gentle rapid. Now restricted just got me for like
This motherfucker shit
Julio
himself.
Urias got 6 scoreless innings. We're talking baseball now.
Yeah, don't go. I like it for
Colorado
everyone.
Rockies 5-2 to win that short series. The boys and blue are off today, and the Angels were trounced by the Seattle Mariners 11-2. That series person in my entire adult life. I've always had HR issues because I couldn't afford an HR person. If you're a small to medium-sized business owner, guess what? You're in the same position. There is an answer now, Bambi.com. You get that HR person, a dedicated HR person to help you with all of your HR issues starting at only $99 per month. And how do they do that? They do. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop down when you sign up. Bambi, that's B-A-M-B-E-E, Bambi.com.
So now weather
And then
from
it's done,
KFI, we
okay?
got a sunny
And
day
blind.
ahead,
Oh,
high
my
in
God,
the mid to
that's
upper 60s. It looks like we're going to stay in the upper 60s, maybe low 70s as we head into the weekend. And by Easter Sunday, we could see highs in the upper 70s, maybe even a couple of 80s. 47 right now in Irvine, 42 in San Juan, California.
What store has this store broken into? The cops whoop his ass. What?
Good morning. I want to say,
Hey,
this is
help
one
me.
of your first morning drives on the Santa Monica Freeway westbound going up towards
What the
City,
fuck?
West LA, Santa Monica, all that. Believe it or not, this is kind of normal. You really got to allow a lot of extra time. And they got a little complicated. There was a problem with print, so it's clear. So we just flew over it. It's just plain slow.
Like, do they have the comments on civil level?
And actually, sometimes it stays busy all the way up to Cloverfield, not just morning. From the 405 all the way up to DC, that's pretty good shape. Even eastbound, a little slow from French all over towards the 110. San Fernando Valley was in trouble for a good part of the morning here. We've just flown over. As a matter of fact, as I speak to you now, we're south on the 170, over the 174 in the front Burbank. But there was a southbound
Obstruction of justice should not be a fucking
a
charge.
bad one.
Really?
That
Yeah.
things backed up quite solid. Now traffic is starting to move, at least, coming away from the 118. Well, here's for the Hollywood Freeway. I think that's the problem around the 4 level I wanted to look at.
Hey, we couldn't do that thing. Well, if they weren't beating his ass, they would.
Not bad at all. So from our Victory Boulevard up and over the hill, all lanes open for you.
Run, baby. Get the fuck out of. Oh my god, are you sick of this shit? Oh my god, you suck.
My first choice in all things, kitchen, bath, and bed. They want to say thank you to KFI listeners for your amazing loyalty. You have discovered just how special WBC Kitchen Bath Centers are. So from now until April 16th, you can earn up to $4,000 in WBC rewards when you shop in one or more departments. That's right, up to $4,000 in rewards credit towards your next purchase when you shop at WBC from now till April 16th. Like I always say, to get these kitchen and bath done right, you need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts that I have trusted for years, WBC. And to say thank you, up to $4,000 in rewards. Terms and conditions apply. There's a WBC Kitchen and Bath Center
What
near
the
you.
fuck?
Find yours for
What are you
details
doing?
or go to WBCappliances.com. WBCappliances.com. Expensive, overpriced, value. What are you doing? Wait for car prices to drop.
Yo, girl, you want to just risk our whoa, that's some cleavage though. But yeah, you can be anywhere.
That's a great price.
Yo, bitch, you are crazy. Girl, oh fuck. Girl, you are nuts. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Get this fucking picture. I'd be like, get this fucking picture. Look at that fucking cleavage stuff. Boy, do you trust that motherfucker. Okay, we got it. You got the pic. I'd be like, stop. You got the pic.
Own a light source water system for only $75 per month on approval of credit. This ends April 30th.
This guy was just really excited that he has all these toys and shit.
800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com.
Providing scalable HR services, access to better benefits. TRUMAN and HR technology for over 35 years. Inspirity's mission is to help businesses succeed so communities prosper. Inspirity, HR that makes a difference. Visit Inspirity.com.
Hey, it's Steve Sharp. Now is the perfect time for that new kitchen because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the kitchen store, is having its fall sale. The kitchen store is right in Culver City with 12 months free with cash financing, pricing the big boxes,
stop all this.
Free intro and consult with an expert kitchen designer, and happening right now, the big fall sale. To start your new kitchen right by
Sickest tattoo ever.
Find them on the web at 310kitchen.com.
A delicious one with healthy finger flavors. We have bone-in ribeye roaster on sale for $5.99 a pound, and our Smithfield bone-in style sliced pork hams are just $1.99 a pound. Happy Easter from Finger Brothers Market.
Running out of hot water? Visit waterheatersonly.com. Quick service, friendly technicians, low prices. Stimulating talk. This hour of the Bill Handel Show brought to you by The Kitchen Store. Find the largest cabinet design showroom in Southern California at 310kitchen.com. 310kitchen.com. AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here on a Wednesday morning, April 5th. Spring is here. It was this morning on our sports stories. We are covering, of course, yesterday, Donald Trump pleading not guilty to 34 felony counts. This is the first of, I believe, 4 indictments that are going to come in. It's he's looking freer, more he's in trouble legally, the stronger his face is on his side. All right, let's do it. It's time for Handel on the House with Spurwicking, sir.
Look at that, they raise their hood, they're up to no good. These fuckers raise their hood. Oh my god. What in the fuck? So what would you do? If you raise your hood, you're fucking fired. I don't know why it isn't a thing.
Sundays 9 to 12 a.m. 9 to 12 p.m. Yeah, 12 p.m. I'll figure this out. At Home with Dean is the social address. Morning, Dean. Good morning, Bill. Okay. First of all, I want to know who came up with the topic, at least the description.
Yeah, clear. I don't know. Clear
I'm just who came up with it. That's all I'm asking. I don't know, the English language, that's what we're covering. You're just freaking out because the words rhyme. I have no control over the fact that the words rhyme. Okay, birds and trees, rhyme. Okay, birds, trees, get over it. Oh my. Now, you and I have had discussions about this, particularly the issue with rats, and how we're doing it all wrong. So let's get into this, because this is big stuff, and this is really environmental. These are environmental issues. And usually I make fun of the environmental stuff. This is pretty serious, and I don't make fun of it. I followed your advice on this, so let's get into it. All right, so let's just cut to the chase. Here's the problem when it comes to rodent control, specifically mice and rats. But rats can probably get bit more than anything, and that is simply this. For a long time, the industrial control industry, and this is filtered right on down to homeowners, have been using anticoagulant rat poison. Okay, anticoagulant rat poison. And what that is essentially, it's a blood thinner. It's like having wart internally, and then they die of that. Now, it is fatal. So, does it work? Yeah, it works. And here's the problem. It has a domino effect of consequences on our environment. Because
Number one, this does not kill a rodent immediately. It is a long, slow, painful death. And so we could certainly make the argument that it's not a humane way of killing rats, number one. But number two, while they are in the process of dying over several days, they are getting lethargic. They are moving slower than the other rats. And what this does then is it makes them more vulnerable. It makes them vulnerable rodents to be picked up and attacked by their own predators, aka bobcats, coyotes, mountain lions, and so on and so forth. Okay? So what we
Yeah, we just have to say it.
situation where right here in Southern California, in our local mountains, as far as we can tell, I mean, these are the most accurate estimates that we have. 98% of the predators that live in our local mountains have positive for blood thinners in their system, and many of them are dying. We're talking bobcats, coyotes, mountain lions, hawks, birds of prey. So this issue with violent convenience, quote unquote, of killing rats with this kind of material has spread all throughout our environment, and it's causing a serious breakdown of the natural order. So now what has happened is you and I can no longer go to the store. This is a good thing. You and I can no longer go to the store and buy these anticoagulant rat poisons ourselves on the shelf at the store. However, if you hire your pest control company, they can come and put these traps around your house. It doesn't make sense. It's irrational, and there are groups that are still working to get that taken care of, but that's still the situation.
All right, we're going to take a break and come back because there is an answer. You have shared it with us before. It's the personal story that you share. And then we're going to get into what's going on with bees. The bees are terrific, and we're killing all of them too. We'll be back. Just check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour news.
Former President Trump will not be back in court until December after yesterday's historic arraignment. A major tornado generating storm is threatening more than 62 million Americans across the central U.S. And media mogul Rupert Murdoch has apparently called off his engagement to a 66-year-old woman. It would have been the 92-year-old fifth marriage. We'll get a look at your drive at DKFI in the sky in the 101 in just a moment.
There are a couple things were happening to your house. One is it's gotten a lot more valuable over the years as an increase in the market for the last few years. The other thing is
The
if you're
fuck
looking
is he
for a
doing?
mortgage right now,
Run,
you're looking
bitch.
to take money out
This
of the
motherfucker got out.
interest rates
Chasing.
have actually dropped. So it's probably a good time to pull that trigger. If you're looking for $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow that money. And I know how good they are because I've done 2 mortgages with them over the years. No appraisal or credit report fees to apply, and you can use that money for
You slow as fuck, bitch.
College, HMS Capital. I strongly recommend them because I know how they work. Call HMS Capital at 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. HMScapital.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a sunny day ahead. Highs will be in the mid to upper 60s. This report is brought to you by Insperity. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. Checking the 101.
Very well. If you are leaving the San Fernando Valley and the downtown Los Angeles, please listen up. This is a huge problem. The South 101 section, the Hollywood Freeway section of the South 101, I should say, at the floor level, the transitions from the South 101 to the North and South 110 are shut down. Now, since working right here, there's a lot of work to do. And also, there's a problem. South 101 just has the floor level, there's a crash in the right lane. Between the two of these, the South 101 is stopped now, Hollywood Boulevard. Now, leaving the San Fernando Valley, a lot of traffic going to East 134, South 5, East 134 is fine. South 5, I wouldn't call it wide open, that's for sure. All lanes are open, but it is this close stretch coming down from the 134 down to the 110 and getting into downtown Los Angeles. Now, if you're anywhere around the Silver Lake, the emerging Silver Lake, if you get off at Silver Lake, You make a right, but then you have to make a hard left. It's a right turn, then a left turn. That actually puts you on Temple, and Temple is empty all the way into downtown Los Angeles. Long time delays here. Jeff Braun, AFI in the sky.
You can call it 3 a.m. when your water heater is aging. Water heater only. That too. Or visit waterheatersonly.com for friendly local 5-star review service at the lowest prices. That's waterheatersonly.com. Waterheatersonly.com. This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Owen.
How can insurance companies advertise that they're here to take care of us when hurt, but try to skip us when it's time to pay?
Insurance companies' job is to keep those insurance premiums and pay out as little as possible.
Thanks, OPO. Now we know. 888-OPO-WINS. OPOLaw.com. I'm Mark Cope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. Good Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Ricardo, quote, "This is one of the greatest inventions ever. I know this may sound like I'm exaggerating, but this sucker is amazing. The first time I did it, I couldn't believe what came out of my sinuses. I could breathe with ease. My wife just bought one too. Thank you for this product," unquote. Use one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Who knows? Healthy life.
Diversify your portfolio with an alternative investment that isn't tied to the stock or housing markets. That's gold. Legacy Precious Metals has a revolutionary new online platform that allows you to invest in green, gold, and silver online. Right in 2 easy steps. You can open an account, select your metals of choice, and choose to have
I don't know who is this? Who is this man?
This puts you in complete control of your money. Gold hedges against inflation and against the volatile stock market. A truly diversified portfolio doesn't just have stocks and bonds, but different asset classes. Legacy Precious Metals' new platform allows you to make investments in gold and silver no matter how small or large the legacy price. It's free to sign up. Create your account online at buylegacygold.com. Buylegacygold.com or talk to Legacy Precious Metals directly by calling 866-691-2173. Hayes live in the Hayes bedroom is another eventful night for us. It sure is. Ron Feed has been struggling with his
Never getting candy though. Not there. No. But the girls did fucking change it right here. Why? That was the flavor. Everybody goes to the hotel.
Golden
Boys presents Howard Trip. Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, BBC, Ozzy Osbourne. Tickets for the entire Power Trip weekend. VIP camping at the Safari
What the fuck? Why?
The Golden Boys. Register now to buy tickets at powertrip.live. On sale tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. Enter for your chance to win now. iHeartRadio.com/Power Trip. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
Here are the things you are not allowed to say anymore. You lost weight, you look great. I'm having a cheat day. You're not fat, you're beautiful. So that insinuates that fat people are not beautiful. I'm gonna be bad and have this cookie. Apparently it's fat shaming. You and I say that kind of stuff all the time.
No, Gary and Shannon, I say I'm going to be bad and have 4 cookies.
Right, live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, Loud Whisper heard 6 to 8 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday 9 a.m. to 12. And it's also got that home with Bean. And Bean, we are continuing to kill rats, and then you have the predators eat the rats, and the poison goes in them, and a lot of them are dying. And one of favorite, not topics, one of the favorite issues you come up with is always if you can have an owl, because an owl can eat 1,000 rats a year, and that is a far better way to deal with rats. Now the trick is getting an owl. It's true. All right, and there's no guarantee. No, but you have a story to tell. I have a story, and Dean very graciously gave me an owl house, an owl box, which is it's a big bird house with a hole in front where the owls come in and put it up on a pole. And we've been waiting now for an owl for probably 3 years. I even have a sign outside that says free rent 6 months. And I still can't get it out. Although there's one in my neighborhood, we hear it, and it lives in a tree. So, that's a good thing. Yeah, it is. It is. And so, when you don't use the rodent control, I'm assuming there are more out there because there's more food for the owls and it's better for everybody. Yeah, so here's the thing. Owl boxes are great. They're fun. They're part of the right direction to go. And if you're into that kind of thing, absolutely. I would encourage people to get together with their neighbor, your next door neighbor, and say, hey, let's get an owl box and just put it up in between our yards, right over on the property line. It's good for you. It's good for us. And we're talking about barn owls here. We're not talking about great horned owls. That are going to carry your chihuahua away. I get all these letters every time I bring up owl boxes. They're like, I've got a small pet and I don't want my cat taken off. These are barn owls. They're barely larger than squirrels. Okay, they're not going to be carrying away anything other than rats, and they do an amazing job at that kind of thing. In fact, some of you have probably experienced this nowadays. It's getting more and more common. And that is, raptor patrolling of shopping centers, local businesses. We've got a shopping center out here in Agora, in which on a weekly or bi-weekly basis, you'll go there, you go to Target, you see here's a guy standing out in the middle of the parking lot, and, there's a falcon flying around the parking lot and comes back down, lands on his arm. What's it there for? It's actually establishing territory. It's keeping birds, rodents under control, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, that's all fascinating. But at the end of the day, what is a homeowner going to do today other than buy or have a pest control company out and do these crazy things? Here's the thing. Rats are just part of the environment. They really are. They're not going to kill anybody. They're not going to hurt anybody. They're nocturnal. They're out at night when we're not. But when it comes to rats and your home, one word really sums it all up. Exclude them from your home. Exclude. That means do the due diligence of going around your house, looking at your crawl spaces, looking at the screens and the vents covering your crawl spaces, looking at the vents and screens going up into your attic. A rat or a mouse could take advantage of a half-inch hole or gap or more. And all we need to do is fill the holes. Keep the rats out of your attic, keep them out of your crawl space, and you know what? You're going to live in much more harmony with the rodents in the neighborhood. And they don't come in the house. Now, the downside, and I did that, I rat-proofed my house. It is a lot of work because there's millions of places or many places where the rat can get in. But let's move over to bees and the number of bees that are dying. What is it that 90% of the bees have been wiped out? Yeah, and we're starting to see that come back now, and it doesn't have anything to do with homeowners. It's not on homeowners this time. It's really about big agriculture and monocrops and all of these kinds of things. The point is this, though. Bees still need bouncing back, and backyard beekeeping, it's a thing these days. So that's something to encourage people to get into if your city allows you. But the most important thing right now for bees is springtime. Beehives are going to be swarming. You're going to find a swarm potentially, like in the tree out in front of the house or in the backyard. It's not a hive. It's a swarm. It's a group of bees looking for a new home. They will be there for the most, maybe 48 hours. Very unlikely any more than that. Don't call an exterminator. Don't go out there and interact with them. They're not there to hurt you. They're incredibly docile right now. They're freaked out and scared to death that they can't find a new home. They will move on. Right.
But right now they will be there.
And if you know, and you spell B-E-E, and that is the spelling bee. All right, that's enough of that. Dean, you're the only person I know that actually keeps bees. You know that, don't you? Am I really? Yeah, all right, well, yeah, I don't know, bees. I mean, that is so goyim. I mean, that's beekeepers. Well, you are welcome. All right, take care. Catch you over the weekend. Bye, Dave.
He didn't laugh at my joke.
He did not.
No.
I thought it was clever.
Thank you.
Well, welcome.
It's a little hurtful.
Well, you're nice. What can I tell you? You know. So what is going on in the world of Harry and Shannon? Shannon?
I was just reading this morning about this new weight loss drug that's called Ozempic.
Yeah.
Not necessarily new, but it's exploded. It's very popular in Hollywood, and it's kind of proof that Hollywood and body positive movement is all a lie, isn't it?
Yeah.
People are flocking to this.
I think it's a diabetes.
It is. I believe you're right. No.
And Shannon has weight loss. It's like a secondary effect. It's a side effect.
Yes. Yeah. Also, we will have all of the latest reactions for Trump's big circus yesterday. We've got more information about that Nashville shooter, exercise, and what it does to your brain. There is a serial arsonist locally setting things on fire. Also, Justin Worsham will join us coming up later in the show about parenting. Families building their teen children tiny houses on their property so they can be their own people.
We've got lots of it.
I know.
Yeah, that's a full
Call John and Ken and tell them to stand down.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, coming up, Gary and Shannon. Shannon, have a good show. And we do this all over again starting at 6 a.m., actually 5 a.m. tomorrow with Wake Up Call. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Your vaccine was to station AFI.
KOST 2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Oh,
Everywhere.
34 counts. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
remember when this was? Look how like it's diverse. This is diverse country.
The charges are for alleged
Oh,
payments made during Trump's
it's diverse.
2016 presidential campaign.
Look at it's all trusty.
Outlet Brad said yesterday Trump and others were part of a Captain Hill scheme to buy and suppress negative information before the election.
Promote a candidacy by a lawful means.
Brad said Trump repeatedly made false statements on his business records and also caused others to make false statements. Trump is the first former president in U.S. history to be criminally charged. He told supporters at his home in Mar-a-Lago he never thought anything like this could happen. More than 320 undercover officers in the LAPD have filed a claim against the city over the release of their photos to an anti-police activist.
The attorney for the officer says the unredacted release of information has not only impacted officer safety, but has also impacted public safety. I can tell you without great detail that several undercover operations had to stop. And several undercovers have been threatened. Matt McNicholas wouldn't say what specifically his clients want, but did say he hopes the city will protect his clients. The information was released through a public records lawsuit. In West LA, Steve Gregory, KFI News.
LAPD Chief Moore said the new page on the department's website is dedicated to showing the photos of people who have been murdered throughout the city.
Chicago people will remember the importance of helping families bring some small measure of closure by identifying those responsible and bringing them before the criminal justice system.
Moore says investigators are working with the families of those killed to get personal photos and background information to help humanize each of the cases. Moore says they also update the post when someone has been arrested in the case. The page is at lapd.online. LA County's plan to hire non-officers to respond to mental health calls has hit a snag. The county's having trouble hiring mental health practitioners to serve on
MF knows
crisis
real
cases,
estate.
which are called out instead of sending armed officers to respond to people having a mental health crisis. The county board of supervisors has instructed staff to offer
There's
incentives
MF
to
real
bring more
estate.
people to apply for the position. Which
Colin,
Chair
sir.
Jana Khan says are impactful and
Colin.
life-changing, but also very difficult jobs. Along with hiring incentives already in place, county officials could now offer things like signing and other bonuses, higher pay for certain shifts, flexible schedules, and a sabbatical program. Amy King, KFI News. A $25,000 reward's been offered to help find a hit-and-run motorcycle rider who crashed into a 13-year-old in Boyle Heights, causing the boy to lose a leg. The teen was crossing Whittier Boulevard in a crosswalk Thursday when the motorcycle hit him. The GoFundMe has been set up to help pay the boy's medical bills. Multiple people have been killed by a tornado that tore through southeastern Missouri. The State Highway Patrol says the twister hit the rural area of Bollinger County between 3:30 and 4 in the morning. Officials say the damage is pretty widespread. Multiple tornadoes were also reported in areas of Iowa and Illinois.
Shop owner Milo Bella in Illinois says the high winds damaged his building. The roof off the showcase was through into my shop. The kid beside my building and it just collapsed. The Storm Prediction Center says up to 40 million people in Chicago, Indianapolis, Detroit, and Memphis are at risk for storms today. Volkswagen has recalled 143,000 of its Atlas SUVs in the U.S. because a faulty sensor on the front side passenger side can switch the airbag system off in certain conditions. VW has advised owners to avoid letting people sit in the passenger seat. And top golfers are getting ready to tee off at the Masters in Augusta, Georgia. Tiger Woods will be one of them, but he says he doesn't know how many Masters he has left in him. Checking your KFI financial report, sponsored by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is up 54, S&P is down 18, Nasdaq is down 162, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.85. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a mostly sunny day ahead, a mostly sunny week all the way through Easter Sunday. Highs today will be in the mid to upper 60s. By Easter Sunday, our highs could be in the mid 70s to right at 80. Right now it's 52 in Anaheim, 42 in Laguna Niguel, 48 in Glendora, 51 in Mission Hills. Let's check your time with KFI in the sky and get a recap of the 101.
Excuse me. Just join us now. The South 101, the southbound Hollywood Freeway.
I guess it's
going to pass the floor level. It's in big, big trouble. At the floor level, South 101 to the north and South 110. It's shut down. Emergency caltrans work. Now, the work that class there as well, these guys is clear. Bottom line, South 101 absolutely stops at Santa Monica Boulevard. As a matter of fact, it's going towards Sunset right now. As I speak here. Now, one thing that there were a couple of things to work. As you get off at Silver Lake, you make a right and then a hard left. That first left, that's in Los Angeles. Don't forget about Sunset Boulevard from Children's Hospital all over there in Dodger Stadium. That's good. And we're not done. There's a VIP escort northbound on CHP and LAPD is helping them out. So everything's kind of real slow coming up from the floor level. Now, South 5 as an alternative, I wouldn't call it that, but these all lanes are open. And you get to the 110, but southbound from the 134 all the way down to Paul. Real quick, southbound 605 in Washington. We got another problem that popped up there. It's busy all of a sudden. Don't go away. Jeff Bond, KFI in the sky. This hour is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Let's go places.
If you've got joint pain and they're telling you surgery is your best option, please stop what you're doing. Call QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Gary and Shannon. The folks at QC Kinetics have been using the latest, most advanced regenerative treatments to bring lasting pain relief the natural way.
This harnesses your own body's healing agents to restore and repair damaged tissue in your knees, hips, shoulder, back.
And these precision treatments are done in the office. No drugs and no downtime.
QC Kinetics has hundreds of clinics all over America and thousands of satisfied patients.
If your joints have been aching from arthritis or injury, look beyond steroids and surgery and discover the amazing possibilities with regenerative medicine.
Especially this time of year, you need to be living life to the fullest, doing the stuff you love to do.
If you can get relief and avoid going under the knife, doesn't it make sense to check this out?
QC Kinetics. In Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo, QC Kinetics, call for a free consultation.
213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN.
I get it. Flip it, cuff it, check it twice a day.
I get it. Flip it, cuff it, check it in the morning and before dinner.
I get it. Flip it, cuff it, check it, and share it with my doctor. Nearly 1 in 2 U.S. adults have high blood pressure. That's why it's important to self-monitor your blood pressure in 4 easy-to-remember steps. It starts with a monitor.
Now that I know my blood pressure numbers, I talk with my doctor. We're getting those numbers down.
Be next to talk to your doctor about your blood pressure numbers. Get down with your blood pressure. Self-monitoring is power. Learn more at manageyourBP.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the American Heart Association, and the American Medical Association, in partnership with the Office of Minority Health and Health Resources and Services Administration. Southern California Edison. Stay alert, stay safe.
More stimulating songs.
And I have a radio station.
You done? Ice Mars, like transfer, the dynamic of the monsters, the dynamic and capital restriction. Exactly, actors connect another hand.
Oh, yeah. Then yeah, no, I get it now.
Now that was the campaign launch. What is
Oh,
it?
I do.
4 months and a little arraignment made. A totally different scene at Mar-a-Lago last night. It was like a red carpet event. Who celebrates an arraignment? The Trump world, though.
Trump world. It was, man, the speech itself I thought was just flat, not eventful. Like, it was, there's so many opportunities I felt for him to actually say things that were important, but all he did was black.
Why would he do that?
No.
We've heard him speak for years now, 7 years, and he's never taken a chance to be impactful. Yesterday I talked about the momentum building with the Trump campaign, referring to it as a ball of fire instead of a snowball. He walked out to Johnny Cash's Ring of Fire. And there was a lot of energy there in that room. I mean, maybe he took it to go off about all the people and the things that have slighted him, but there were a lot of people at that event.
One of the things that we heard from yesterday, this, by the way, was the version that he gave last night, his speech from Mar-a-Lago.
The crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. This fake case was brought only to interfere with the upcoming 2024 election, and it should be dropped immediately. Do I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family whose daughter worked for Kamala Harris and now receives money from the Biden-Harris campaign and a lot of it.
So, there's a few
Look out,
things
San
that he
Louisiana.
was saying specifically in his speech, and there's also some things that have been kind of floating around about the indictment and about what it is and what it means. So, just in terms of the conversations that everybody's going to have about this, he's not being charged for paying a porn star to not talk about the sex that they have.
No, it's all about falsifying business.
But if you were to look at it from sort of the 10,000-foot level, it's basically that he was orchestrating catch and kill payments to suppress these negative stories, which, by the way, are not illegal. Catch and kill is not illegal.
But you can't lie about taking it a write-off.
Right. You can't lie about where the money came from or what it's being
It's a
used
cheap way to do it.
Oh,
It's a cheaper way to do it, to say it's legal fees and you can write those off. If you just paid her, literally, it would have been fine.
If he wrote the check
Right.
from the
But
account,
he wanted to write off.
right. So he did it through the Trump organization, which is the allegation that Alvin Bragg came up with. By the way, Alvin Bragg yesterday in his news conference after our show ended was asked about why now. What about now is different in this case than before?
We have had available to the office additional evidence that was not in the office's possession prior to my time here. Text messages, emails, contemporaneous phone records, multiple witnesses, all of that will be, as you saw in the fall, borne out in a public courtroom in downtown Manhattan.
It is a weak charge. It is tenuous at best. And I thought the spin he put on it with regards to the way that he prosecutes cases was interesting. And I was listening to John and Ken last night on the way home. You know, he said, in Manhattan, it's the financial center of the world. We go after white-collar crime. We always have. Like, that was his excuse for not prosecuting violent criminals, but for spending his time on white-collar crime.
Interesting. I didn't hear that part of that. That's interesting. One of the things that had to happen, by the way, for Alvin Bragg to prosecute this as a felony, to charge this as a felony, were other crimes, right? This had to be done. This falsification of business records had to be done in order to, or in the process of committing other crimes also, for it to become a felony. In the news conference yesterday, Alvin Bragg also did say that former President Trump violated a number of additional laws, including a criminal statute that prohibited conspiracy to promote or prevent the
somewhere in Manhattan charge somebody for a federal crime, and you don't have to file charges of the other crimes that you say he committed. You will eventually have to establish the existence of those other crimes, but that's all part of what comes out in court. That's why this is such a weird, even the legal analysts, I mean, even the opinion writers in the New York Times are saying, this is like, yeah, it's completely unethical what he did. It's awful. I mean, the idea that he was hiding this either from voters or his wife or a combination of the two. The allegations of sex with Playboy models, with porn stars, with the argument about the doorman who was going to tell a story about an illegal love child, which turned out not to be true. All of those are, they're awful. Like I wouldn't want to be friends with somebody who had those things hanging around in their past. But in terms of a felony case against them, it just doesn't make any sense.
I keep hearing people talk about the fact that this was a democratically controlled narrative, that the Democrats pushed for this so that he will get that momentum and he will be the candidate because they think that they can defeat him. And if that's the case, hand me that book. I will read that book of these bright Democratic minds, and here's what we'll do, and we'll go with this indictment, and we'll go with distillation fund, we'll have it out of New York, and we won't wait for Georgia. And here's why, and here's the calculus, and here's the check behind that.
Didn't we do that 8 years ago?
I think that was what happened.
They thought no, there was no way that Donald Trump, so crass, so arrogant, so brash, so ridiculous, so unlearned, so unable to put a speech together, that there's no way he would stand a chance against Hillary Clinton.
Well, right, but they weren't the puppet masters behind him being the candidate. They just wanted it. They wanted it so bad. They wanted him to be candidate so bad. If they are, in fact, the puppet masters behind this time around, that's handing them a little bit too much credit, I think.
All right, coming up next, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the reaction that has come in, lawmakers specifically, and their version of what happens. Ike Ajachi is going to join us live from Washington when we return.
Gary Shannon will continue, and Jennifer Jones-Lee is in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Police in Brazil say a man with a hatchet has killed 4 children and injured 5 at a private daycare center. NBC News is reporting that a man fatally stabbed in San Francisco was Cash App founder Bob Lee. His body was found early yesterday near downtown. And former Italian Premier Silvio Berlusconi is in the hospital. Italian media say he's in intensive care being treated for respiratory problems.
They can't even say, "Blank, you have your fucking phone out." I swear to God, they should take everybody's phone and put them away. Just like a fucking. It's distracting.
The short version here, but the South 605 coming down from the 60 at the first Washington exit, actually Zaragoza. That's where the class is. We got a couple lanes blocked there, so getting really slow now coming down from the 60. And it's the South 101 that is the major deal. South 101 is the 4 level. The transitions to North and South 110. Shut down completely, back up Sunset Boulevard. If you get off at Silver Lake, use Temple into downtown. It'll help a little bit. Jeff Bond, KFI in the sky.
This report is sponsored by Clark Pest Control. For over 60 years,
Why do you
Clark
think this
Pest
is
Control
fun?
has been California's leader in pest control technology.
Oh,
If you need help getting rid of pests, termites, rodents, mosquitoes, and much more, contact Clark Pest Control for a free estimate today. Call 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. That's 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. Or visit ClarkPest.com.
It's not RGB.
Want to go for a walk?
Hired a walk-in. I want a car.
So buy one.
I can't find one. There's no availability.
There is at Roto.com.
Really?
Yeah, tons of cars available right now and at great prices.
I'm sad, but oh my Roto. What a selection.
You finally listened. The wait is over. Find new and pre-owned cars available right now by downloading the Roto app or check out Roto.com.
The guy is cheap transmission fluid.
Seriously? You should just check the brakes.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair.
Oh God, you're dumb. Now you're dumb as an asshole. You're dumb as fuck.
Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA MCO. Check engine plan fly. See AMCO.com for complete details. Staples has everything you need to travel, from passport photos to luggage, and now get 20% off your in-store purchase when you buy any travel service. Plus, you can out Lysol wipes are just $1.99. In-store only offer in-store heat exclusions apply. Get all set to jet at Staples.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Lifefor.com. Want to stay big on custom soap?
brick-and-mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at blindster.com.
Our friends at SolarMax Technology are living a business's dream. They're growing like crazy. They're hiring installers, sales reps, and customer service technicians.
So imagine supporting your family, getting great benefits, and having a chance for growth with the supportive team at SolarMax.
You will be proud to work for SolarMax. They're local. They're based in Riverside. They offer the highest quality solar panels and do everything under one roof.
Contact SolarMax today and be part of the clean energy solution. Apply at solarmaxtech.com/careers. solarmaxtech.com/careers.
In this week's Marketers Report, Patricio Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighed in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with IMR has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
As your old patio or driveway see better days, transform your outdoors with System Pavers. For a limited time, save up to thousands with free demolition. Call 800-DAVE-004 or visit systempavers.com to get started. All orders must be placed by April 30th. See website for details. Contractor's license 661575. They had 2 stories in Ridley Thomas, and both of them just such a shame he's going to prison. He's pompous, he's entitled, he's been doing money grabs forever, and he wanted all kinds of perks for his son. He's a conniver, which is what most of these guys are in office. John and Ken. There's nothing to do with skin color. It has to do with what he's done. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
That's creepy, Gosh.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Large tornado tore through southeastern Missouri before dawn today, causing widespread destruction, killing multiple people. Broad swaths of the Midwest and South are braced for further storms that could spawn additional blisters and hail. Checked out about 3:30 this morning.
You're going to want to watch your flight schedule today, especially if you're going to the middle of the country. Chicago O'Hare has already had 120 flights canceled today. Southwest is the most affected because they've had to cancel 135 flights. This weather is going to be an issue. Yesterday, there were 960 flights delayed at O'Hare, and it's a huge hub right in the middle of the country. So if you do have a flight today, you're going to want to watch out for that.
This is shaky legal grounds. I was reading an article in Vox that quoted a former prosecutor in the Manhattan DA's office, a guy by the name of Mark Pomerantz. He said the key legal question that will determine whether he can be charged under that felony version of
Dude, this line is gonna get into your fucking thing.
has never been resolved by appellate court in the state of New York. So a judge could throw this all out in the appellate court. Even if this
Yo,
court moves
dog,
forward,
I feel like, yo,
on appeal,
you are
this
a
may
big
get
fucking
thrown
cat
out.
dog.
Because
Cat dog.
there are technical legal grounds
Yo,
related
dog.
to any of this conduct. The felony statute requires them to prove that Trump falsified these records to cover up a crime. So they've got evidence that he acted to cover up this federal crime, right? But it's
Yes.
not clear legally in New York that they're allowed to point to a federal crime in order to charge him under state law. And this was my problem from yesterday, the sticking point. He hasn't been charged federally. How can you prove a federal crime in state court? I don't know if you can. I don't know if it's legal to do that.
Well, and if the statute only says that they have to prove that the crime was
Hey, Coyote University is doing this. Hey, University, you said that today. You didn't have to do that shit. Oh, so you should.
I don't know how that's you're right. And so I think all of us had more time to it. So, before we decide to talk to you, we got $1,000 to win your saying now. You to win $1,000. You're now at CFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Weekends Accident Attorney. If you're an accident
Winning is everything. Call the winning attorney to Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. Do not forget, you're going to want to throw that keyword on the website. Go to KFIAMsupported.com/cash. Winners are going to be notified via email. So we got another chance for you to win in our show 2 hours from right now.
The reactions have rolled in from across the country. Even Mitt Romney is on the
This is
former
the thing.
president's side.
This thing is
Michael
again.
Jackson is in Washington
It's very
with all
difficult.
the latest about lawmakers reacting to the Trump circus of Tuesday.
Hey, why don't you have your computers not make sounds on the
Well, that's right.
fucking radio? Fucking dumbass.
Republicans, lawmakers, political leaders, all reacting to this historic 34-felony charges of falsifying business records of former President Donald Trump. And many of the Floridian caucus in weighed in yesterday told the details of the criminal accusations being released. The Republican House Republican, New York State, Stefanik, she said in a statement that counsel as part of the arraignment was
Yoshi.
an illegal overreach by the FDA in 2025. Now, after the arraignment, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy wrote on Twitter that DA Alvin Bragg would interfere in our democratic process and would be held accountable by Congress. From Bragg's office, they've been engaged in the back and forth with House Republicans who are seeking to probe this investigation, which is counsel called an undue intrusion into New York affairs. Now, while Trump is being arraigned, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer urged protesters who gathered in New York City to be peaceful, said Donald Trump will have a fair trial that follows the facts and the law. But it's important to note that District Attorney Alvin Bragg has essentially said that he's been getting this case together for over the past year now. And so the reason why he's bringing this case forth now is that not only has he gotten more and different evidence following the last time this case was struck, but he said that he had a thorough look over the evidence and he believes
Damn, listen to me. You're hot as fuck. Look at the gams on you, girl.
You get the sense that some more
Let me
moderate
see what
Republicans or centrist Republicans
Yeah,
just want this to go away. I mean, I know that Mitch McConnell really didn't
yeah.
step into
All right,
this
are
at
you
all. It's
done?
not like he has any love
Damn,
for
she's hot as
himself and
fuck.
former president, but it will go away at some
Bang.
point.
Very, very
I don't know
beautiful.
why
Bang.
the early wish this will go away. But you're still seeing some Republicans
Morning.
play debate with the Utah Senator Mitt Romney, who is an vocal opponent of Donald Trump. He said that he believes he's not fit for office. This indictment and arraignment from DA Alvin Bragg is something that hurts democracy. That's the person Mitt Romney, obviously. But a lot of
Hey,
Republicans
okay,
are essentially mocked.
Camera foundation, there you go.
That the party moving forward will be coherent without Donald Trump, which is why we're seeing silence from several Republicans now. But we're hoping that this will essentially not only quiet the former president, but essentially remove him out from the race in 2024.
It's also kind of a dangerous hill to die on, especially if you, Mr. High-profile politician, maybe doesn't clean up your own book so well. Maybe a lot of people have some things that they could be prosecuted for.
Stonehead.
It's kind of it's a dangerous
I want to step on all that shit.
to go after a
Yeah,
politician.
yes, yes.
One who is so controversial in this justice system and on
What
the
in the fuck is this stuff?
Exactly. You never know what skeletons people are hiding in their closet. And like they say, it's good to be quiet. You don't want to be that nail standing out. Nevertheless, we're still the conversation surrounding if this should have been brought forward. Obviously, could even saying that not prosecuting fellow President Trump or any politician or someone of that stature for these crimes will only hurt democracy further. But hopefully, they will support the idea that no one is above the law. Thank you, John T. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Thanks, Rabbi. You take care.
Well, it was when the Martha did promises to defense.
Yeah.
All the lawmakers that were in bed with him for 40 years, talking about what a great politician he was, what a great guy. It's just kind of reminiscent of, well, we don't want people to look around what we're doing. Look over here and look at my contract or my debt.
There was another legal wrinkle yesterday that went in former President Trump's favor. This was the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals yesterday that ordered
Stephanie Clifford, Stormy Daniels, to pay Trump's legal fees stemming from a defamation lawsuit she filed against him that was later dismissed. So Trump took to Truth Social yesterday and combined all of it together and wrote, Alvin Bragg shut down New York City, brought in 38,000 NYPD officers, will spend an estimated $200 million of New York City funds for a totally legal $130,000 MBA, which, by the way, is an admission he paid it. On top of that, the Ninth Circuit Court just awarded me $122,000 over the $500,000 already awarded from Stormy for space debt. Oh my God. I just think we are gaining speed. That's what we're doing. We are gaining speed. Stupid. I just thought to myself, well, you know, I feel like 200 plus years, that's a good go at it. It's a good run. It's a good run. We had some high times and some low times, and now it's just all going to go down and fall fire.
All right, coming up next, we've got new details from Nashville police about that shooter, about what they found in the home. We'll talk about it when we return. Gary and Shannon and Jennifer Jones Lee got the news. Following up on what Gary and Shannon were talking about, former President Trump has pleaded not guilty in New York to 34 felony counts of falsifying business records for alleged hush money paid to a porn actress during his 2016 presidential campaign. Now the Trump campaign has come out with a T-shirt that has a fake mugshot of Trump on it and the words "not guilty" below it. A $47 contribution will get you the shirt. No mugshot was taken yesterday when Trump was taken into custody. LA police are trying to find a 7-year-old boy who disappeared from outside his family's apartment building in the Wilshire area. Police say Garrett Clay was last seen yesterday in the courtyard of an apartment complex on Crenshaw. He's black, about 5 feet tall, 130 pounds. He was wearing a gray T-shirt, gray sweater, and dark pants. You can see a photo of the boy on our website at kfiam640.com/missing. The family of a woman shot and killed by a school safety officer says it's reached a $13 million settlement with the Long Beach School District. The school security guard says he was trying to break up a fight outside of Milligan High School when he allegedly shot into a moving car, leaving 18-year-old Mona Rodriguez brain dead. Attorney for Rodriguez's family, Michael Carrillo, says this has been one of the most painful cases.
Having to hear, Mona's mother, my mother, talk about the daughter which is missing every day without her being there, brought me to tears.
Carrillo says Rodriguez left behind a 5-month-old when she was killed in 2021, and now her shooter's awaiting trial for second-degree murder. Chris Adler, KFI News. People who survived a mass shooting at a church in Texas have reached a tentative agreement with the Justice Department to settle a case against the federal government for more than $144 million. The legal fight was over a ruling by a federal judge who said the government bears some responsibility for the attack because it failed to submit the shooter's criminal history into a database, which would have prevented him from buying guns. Washington State has purchased a 3-year supply of a leading abortion medication. Governor Jay Inslee says the purchase comes in anticipation of a court ruling that could limit its availability. And animal advocates are asking people to skip the Easter bunny. Rabbit rescue groups across Southern California are once again urging people not to ban them. Instead, rescue groups and animal control officials recommend buying a stuffed toy bunny or chocolate candy rabbit for kids' Easter baskets. Advocates for the animals do want them to be adopted into loving homes, saying they can be wonderful companions for those who are serious about the commitment. Deborah Mark, KFI News. Here's SoCal weather from KFI. It's sunny today. Highs will be in the mid to upper 60s and will stay just inching up as we head toward Easter Sunday. Sunny all weekend. Temperatures by Sunday should be in the upper 70s to right at 80. Right now it's 52 in Newport Beach, 48 in Yorba Linda. One more time, let's check the 101.
Good morning. If you just joined us now, you're headed for a trip on the southbound Hollywood Freeway, maybe going to jury duty or something that's time sensitive, you're going to be late. Listen up. South 101 Hollywood Freeway transitions to north and south 110, getting into downtown Los Angeles. Shut down. Some emergency road work going on. South 101 stops going away from Sunset Boulevard. Ways around it, boys, not many. They got busy here all month long. South 5 is jammed, but at least all lanes are open to the 110. But getting off the Silver Lake to southbound Temple is still good. There's even work on Temple, and it's still better than sitting on the freeway. Sit on the freeway, you got to wait to go past the 4 level and get off at Temple that way, and then we'll circle back or do whatever you have to do. But again, long time delays will clear it through the San Fernando Valley now, so that's not a problem. But the South 401, I mean, it's truly serious time delays. Jeff AFI in the sky. Are you worried about your financial assets after recent events in banking? Cut through the market uncertainty with the tried and true safe haven against volatility. No! When it comes to trust, Legacy Precious Metals is making it easier than ever to invest in precious metals with its revolutionary new online platform. You know, it's just a few clicks. You can open your account, select the metals, track your portfolio growth in real time, anytime, putting you in complete control of your money. With Legacy Precious Metals, diversify your portfolio beyond bonds and stocks, safeguard your retirement, and preserve your portfolio's value against inflation. Protect your hard-earned money from market fluctuations. Call Legacy Precious Metals today at 866-691-2173 or create your free account now at buylegacygold.com. That's buylegacygold.com.
Great partners make each other better. They show us what's possible beyond ourselves. At Tech Medicine of USC, being partners is more than just a goal. It's who we are. We're committed to offering you the personalized healthcare you need. With deep expertise and dedication, we'll work with you to reach your potential. Because the next great partnership is limitless.
The crash is coming. You can feel it in your gut. According to Time magazine, major investors who predicted the 2008 crash see another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. To hedge against it, there's only one asset that's safe, liquid, and has outperformed stocks 3-1. Rare coins. For insider access to coins with the greatest growth potential, there's only one place to go. Tangible Investments is America's top rare coin dealer, and its CEO, Cyril DeGenova, is the undisputed expert on this private, portable asset class. For over 35 years, Cyril's coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. He's been featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains.
Call Tangible Investments for a free investor-gated copy of the award-winning documentary, Why Money Became Worthless. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
At Roth, we want our fresh produce to meet your expectations, which is why we're dedicated to doing up to a 27-point inspection on our fruits and veggies, checking for things like scarring. In fact, only the best produce like zesty oranges and crisp carrots reach our shelves. Because when it comes to fresh, our higher standards mean fresher produce. Fresh for everyone.
Save on Farmer John bone-in full half ham. Just $1.69 a pound with your card and additional $25 purchase. Limit 2 while supplies last. Fresh for everyone. Running out of hot water? Visit waterheatersonly.com. Service, friendly technicians, low prices. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, KFI's on all of them. Follow us now at KFI AM 640.
Supporting live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Don't forget to hit that comment feature. Let us know your thoughts, your feelings,